All I'm saying, it's a
Yo.
bang diff. That's just
real.
what it is.
That's
it's
real.
Sorry. And trust me, I think 100 Thieves are actually quite good. I just think Sentinels with Bang are like.
I really think people might be overhyping Loud after that first game. They did play really well. I don't want to take that away from them, but I really don't believe that Digizin is going to be able to diff Kesnet, and I have a lot of faith that this team is going to be good. They have last year's MVP in Mazzino. Verso looked great in Tier 2. I'm really pretty excited for Crew.
All I'm saying is the reason why I picked Loud was because what I was seeing out of them in that game against EG, and then sometimes, man, you want Crew to come out strong out of the gate.
So it's a type of bias someone would have to a game they just watched.
Oh, I don't.
What would that be called?
Oh, I don't know. It would
Recency
be,
bias?
Intelligence.
Wow.
I don't think that's. I would say it would be like recency bias.
No,
seen
not at all.
Yet.
No, they're gonna crush it. It's gonna be really good. I'm excited. No, but honestly though,
crushing it.
guys, we have two phenomenal games today.
We do.
We've
Yep.
been treated to some awesome
We
games
do.
across the board. It's really gonna be a fun time here. Of course, we got Crew. They're gonna be facing off against Loud to kick things off, and then after that, we have a massive matchup with Sentinels going up against 100 Thieves. You couldn't have asked for a bigger clout matchup than this one, folks, but this is it. Day 3 of VCT Americas kickoff starts right now.
Right now. Okay, go.
Na nossa partida contra a Crew, eu tô muito animado porque o último confronto nosso a gente acabou perdendo. Não era o mesmo time, não era a mesma line, mas a gente saiu derrotado. Tô muito ansioso pra ter uma revanche com eles e mostrar nosso potencial agora.
What a round to win back! A huge thrifty for Loud!
Con el nuevo equipo que tenemos en Crew me siento bastante confiado. Tengo solamente ganas de salir a competir y a salir a jugar. Siento que al inicio nos costó como conectar las piezas porque veníamos de diferentes formas de cómo trabajar. Pero al día de hoy, desde que estamos en LA, encontramos el rumbo de cuál es la manera de que a nosotros nos sirve cómo trabajar. Y es solamente cuestión de tiempo de que seamos un equipo candidato a salir campeão.
Então vai ser talvez uma revanche muito importante pra gente se mostrar confiante nos próximos jogos. E eles são um time muito bom também, vai ser uma boa partida pra gente se provar.
É hora de Brasil no palco do Américas, faz o L, muito barulho pra Loud!
Now looking to really shock everyone. They started things off with that win against EG. Not a lot of people really giving them, the time of day. They were unsure, right? Especially considering they were going up against EG. But now in this situation, going up against Crew, they have an opportunity to really stun everyone and push forward in this bracket.
And this is the match that I think will define where people are considering Loud in the power rankings. Did they just beat up on another team towards the bottom of the rankings, or are they a legitimate contender to start making it into the top half of the standings?
Yeah, Digizin coming out there looking pretty cold, looking very calm with it. Definitely going to be a big match for him up against Kesna on the other side today.
Y en Américas vuelve el sabor, vuelve el color y vuelve Cruvista.
All right, and there's Crew Visa, fan favorite squad. People who've come to know and love them over the years have grown significantly since joining the VCT Americas scene out here, and they have a great chance to really solidify that they are a threat in this competition.
They've made every champions there is as a squad, but now this is more old Leviathan than it is the Crew of last year. You've put together some great pieces with Mazzino joining into the roster, Verso coming back to Tier 1, and it's a team to be excited about for Latin America.
Absolutely. And I am just kind of excited about this matchup, whether it's looking at the Duelists or the two new IGLs stepping onto the Americas stage for the first time. And Verso going to be jumping into that role for Crew up against Vinny, who had a very solid debut just the other day against EG. It's two very new looks of two very historic orgs.
We saw Loud with, I think, like you were mentioning, a really good read on this meta, bringing out a lot of the Breach Taeho stuff, looking solid with it. You saw the defensive offing from Dujazin popping off there as well. But we'll get to see for the first time what Crew has brought into the new year. Is it the Kesnet who is playing Neon? Is it back to old Kesnet? What are we going to see from them?
It's a great question. At the end of the day, I just know that this Crew team feels like it has the most talent I've ever seen at the start of the year on this roster. Whether it's Kesnet or Mazzino coming into the squad. Shy, of course.
We're going to talk about Shy,
They've just got shooters, man.
Yeah, they really do.
This team is going to be a challenge in the server.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really difficult to match those guns against those Crew players because they're so damn good. But here is your series layout. You got Haven, Split, and Vine if necessary. Good old-fashioned beta maps to start things off.
Yeah, some classic stuff.
Some classic maps.
You know, and I was seeing a little bit from over the shoulder, maybe getting some jet back for Kesnet. Again, we were talking a little bit about how he was playing so much of the Neon with the buffs towards the later end of last year. So it remains to be seen with him, you know, potentially moving back onto an agent like the Jet, if he'll be more Kesnet of old, where he's looking for more work opportunities. And that mid-round calling he sometimes does on attack.
From what we saw last time from Loud, I would not be surprised if this pool was just like triple Breach Taeho all the way down the line from them. All of these maps, I think you can play pretty similar comps and find success.
Yeah, the Taeho double blast for like full control of A main at round start, comboed with Breach, is pretty gnarly.
You're going to be able to really take space with that composition if you pull it off. No Taeho on the other side for Loud, but we got DGZ on that Jet.
Yeah, I mean, this is the fundamental honest Haven composition. It's not super new wave, but it's what we've seen many times before. I'm sure it's a comfortable comp. I'm excited to see Kawa on that Sova.
Whoa.
And it's a mirror on the other side. Okay.
I did not expect that.
A straight up, honest to goodness handshake test between these two teams. Where do they stand on one of the oldest maps in the pool with the oldest comps in the history of Valorant?
I absolutely love it. All right, folks, we're ready for map number 1. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. It's a couple of dapper yappers. It's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much. Coming from a dapper yapper yourself, that means a lot. We've got a really freaking good match ahead of us, Dre. And honestly, we can talk about the Breach. We can talk about the Sova. We can talk about setting up utility and conditioning and defaulting and all that crap. Or we can talk about Kesnet versus DGZ. That's what I'm fired up.
We can talk about the beef.
Yep, that's what I'm about for.
Yeah, these two players have clashed. It's like two alphas just going at it. You know, two lions in the desert, just trying to see who can really, really shine here. And
keep going. What, the Serengeti? What are we talking about here?
I think it's just going to be a battle of the bronze, the duelist role, and we've seen DGZ already pop off.
It is time for the Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs. Loud up against Crew. Crew on the attacking side. And again, all eyes, or at least my eyes, go towards the Jets. Kesnet has Ghost Light Armor. He's already out onto the side as well.
Yeah, fast C hit already. Kesnet's in this smoke. He takes one, but he gets taken out. It's a flurry of trades across the board right now, Doug.
A little back and forth. Paranoia up close. Coenzine trying to find a timing, and he cannot, leaving DG alone. Has a Sheriff, a 1v2, and they're both weak, Dre.
Yeah, one body shot for either.
Very doable. He's patient with it. Spots one, tries to get the second, and he does. That's a great start for DG.
And we said it already. It was going to be a battle of the Jets, but it's DG who clutches out the 1v2. Kesnet, he got so ahead of his team there, and Shy really tried to make it work, running and gunning with that Ghost, but man, what a performance, what a retake, and good damage done from the rest of the squad of Loud to make these players low enough for this to happen. And Doug, while this anti-eco is going on from Loud, I do want to talk about the Guardian that is bought from Kesnet, the Force Buy. It's going to be contact front B.
Really interesting. He's got to find success with it.
Oh,
he's got to make
soft foot or something. He knows, Doug.
Yeah. He's got to make that thing sing. But Vinny,
how do you lose that?
Vinny was really good when Loud played against EG, and he seems to be continuing that.
Oh my goodness.
As he gets another, the investment, as soon as the Guardian got picked up, immediately put back down on the ground. Yeah, let's see this Melser 1v5 ace with a classic. A flawless round for Loud as they get to 2.
I mean, he's good, but he's not that good. I don't think anybody's that good.
No, you speak for yourself.
Yeah, I guess I do. But another thing that DGZ likes to do quite a bit is get that operator online. We've seen him so many times with the quick scopes. I really haven't seen a player like him in the league in general who more often than not goes for quick scopes on the operator. He does have enough money to invest. He is going to buy it, and that's why you saw him buy a Marshall in that anti-eco round. It's something we haven't seen in recent history, I would say. The Outlaw tends to be the favorite.
Save a little money to spend a little money. Deep smokes. Kesnet waiting on the other side of that trip. That will be cleared for him, paving the way. There's the jet battle.
On a knife's edge.
Yeah, first shot going wide. They try to lean. If they try to lean back, hey, there's
no way.
It didn't check him. Oh, it didn't check him. Oh, Kelvin gets 2. Make that 3. Oh, it's a disaster. They might get bonused.
That's the spike stuck there as well. Shy is going to have to perform a miracle. But DGZ, he's posted up on this line.
What a mess. And for Loud, I mean, the position to continue to feast.
It's so quiet on the map right now. No one making a peep from both ends. The spike was given up from Loud. A wise decision. Now you can regroup, maybe re-clear some of that space where Shy got that entry on the B site.
30 seconds left.
Oh, there it is. Oh, barely sees him. Call-outs there, though.
They're looking for him. They know that. Okay.
Disgusting.
Yep. That'll play. Still a ton of work to be done, though.
Yeah, no time either. I think this is a save.
Yeah, just try to carry the weapons into the next as best as you can.
Wow, but what a highlight already, huh? Kawanzin with a bulldog? I think that is so impressive.
Kawanzin has looked really good, and Vinny has looked really good as well.
Yeah. I will say that in the offseason specifically, Doug, Kawanzin was the one that was dropping bombs on Haven in order for them to win. Well, he's going to have to keep performing monstrously. That seems to be the win condition for this squad. I mean, look at this already.
Yeah, if that's the win condition, then I think they're set up well.
Pankata is set up there with an Omen flash as well. Doesn't even want to use it because he's like, nah, you go kill.
Yeah, hold the flash, bro. I got it.
Yeah. What good communication to be made in such a quick amount of time, though, to call that Omen flash off of the drone.
2 rifles in the hands of Crew. Lots of presence towards A.
Wow.
And guess who's here? Dashes away from the stun.
Oh.
Doesn't quite stick the landing.
Just keep it on you.
0 out of 10 there. Kesnet, though, looking to get alive. Able to find one. There's the fight backside. He'll get the best of him, but Shy again, who's the only one who's dropped a belter of a shot so far. Still in play. It's gonna be a too easy Pankata to bring this thing back. Still 2 rifles in the hands of the attack. The spike now planted. Pankata with no real utility. Just now was getting smoked back up. And this severely limits the options that they have in this retake attempt.
Last player standing.
It's just going to be too difficult at this point. I think you do go for damage here, though. Why not? That's a good start.
There's still a lot to go, though. Smoke dissipates. He snapped onto another, and all of a sudden there's a possibility. There is a chance.
Another death.
Time is short, but he's got to make it work, and Inverso stands for Crew.
Force buy after force buy. Finally, Crew will get a round win. It was Kesnet and Shy that had the Vandals into that round. And just overwhelming DG's in with all that utility. He wasn't really able to get anything going early on. Yeah, he gets the quick scope onto Kesnet, but still, it was a job well done. You have the entire site at that point.
7-2 for Shy. We saw him there. A light armor and a Vandal. He's been good for Crew, but he's really been the only one so far.
Yeah, he's looked so confident as well. I mean, the way that he's been swinging out of these smokes, whether it's his cage or the Omen smoke,
Really always has been his MO, hasn't it?
Yeah.
He's never
swings with the intent to kill.
Yeah, he's never lacked confidence. Melser drawing out a little bit of breach utility.
Yeah, it's a really good job as well, not taking too much poke. Or no poke at all, actually, I should say.
And now an attempt at a second dip, but this time the defenses have been reinforced. They've been bolstered up. Tui's is close.
Yeah, and they don't need to move either because Pancata, although he wasn't short and heard that drone, he was jump spotting it the entire time. So he knows they're not A. The feint has not worked for Crew.
Good timing on the smoke, and then the cage too to make sure you know if they're trying to contact up.
And the only other place you could speed up at this point is either A or garage, and hearing the jump spot, yeah.
That's one. Opts for the flash and the reposition. I really like this, not overcommitting.
Hasn't heard it though. Pancata needs to be careful right here.
Give a little shoulder, and he'll take the arm off. What a slight moment
One enemy
of
remaining.
attention lost for Kesn, and that cost him his life. A flawless round for Loud.
Can we talk about how sharp Pancata is looking right now?
All of Loud, really.
I mean, but what are these shots? These A anchor players, both of them are going absolutely nuclear right now. And the little extra sidestep to peek into the op, the little left and forth, look at this. Just random timing. Poor Kesn, he knew he was there. He heard the Omen teleport.
The buy for Crew is going to be abysmal. Oh, when this Loud roster got put together, I always felt like either this team is going to be nuts or the team will not mesh and they will struggle. But so far, I mean, I know it's early days, but they really are clicking well.
Yeah, I mean, what a shot from DGZ.
Immediately sitting Kesn down and looking for his second shot. Buys a little time, buys a little cover, but the big takeaway here is that Loud was able to suppress all of that aggression.
With a nasty shot. He's such a good operator player, and here's the bully of the server of Haven.
C'est incroyable.
He's pushed all the way up alone, and he's playing aim labs.
Damn.
Oh, Mazzino will take him out, but
the map has to feel really small for Crew right now. Yeah.
Remaining.
And they're not stopping either. Look at the push from Tui's.
They're in the walls.
Damn.
They're spamming the walls too, Doug.
Fun from fucking me, dude.
This is a brutal start for Crew.
And just to go back to what you were talking about with how this team was formed, I will say that
I have
SDK
Crew
was on
winning
a
though.
team 10 years ago with Vinny as players. Now he's Vinny's coach. And yeah, this was a different game. It was Crossfire, but all three of these players, Pancata, DGZ, Vinny, even SDK the coach, they all came from the same game, so they have chemistry from years and years ago.
And you know, that's something that we talk about a lot in Valorant is the chemistry and how important that is. Take a look at 100 Thieves yesterday. They're mentioned.
Oh my God.
100 Thieves mentioned.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think there's a lot of validity to that, right? Is in having that time together. And I think oftentimes that performs more than just having a star-studded roster.
Yeah, not only the time, but also the experience that all these players field. I mean, you have world champions in Pancata and DGZ in other games. You have STK who's made deep runs as well in other games. So coming onto the stage, it's no shocker to me that they're performing at this high of a level. Yeah, they looked pretty bad in the offseason. I think they've surpassed everyone's expectations going into this, especially with beating a squad like EG. But I mean, they're the real deal, and Loud, they've made every single kickoff. I mean, there's only been one last year, right? But they made it, and I think the organization itself wants to do a repeat.
And you know, I would normally say, okay, maybe we're talking about Loud a little too much, too early. Maybe we're glazing a little bit too much. But they've looked dominant. And and you can say, okay, against EG, they're a weaker roster, you know, maybe whatever. But I think it was Mimi who mentioned it on the desk. This is the litmus test for them.
Yeah, definitely.
This is where we'll learn. Okay, where do they really slide? And so far, damn.
They look like contenders. They could be real good. And the proactivity and the changing of positions from this operator play from DGZ, it really leaves a team like Crew guessing. Gotta use utility or double peek. But it just feels like, I mean, if he hits that shot, you're down 4v5 again, right?
And him hitting that is not necessarily impossible. Kalamzine gets 2 with the ult.
Just a monster on Haven, Doug.
Yeah, and DG piling it on. Again, the kill onto Kesnet, too.
Yeah, so far in the head-to-head, DGZ has been up. But
I think he's won every single fight.
But it is so hard to attack on Jet on Haven when you're playing against the operator. You really are the guy that everyone's looking at to kill.
They clear the trip,
Last player
clear
standing.
some space, or at least attempt to.
Kawazine is clearing all of crew, Doug.
Yeah, how many? Does he have 12 kills at this point?
Listen, I'm telling you, in the offseason, I'm talking 20, 30 bombs on Haven.
Well, he's well on his way.
The only time they lost in the offseason was when he wasn't a presence in the server at all. It's going to be an uphill battle right now for crew, but I mean, it's always been, right? It's always been an uphill battle for crew. Every time you want to count them out, they come back.
They might want to pick that up. So that's going to happen this time. Op this time towards C, left alone. Nothing really to set him up on an angle or anything.
Yeah, no operator here either. They should have the info. So, looks like it will be an execute here. Drone to clear out all of short. But it doesn't matter.
And guess who? Kawazine again.
It's just disgusting. And then now you have to deal with the Cypher here as well, spamming from heaven.
Meanwhile, Pancada has taken all of this space in spawn.
This has been the impressive seesaw that we've been seeing from Loud so far.
Spike down.
Wait a second, though.
Clean shot out from Averso. Still a 3v2. And DG might be 3 by himself.
No. He's feeling it, Doug. He's feeling it on a different level right now with this operator. And we saw highlights of this when he was in VCT previously, but he looks like he's leveled up.
Yeah, he looks insane right now. 8-1. I think he's missed like maybe twice.
And it's the way that he's aggressive with the op too. I don't think we've really seen a player this aggressive with the operator in VCT. I can't really think of anybody coming to mind besides maybe like Tenth.
Kong would be my
but
guess.
I mean in NA.
Oh, in Americas, yeah. Sure.
I mean, we saw glimpses of Cryo kind of getting in that kind of motion, but not to this extent.
Look, and again, it just feels like they're spinning their wheels, man. It's like they cannot establish traction.
They're getting shut down everywhere. Like nothing is working at all, and now all of a sudden, Kawazine has an Odin spamming you through the wall in A main. It's got to be so frustrating for Kesnet.
That guy really hasn't had the opportunity to play.
Oh, it's the life of a Jet. I mean, sometimes you drop 30, sometimes you're the first one dead every single round.
I know exactly where.
That's a big pickup from Shy, though. He's been a real shining star in this B lurk area.
The only one.
Right? That drone clears out all of that A space. It will be a plant on B this time.
And this is winnable for crew.
Yeah.
They've got Mazino's ult. Oh, but they invested it really early.
And I think it missed as well.
No, I hit 2 people. They're going to try to skill up. Meanwhile, Meltzer's getting a kill back in spawn. That should open things up a bit. But they still have to contain, and that's going to be problematic. The advantage it looked like they had is now gone. No real utility for post-plan either. A smoke and a TP in, it's just going to be spammed. Do they face this? Do they try to take the fight?
Last player
A second tap, Tui's falls. Pancada in a position to make a play. Can he deliver? He cannot. Mazzino will get crew to 2.
A good post plant from crew. I like the proactivity. It got a little bit dicey there with the jet knives, but I mean, they got the job done at the end of the day. Mazzino coming up huge, and we've known him to be great on this map on that breach role. So his utility, it was really good early on.
I know I wanted to talk about DG and Kesnet at the beginning, and for good reason, but all that aside, I think another very serious part of this conversation has been Vinny up against Averso, right? These two tier 2 IGLs who were joining VCT. How are they going to adapt? How are they going to respond to some of the pressure in the big stage? And Vinny has looked great. Yeah. I think the calling from Averso, yes, in large part because Loud has been so suffocating, has been lackluster.
Yeah, and it's tough, right? Because sometimes it's not even the call. It's just phenomenal plays from the opposition.
Yeah, but that's the job of an IGL, man. You got to find a way.
Gotta try anything, right? So far, the success has been Shy being in the forefront, but he does get spotted here now. Man, he needs to be careful.
There's no real way out.
What a flush out!
They knew. As soon as DG spotted him, they pinged him out on the map. He had nowhere to go.
That was disgusting.
Note Tui's position here. In Cubby, down C long.
Yeah, he's deep. This 1v1 between him and Melzer is going to make or break the round for crew.
soon as he hears some of it too, he knows that's where the fight is, and that's likely the round for Crew. I think you're right.
That's so hard now. There's so many places to retake from a three-pronged approach.
Oh, the only thing is it may be a little bit slow on the reinforcements, but Pancata getting that kill onto Adverso too really just kind of secures the deal.
30 seconds left.
Wait a second.
Mazina 1v4. No shot.
Just not ready for Vinny. I mean, from the start to the end of that round, just the way that Loud are pushing and pulling on this map of Haven. When the A default comes through, you see Tui's taking all that space down long C. And then vice versa, right? When the C hit comes through, Vinny is pushing all the way through A, doubling up with Tui's. It's looking really good that the way Loud are approaching this map and taking space aggressively on the defensive side. So I think Crew, maybe a timeout, and you need to play a little bit more spread on the default, even when you're showing heavy presence on one side. You need to punish the other way.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about the fact that they hadn't invested a timeout yet.
I mean, they've invested into Shy for good reason, but he does get traded out this time.
Tui's taking a step back. Spike not committed. A turn of the flash and a swing onto Adverso.
They could just do no wrong right now.
With 7 bullets left, Tui's continues to push the matter. Looking for 4, will find it.
Spike down, C.
This would be a Kesnet round if he could pull it off, but it's in the cards, man. The stars are not aligning.
This is just a diabolical performance on this defensive side for Loud. Everyone has had a highlight reel game so far. I mean, keep in mind, this is only the first map. But every single player on Loud has hit a clip. Stand up. The stare down.
Last round of the half. Crew with 1 ult. You got Kesnet, who's close to Blades. That's really it.
I don't even remember the first Blade that Kesnet had.
I don't either. GG perched up.
Oh my goodness.
He's just gonna continue.
Cut it out, man.
Tries to hit the 3rd, and he does.
No way.
Teeing off on Crew. DG's in, take a bow.
They're giving him the ace dunk.
I mean, he's earned it. Might as well go find it. 50 HP, they tee him up with the flash.
They're trying to give it to him so bad.
Shy's gonna swing back into this. How patient are you?
He's got the trip there, he's waiting. He doesn't want to give the ace. He's playing to not give the ace right now, Doug. You understand this, right?
Shy, think about the fact that somebody can win an iBuyPower computer if you die to DGZ. Do it for the people. He might get a shot! He will deliver the iBuyPower ace. They're giving away a PC for the first ace of the week. Unfortunately, this was the second, so I lied to you guys. But they're also giving away a $100 Riot gift card and $100 in iBuyPower rewards after each ace. Follow at iBuyPower on social media. Watch these clips. I mean,
which one?
All 5.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, DG's back, and that's good for Americas.
Oh my goodness.
We're gonna throw it to a break and let that ace sink in. We'll be right back.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
Well, Loud dominated, Crew struggled in every which way you could spin it or put it, really. And that has us in this position, a 10-2 lead for Loud at halftime on Haven. Crew now going to the defensive side, which is statistically the least favorite side of the map.
Yeah,
and
on a 3-site map for sure.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room for hope here, Dre.
I mean, the only hope has so far been Shy. He's performed great individually, and he's gonna have to step up huge here on this defensive side, anchoring wherever he's at. But the problem is, you can't always guess right, and Crew are already guessing wrong. There are 4 members here for a flood, though. It's only DGZ now.
Well,
great entry.
That's a start.
Sheriff upgraded. Zeno taking the space. Ooh.
Just barely. Barely avoiding that.
The rotation so far from Crew, this pack mentality, it's been doing a really good job in this pistol round.
I don't think they're, never mind. I thought they weren't going to be expecting Pancata, but this has been a great pistol for Crew.
Yeah. The way that they maneuvered around the map, trusting Shy to just stay at A site the entire time.
Taken out.
There's one, though. There is a chance.
Many more to go.
Oh, Kesnet's taking his time. He's had enough.
Yeah.
Spike down.
You did have Vinny who's pushing up towards spawn, but cannot convert on the 1v3. Crew get the pistol.
Some life for Crew. And Crew on Haven, from what we saw last year, Doug, their retakes were very good. I think they have a good understanding of how to actually play and approach the site hits from the attacking side on this map. So it's very early on. I'm not saying they're going to do it, but if they are going to make a comeback run, it is going to be based off of this retake style. Nope. It's not like he was about to pop off.
A share for DG. Looks like the only real investment for the attack. And an outlaw in the hands of Kesnet.
Yeah, good lurk smoke here.
Yeah, he's good with it. Still finding value. This anti-eco looks really effortless. And that's what it was.
Yeah, it was clean.
Now
Everyone of Loud just walking in.
Now the game is afoot, though. This is where things really begin.
The problem I'm seeing here is DG Zine on that light armor buy, because Kesnet has an outlaw to his name. There's a lot of Guardians on the play, on the battlefield as well. So it's 2 shots of a Guardian, 1 shot to the body of an outlaw. It could get really scary if DG Zine, who's probably going to be the forefront of the attacking side, gets picked off early.
Yeah, you'd expect that to be the case. And that was where Kesnet really struggled in the previous half. You mentioned how difficult it is to be a Jet on Haven. And they're about to test it. Holy smokes, there's a lot here.
Double flash right off contact.
Just the shoulder, and that gives everything away. Colin able to settle, though. Trying to salvage. Spike within reach. And not all is lost.
What a great drone as well from Adverso.
Oh, you're swinging into this?
Damn.
Great awareness from Crew. Great discipline after getting those 2 picks A long. Not over peeking. Backing off. Playing the numbers game. Now this has to be a save unless Pancata can get something working. But I think Crew, they're playing smart right now. Leaving that C site. Playing it for retake. They have the trip in front B still. They have a trip in short. Everything is covered right now. I don't think Loud are going to go for this.
Is this the kind of map we're in for? Like back-to-back bonuses, back-to-back 10-2 halves?
I mean, yeah, we really might.
Quadruple OT.
It was such a beautiful trap play from Crew, honestly. Like, you draw these things up on paper.
And they never go as well as you expect them to.
No, I mean, sometimes you go 1 for 1, and like that was the trap, but getting a 2 for 1 and then getting out, not overheating to like try to grab a gun or something, playing the numbers game, that's what's so impressive from Crew. And now they're going on the hunt because their economy is flourishing. They're good. They got racks on racks after this.
Nothing to lose. Surprised they did not pursue the hunt.
They did get upgrades, though, in long. So all the Guardians that they had previously are all Vandals now. They're looking very healthy to make a comeback in this half. Even if Loud do win some rounds here and there, it's going to be a lot of buys for Crew. I mean, they probably have like 4 rounds they can buy in a row, even with losses.
Yeah, and Kesnet's in a position to have the op up here pretty soon.
Yeah, and no need to buy it in this round because everyone on Loud should be on light armor.
Right.
Take flight.
Oh, there are some buys. DG's in, invest full armor because of that Vandal carried on over. But there it is, that light armor pick. It's a free kill from Kesnet onto 2Es. And now you don't have to worry about that lurk of the Cypher anymore. Kesnet's reading into this rotation as well from Loud. I think he has a good intuition of...
I'm really surprised that he still thinks they're here.
Yeah.
They haven't seen anything else on the map. The Omen smoke was covering everything. Is that going to be enough to rotate them away?
It's a good stun. A brick of a drone is also great.
He's still there. They're not biting on this noise they're making A.
Yeah. Doesn't have to worry about Garage right now. A lot of teams, their down numbers on eco rounds, they will go towards that B side of the map. With the A space being cleared right now, Vinny is doing a good job of still showing presence.
Patience is a virtue, and it's been rewarded. I've never seen someone so stubborn.
30 seconds left.
3 for Kesnet. Still a rifle in play for Loud, but the spike's on the wrong side of the map. I mean, they showed a lot towards A to try to get him off of that, to try to manipulate rotations over.
And to be fair, they did. They got this. They got a couple players to focus mainly towards B. But when you have the trip still up in Garage, Kesnet doesn't have any other angle to look at. He's just going to hold the C line. He knows you're on light armor. And it's just a phenomenal job on the defensive side.
I'm surprised he didn't go A.
No need, man. No need. He trusts his Cypher utility on the A side.
Yeah.
It's honestly just textbook at that point. But that's a nice flick to hit regardless.
Oh, 1,000%.
Yeah.
30 seconds left. Spike.
I told you in the first half, Doug, you can never count Crew out. And just like that, Loud have called a timeout.
I've just been burned so many times.
I've broke so many times before.
Bro, I have trust issues because of this team. But I mean, again, they're putting together a comeback. There's still work to be done, but they're putting it together.
It's looking good. Both teams on the defensive side have been playing phenomenally. The rotations that we've seen from Crew so far have looked great. We already saw a retake that they've done on the pistol round look very good as well. And then, just like how Loud was getting a lot of those first bloods on their defensive side, it's happening for Crew. So they really haven't had to show a set retake on a gun round. They're basically just winning by the walk-ins that Loud are trying to do.
Yeah.
So I think Loud, they need to be a little bit more aggressive with their utility and really pushing Kesnet off or trying to identify where Kesnet is offing, which is tough because much like DG Zine, he's been just floating around the map.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, you mentioned it, but I do want to draw attention to it again. The situation just got more difficult for Loud. It's not an outlaw in the hands of Kesnet anymore. He's got that up. A fault line set up to give him the short A angle.
And with the Cypher being seen right there, you most likely know that the pack is geared up towards either C long or front B, and that's why you see 3 members of Crew right here just posted up. A great entry from DG Zine, and he's going to walk in. Cam sees him.
Couldn't find a way out. And so this really turns around on its head.
Yeah. Finally Loud have some space to breathe with.
Well, they had, and then they lost DG. And so now they don't have that explosive go.
They can still manipulate rotation, spread the defense thin, but this head-to-head right here, No one looking at Melzer. He gets a free 2-piece in garage, maybe a third.
Nice shot from Pancata.
But they know Melzer's here. He's the one that got the kills.
Paranoia, but it misses. Vinny wants to swing on this. But Melzer stands strong.
30 seconds
1v2.
left.
They had him dead to rights. Can Pancata save this round for Loud? He's healthy. Still in a position to grab the spike. Paranoia not connecting. They're going to go back into Kesnet. The smoke is off. The shot is not. Crew gets a 7.
A fast shot from Kesnet, but it was Melzer who was the star of this round. That close garage, even when you know someone's there, it's so hard to clear out. It's so tough. Like, Vinny knows he's there, but that corner, it's a little bit deeper than you think every single time you swing through. Great positioning in the mid-round from Crew once again. Even Shy, that was behind that double stack box, watching C Long.
They're broke again.
And the op is at A Long again, and he's going aggressive, Doug.
My ult's ready.
That was a messy jump spot.
Yeah, he got body blocked by DGZ. Unlucky.
Loud again on the back foot.
Yeah. What a first map. The controller head-to-head. Oh my gosh, the timing, Doug. C-side is wide open right now, and it's an upgrade. DG, if he gets 1 kill and plants the spike, he might be able to get those knives online.
Note Vinny's ult.
Whoa.
That's bold.
Jet knives pop from Kesnet.
That's going to give him a little bit more room to breathe. Tui's getting the best of Mizzino. Now Kesnet looking to swing around. The blades are blunted. This is kind of falling apart here. Verso's in really nice position, but a great shot from Vinny.
Just insta headshot. It's all up to Shy right now in a 1v4. But Loud.
Fucking killed.
Disciplined approach, doubling up.
And this situation, this Thrifty, is what evaded Crew in the first half. They never had this. And when you have such a big lead, it could just be that one Thrifty round that sets you over the edge.
And it was so unfortunate on the timing of Melzer. Pulling out the smoke to maybe smoke front B, delay, something like that. But he was left here on an island, and Pancata, his timing couldn't have been more perfect. What a trip. I mean, I think that if Tui's doesn't put that trip down, Kesnet definitely hits that right click. He couldn't believe the trip that he saw, and it just threw him off.
Yeah.
Right?
Got a little drama brewing here in LA. Timeout called by Crew. Off the back of that Thrifty. Again, it's worth repeating, the 10-2 half that Loud carried into this second half of Haven. It's a really comfortable insurance policy that you're sitting on there. Like, you know you can lose, and not that you want to, obviously, but you know you can lose a number of rounds and still have enough room. Yeah, you've got a great buffer. You're right.
It's kind of like that NRG game against Cloud9, where, yeah, it was a 10-2 half from the side of Cloud9, but it just wasn't enough, even though a comeback was made. You have to exert so much energy to make the comeback in itself.
You have to play perfect.
By the time overtime comes around, if you even get there, it's just exhausting.
Yep. I think the other concerning thing here for the crew is that all of the ults are starting to come together for Loud.
Yeah, and also that operator that Kesnet had in the last round was gathered by Loud, so now they have an attack side operator. It's on Pancata, though. It's not on DGZ.
Yeah, you imagine you want him dashing out onto the site. I do wonder how this will impact the round, though. Are they going to slow it down because they know they have an attack side op?
I think he's just going to try to peek out C off the timing of this garage split.
This does not look slow at all.
They're spamming the box.
This is danger. Shy's in a really good spot, only able to find one, though. Overwhelmed by the abundance of members of Loud.
It is a site, though, and Melzer is down, so this operator, you can get a lot of value here in this spot. There's no smokes to flush him out.
The Thrifty may have been Crew's demise.
Well,
This will be difficult for them to work their way back into, but Verso nipping at their heels, now position given away. The sun has been dodged. They've gained some space, but you have an op in a C-long post plant, forget it. They don't have any smokes to play around either.
Reach ult on top of it.
Time ticking away with every second that passes.
Jeez.
This becomes less and less likely. Kesnate able to scoop it up though, left into 1v2. A tap of the spike, do they try to double face? No. Outstanding discipline here.
And the CDO.
They played that post plant to a T, Doug.
Match point.
I mean, Pancata identifying that Melzer is out of the mix. He could post for free anywhere he wants. He could be C long, he could be up close in your face like that on plat. So hard to retake into. The numbers game not in favor for Crew in that moment with the trades in Garage. At Verso, he had a great Sova ultimate too to make it kind of an even playing field. But with your smoke and Senti going down, it's so hard.
Get out of my way.
They're gonna full send on to C here, aren't they?
Yeah, very decisive.
He stuck the Omen TP. The smokes are back there. They have fully committed onto this. Pancata holding it back by himself.
Here's the lurking Garage as well.
The writing's on the walls. It was a fake comeback. There was no way for Crew to really work their way back into this. Again, I have to go back to that thrifty round because that's where it all fell apart. They tried their damnedest. It just wasn't enough.
Trip there on top of it. And what a way to end this map with DG Zine taking out Kesnit, of all people. It seemed like from start to finish, he kind of had his number in this first map of Haven.
Yeah, by far, I would agree. There were a couple of kills that, you know, Kesnit was able to hit, but by and large, it seemed like DG had his number. A 13-7 win for Loud split up next, and that's a map that Loud played just a couple of days ago against EG. We'll see if they're able to find the same success. We will be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hola, aquí Adverso, soy IGL y estoy emocionado para que conozcan a mi equipo, Crew Visa. Primero tenemos a mi controlador, que es como el vino. Mientras más viejo se pone, mejor juega, más conocido como Melzer. Como segundo tenemos a mi centinela, la eterna promesa, el talento innato, más conocido como Chai. Y como tercero tenemos a mi Flex, uno de los mejores jugadores que ha tenido el Valorant, Masino. Y por último tenemos a mi duelista, el Dios en persona. Y el que no conoce a Dios, a cualquier santo le reza, que es Deus.
Welcome back, everyone. As we just saw, well, quite the matchup. An interesting game that we're going to dive into. Loud picks up the dub, but you know, it took a little while for them to get there over the finish line. A 10-2 half for them, but then after that, you started to see Crew begin to put things together here. Let's dive into this one, though, and talk about it, Ender, because it really did feel like on the defensive side, though, I mean, Loud shut down Crew.
Yeah, I mean, Loud just figured out that there was a huge hole in Crew's attacking plan, and that was A lobby control. In the first 6 rounds, Crew kept opening up into C or mainly into mid, and what it led to was these consistent walk-ups into A lobby that turned into multi-frags for Loud on repeat.
I got myself really excited to watch this Crew team because of the potential the roster had, but this attacking side felt like watching the same Crew we've seen for years and years, falling into the same pitfalls, right? Really heavy on contacting into space in the mid-round. Oftentimes, like, so reliant on that contact, and they're not using utility to clear common angles. Players like Cowanzine are then getting a million kills, and it just feels wild that we're in 2025 and it's the same comp and such similar errors happening in this style for Crew to lose that first map.
Yeah, and you know, I thought the big issue was, like, even after Crew called the timeout and realized, hey, we need to default open up into A lobby, round 7, 8, and 9, they got owned there. The first round, it's Cowanzine getting a 2K with his own ultimate. Then it's an eco round. Crew are kind of sloppily going into that space. They get shut down. And then immediately following, Cowanzine pulls out the Odin, drills Kesnet through the wall. It's like, okay, I guess that round is just cooked from the get-go again. It seemed like they didn't ever figure out how to play that early round default to win over that space, and that's going to be something that if they're playing Haven in the future, they have to solve.
And you were seeing it snowball, right? It was getting really bad as the rounds are going forward, and even like simple protocols as well that you would imagine you'd pick up, right? Check your corners, right? Drone didn't check the left, why don't you check the left? But no one was doing those things.
It's a new team. You expect some of these things to happen, but at the same time, I think you can discount those little mistakes, but you have to look at those macro errors. And the way that they
disagree. I disagree that you expect that to happen, not on Haven when they're playing the oldest comp in the book, and not when they're playing the oldest map in the book. Like, A lobby control as a default is like one of the most understood.
I'm not talking about A lobby control. I'm saying that's egregious. I'm saying what's like kind of forgivable is like maybe someone forgets to check a corner because they're used to another teammate checking. Those things happen, but that big of an issue, I think, speaks to a deeper problem for Crew map 1 here.
Yeah, but you know, one player who didn't have an issue in that first half was Digizin, because my guy was snapping. I mean, the amount of times that he had found Kesnet in the air as he was trying to updraft for information, he just popped him, you know, right in the face. It was so well executed by Digizin, but on top of that, I just was not expecting Kesnet to not really get activated in this game the way that he did, considering, you know, it's Kesnet, right? It's a Kesnet show all the time.
Well, really, it was, you know, a lot of those early fights just going the other way. I mean, when Digizin is 15-2 at the half, like, Kesnet's not going to be having a good game. Sorry, guys.
And it's so similar to what we saw in the game against EG for Loud. This defensive side did such a good job of getting that off up on Digizin early and funneling the opponents into his lines, and he was just super effective. Every time he was up against an execute, he was getting 1, 2, 3 kills with the operator, and not enough time for his team to rotate in.
Yeah, I will say that in the second half, once Crew started getting some rounds, the one thing they were doing actually quite well is they kept finding these consistent picks on the individual players of Loud in mid, whether that was a Cypher or even Digizin's Jet looking for some space there. Like, I think Kesnet was a guy that found a couple of those. So once they were on the defensive side themselves and able to play that side of the map, they were still finding those angles. It's just really their attacking side where they did not have the answers to that A space.
Yeah, you lose 10-2 on your attacking side on Haven, and 99% of the time you're losing that map. I think it was just kind of cooked from the approach on the onset in that first half.
And we all know that Valorant's the type of game when once that snowball starts to develop, it's really, really hard to reverse course on that, right? But hey, you know, Crew did the best that they possibly could given the circumstances that they kind of put themselves in going into the second half. But now they have to look forward here. And we have Split coming up next on the radar. So what should we be expecting? What should fans be looking forward to here at Split, Mimi?
Well, we saw this map the other day from Loud, and this is one of the ones where they were bringing out the newfangled stuff. We saw the oldest comp in the book on Haven. Now we're going to get to see Breach Tejo, and it looked really good. Watch out on defensive side, yet again, for Digizin off when he's on that raise. That was super effective, and some of their early plays for actually fighting for the extremity control with those super powerful initiators.
I think Split is a map where you can play a lot of different agents in the moment too, so I would expect Crew to have a very different read coming into the second.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating without a doubt, but for now, they'll send it over to the coach of Crew, Coach Adam, to hear what he has to say going into map 2.
I am joined by Adam before they head into map 2. I have to ask, you started really strong in the second half, but ultimately couldn't close it out. What do you think was preventing the team from finding the winning result?
I think it's the same thing that prevented us to start the match as we were supposed to. It was hard for us to find, to play out as our standards, with the quality that we are used to play. I think it's also a lot of because of the first match, because of the new team. It's a really new roster for us. But I believe that the team is feeling better. Like those rounds in defense were pretty good. Like the team finds itself with more momentum, and I think that we are going to play better speed.
Awesome. For second map, is it going to be a shutdown Digizin focus, or more just on the team, what the team needs to do, and focus on Crew?
Yeah, I think it will be a lot more based on us, on how we do things, and what we have to do to win the match.
All right, Adam. Good luck in the second map.
All right, and of course, Coach Adam, they're talking about the pace that we were seeing of Crew in that last game, but also, you know, I think it's safe to say that, you know, Crew starting out this way, right? I always like to think about the first pancake, you know what I mean? You know, when you make pancakes and you pour into the skillet and you get the first one, it's not that good, right? I mean, it's good. You're still going to eat it.
Is it? Can you mess up a pancake?
Oh,
you can mess up. The first pancake's always bad.
Yeah, you always mess up the first pancake.
I don't make a lot of pancakes.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. But the reason why I'm saying this is I think that's the attitude that Coach Adam is having here. It's like, hey, you know what? Boys walked out to the stage. They hadn't played together on this stage yet. First pancake, they made a mistake. Okay, let's see what happens in map 2. Problem is, what happens if we get into map 2 and it's still the same problem? That's what I'm worried about.
Well, look, honestly, like coming into the second map, as much as he says they're going to be focusing on themselves, Loud played this map already, so they've definitely watched the VOD having the bye. It's not like they had to prepare for multiple teams coming into this week. That's an advantage we haven't really talked about, but I think is absolutely there when Loud are dipping into that same map. So when they're on their attacking side against Loud's defense, they'll know that, hey, Vinny has some of these like fake util ideas. Loud are going to try to get those contact walk-ups. We were talking in the pre-show how they did those walk-ups on Split. Yeah. Well, you just saw a full game example of them contacting up into a lobby. So they know this is the style of Loud. They know Loud want to creep on you and then hard stack on the other side of the map. So I really don't want to see them get caught off guard by that again.
Yeah, I also do really wonder what comp they're going to play. I was definitely a little disappointed to see such an old comp last time, but I'm hoping for something new. I'm hoping for the Tejo, but excited to see what Crew has for the second map.
Yeah, we want to see something new. We want to see some whimsy. Let's go ahead and send it to a quick break. When we come back, we're diving into map 2.
Second map on the cards here, split between Loud and Crew. The first map went heavily in the way of Loud, but now the opportunity to settle things down and try to equalize some of that footing. Dre, a map that Loud has already played. What did you see on Loud Split?
I mean, I saw DGZin going absolutely, monstrous. That's about it, but there's not enough data for that team on this map with this composition for me to confidently say that they can beat a team like Crew, who's been playing this comp since last year, and it's very consistent for them. I've seen Kesnet have some really good moments on the raise as well, and Shy on the Cypher, the double controller can really delay a lot of that fast-paced aggressiveness from Loud's composition.
A little Tejo action. I think Loud showed a couple of interesting ways to combine some of the Tejo util with the Breach util to create some space for DG to go.
Yeah.
And so we'll see if they're able to replicate some of that.
The problem is you have to deal with trips, you have to deal with the Omen Paranoia, Raze Nade, Viper Smoke, Mollies. It's like this composition from Crew is what, honestly, Sentinels brought to light and was really dominant on for a long time in North American Valorant. So, taking a page out of their book, and they've made it look good, like I stated in the past. So, I think it's going to be a tough one for Loud, but they do start on the defensive side. If they can get things rolling like they did on Haven, if you get a big buffer, anything is possible, right?
So they did this against EG. Full ghosts and sheriffs. No armor or anything like that.
Not too much utility.
No. Want to be really aggressive on this defensive side.
And with Pancata being the only person here, this Viper Smoke can put a lot of doubt into the minds of the defense of Loud. Will be smoke for smoke in this moment. But already, just that presence alone takes the Breach all the way back towards that B site, and now the Raze, right? Now mid is a little bit more open for Crew.
They're toggling the Viper or B, and that's drawing so much attention. They have 3 people looking over there. They have a stun setup from Vinny, and then they have 2 facing it. They have to re-clear it. That's exactly what they do in Universal Falls.
Oh, and mid wasn't gathered either from the side of Crew.
Yeah, they played this one a little bit too long. I liked what they were doing, but they kind of overstayed their welcome.
This trade would be huge, though, if DG falls right here.
Nice
It's
shot.
not going to. It's Mazzino who falls instead. Look
Nice
at him getting
fucking
out, too.
shot.
He knows. They could have crept close. Good awareness. And proactivity now towards the other side of the map. I mean, Loud have been playing this defense on both maps so far. Really good in terms of macro, Doug.
They do tend to have a pretty aggressive style. Vinny in a great position with DG over his shoulder. Brothers in arms and kills found. Pancata settles it, a flawless round for Loud.
And what's so impressive is the timing of the aggression, right? Not re-clearing B main while there was, what, 2-3 players of Crew in there. But as soon as they understand that there's a pivot towards mid, okay, now let's go take the 1v1 on anybody who's inserted B main. Clear it out. At the very least, if no one's there, we have all that info. We could start leaning more heavy towards mid or A. It's, like, they look good right now, Doug. Like, even just the way that they're approaching the strategy, the macro, it looks so good. Can they handle this, though?
This was another really good setup. They ran this against EG a number of times. They put the 2 Tejo salvos over the top of the Breach stun, and there's really nowhere to go. You can try to dodge around it. You just have to give up all that space.
Spectre upgrade for Kesnet. Getting the plant down is really good for Crew.
Halfway to his ult. Chooses to wield the Sheriff for now.
Yeah.
He's waiting around for the challenge, and there it is. You see DG satcheling through, Kesnet feeling his time running out. Somehow stays alive longer than expected, but does ultimately fall. A little bit of damage dealt. 2 Bulldogs carried over.
All I'm saying is, if Kesnet's feeling it today with that Sheriff, I mean, he had a good chance of getting 2 kills right there. I mean, he could have brought that to a 1v1, but that is not the case so far in this map. And although it was a little bit costly for Loud, they do end up saving 2 Bulldogs and a Spectre in the next round.
This is that really cool stun setup that we were talking about at the beginning of the round. And they've done it a couple of different ways. They can stagger both of them, like one in Cubby and then one back towards the exit. The other time they've done it back to ropes, so you're removing exit points.
Yeah.
And it was very effective against CG.
And surely if they do it again, you know that they understand that Shy had a blind spot in that whole moment. He got a free kill with the Classic. He wasn't stunned or hit by the salvo. So it might get adjusted, like you said. It's going to be a heavy focus on mid right now for Loud early on in the round.
Is this very similar? Again, a heavy aggression down towards mid for Loud. As you were saying, they've sent 3 down here.
Yeah, it is their bonus. If they could convert this round, they could get a real head start again. This time not peeking a little bit too deep with the core. Wanting to come back and have some backup for 2Es here.
It's such a delicate push and pull that they're playing. They're trying to funnel them into B, where all of their Sentinel utility is.
Drone for drone in mid, but
It didn't sack him. It didn't see him.
He's not Crew are just not clearing these angles out. But that pick on the back B from Melzer, that makes Loud have to compensate. Pancata is on an island, Doug.
Well, he's in a really good position, and again, I don't know that they know he's here. The previous utility didn't look for him. A second glance, a kill found. Is there any help? No. He's able to get his, though.
It's a great trade. The thing is Vinny does have this fault line set up for any type of contact here, but Crew, they're maneuvering around this utility so well right now.
30 seconds
Everybody
left.
going back towards B main. They're going to have this site for free.
Remember the damage that Kawanzin was able to do with the Bulldog and the bonus of Haven.
That's a great shout.
In a position to strike again.
And he has the rockets online too. It could be enough to delay the plant. But they're all leaning towards A. They have no idea. It was a gamble from the side of Loud.
10 seconds left.
The spike is planted for free.
Yeah, which I think is fine to just play retake. You gamble, and if you're wrong, you're wrong. And you play retake. That's exactly what Loud will have to do here.
Yeah.
Kawanzin taking an approach by himself.
And he has to be the forefront. He has the Phantom.
And this is where I think Deho is at his best, to be honest, is in retaking from a different angle, applying pressure. He's got to win this gunfight, though, and he can't.
Yeah.
Now a 4v2. Just a Stinger, Spectre, excuse me, in the hands of DG. Vinny falls with him. Crew get around.
Good job from Crew getting the necessary opener and the necessary trade in mid. If Pancata gets 2 there in that spot, that's absolutely criminal. Kesnet, he was on point with those shots, and the spam right here onto 2Es, that really opened up the entire map.
One enemy remaining.
For Crew to just walk around and do what they want.
I think the other big thing, as we check in with Argentina, always love to see things like that. The other big thing that Loud were able to leverage to their success was having an op in the hands of DG last time they played Split. And here it is, 4th round of the half, and he's got it. He's not really in a position to use it, though. Has to satchel away with Kesnet not far behind him. Rocket popped. A little bit of misfire there.
It's okay, the members of Loud were already so far back. He got the space required for the plant. Now, how do you approach this retake when your Raze has an operator? You don't have the satchels even to get out. He had to use them to dodge getting killed by Kesnet. Proactivity, though.
It'll slow things down. Very nicely handled by Crew.
The perfect moment, too.
I love that play. Melzer has to be careful here.
He's got to settle the shots, Doug.
2 swinging around him. They understand there's pressure. Kesnet, though, arriving with help. And not a moment too soon. DG has to save the op. That's a round for Crew.
Yeah, beautiful round on top of it. The approaches from Crew on this attacking side have been way more methodical than the attacking side of Haven. They look a lot more comfortable running this double controller comp. I mean, Kesnet and Raze, they go in tandem. Cool proactivity too. Adverso calling for that flash and spawn to get a free kill before the retake breach utility can get set. And that's something I think you're going to see a lot more from Crew. They understand that a big success of Loud with this composition that they're running is just flooding in with all the utility, right?
Oh, this looks like the breach setup. The breach setup with the missiles, and then putting him in a position to have an op line, but there's no one A.
Yeah, and with the cam being there, getting broken, you have the info now. That's why you see the dog prompting up mid. Now for Crew, Adverso, he understands no one's in mid, but that smoke going up, you have to invest a little bit more. And again, it's just been this very, very cautious, methodical approach from Crew.
I must wait a moment.
Break of the cam. No speed up, though.
Just sniffing things out.
Yeah, and now they heard the breach fault line as well.
That flash will be good. 2Es gets back. Stays alive for a little bit longer. Oh, the swing is punished. Vinny not able to connect on the second. Pancata couldn't either. All of a sudden, those sheriff shots not connecting the same way.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Maybe feeling a little bit of the pressure now is Loud.
That's not pressure, bro. That's those are hard shots to hit with the Sheriff when he's hopping around like that.
When he's not looking at you.
Yeah, those are the hardest ones,
That's the hardest one, always. But yeah, I think Crew have approached this attacking side at their own pace. I think Loud are having to react to a lot of the space that Crew is taking. But the problem is, with Loud's composition, when you use that Breach utility or if you use that Tejo utility, it kind of makes it obvious of where the pieces are. Adverso is calling a really great attack side split right now with this double controller comp.
The silver lining here for Loud is that that's 2 rounds now where they've been able to keep the op. They've been able to save it. And when you consider how heavy of an investment that is and how success has been hard to come by for them, that's notable.
The thing is, against this composition that Crew is running, it can be so hard to get these entries. You really have to, you know, get really aggressive or catch them off when they're walking in. Because, you know, you have the Viper Lurk smokes on B. You have the Cypher utility on A. You have Sky, which has, what, 2 flashes and a dog to sniff you out. Even a Roomba. There's so much that Crew can do to sniff out where DGZine is opping from.
Well, he's opping from B, and that's where they are.
That Roomba, the dog should spot him here. Yep. Looking straight at him. And he gets stunned, Doug.
He might die to the spam. He might die to the spam.
He needs to get out of there.
Flirting with fire.
But how, like, you see how hard it is to get anything going with this operator?
Yeah. And that was, I mean, to be fair, that was a pretty dry, there was nothing really to set DG up. He was just on the angle by himself. And so maybe they have to be a little bit more intentional about how they're positioning the op.
That's a great point. A trip and this reach stun will get the kill onto Vecino.
Yeah, the spike is down.
That's interesting.
How much do they try to hold this here? You've got Crosshairs trained on it, but the spike rotating away.
Yeah, 40 seconds left. Still a trip up in mid. DGZ, and he does have that A line with the operator.
Yeah, but if they flood him in through ropes, that's going to be much harder to hold.
Yeah, he's got to back up. That's what he's doing.
30 seconds left.
He hears the drops into vent.
He's going to get a shot at it. He never even had that shot the first time, but he makes it work the second time around. 19 seconds left. The spike is still sitting up in heaven.
And rockets are online right now.
Melzer has to scoop this up and get out.
Can he get the plant in time, though?
10 seconds left.
And now they're going to have to deal with the rolling thunder. That's going to delay it a little bit longer.
He's got to stick it.
No real choice. Now with the salvos in his face. Gets the spike down, pays for it. With Shy dying, now Melzer left in a 1v3. He's done well to get this far. But can he put him away? Waiting for the challenge. Loud not playing aggressively. There's the first drop. There's an even better snap. Still more work to be done, though. Standing in the line of fire.
Oh my God, Doug.
As he tries to creep forward. The camp will help! Oh, he's just 1 kill short. Very well handled by Vinny.
And heartbreak for Crew. That was so close. He played that to near perfection, Doug. Melzer, we've seen him be so clutch for Crew in the past, especially on that Omen roll. It was so close. The transfer, it was just on his neck. A centimeter away.
Okay, no sure.
Into the 7th round we go.
And no operator in play either.
Nope.
Money's not looking too hot. You have 2Es on a Guardian light armor. Vinny, he couldn't even buy an upgrade for armor. He had to buy his teammate a gun.
Kesnet. A flash, a little late, a little off.
Yeah, a little too deep.
Oh, he's gonna continue. He's gonna try anyway. That's 3 on the round for DG.
1 enemy remaining.
The rocket might not even find any value, but it's not gonna matter.
All that space in mid was gathered instead.
Tragedy of errors off of that flash, and DG punishes.
Yeah, just a little bit of a mistake from Zeno in back-to-back rounds, right? In the previous round, he walks up a little too far, gets hit by the trip. This time around, the flash was a little bit too late. Didn't really pop around the corner either. Ends up team flashing Melzer.
Right. And it's just like a micro flash for DG.
Yeah. Yeah, it literally helped DG out more than anything.
Yep.
Nice shot from Shy.
Shy, I mean,
No,
Shy has been crispy.
He's been great. Loud should win this round.
30
despite
seconds
being
left.
down in mid. Money is still good.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, they should.
They should?
They should, man. You just never know anymore, right? Some of these players aim, it's just unearthly.
10 seconds left.
But Loud, they've answered back off of the mistakes of Crew. And this is good for their composition because when you're running against the double, sometimes triple lurk threat that Crew can run with their composition, it can be very hard on the defensive side. You're kind of limited on what you can do, especially with the aggressive plays. This time, DGZ getting really ahead of the curve there in that vent area. A lot of other players would back off, but him just being alone, taking those swings, it was enough to catch Crew off guard.
4th highest rate.
Interesting.
Shout out my Colombian GOAT. They've been very good about including him, in the game plan from the beginning.
These high GLs playing Tejo looks so good. Mitch, Vinny. So gathered.
They wanted to take that fight.
Great spam back from Averso.
Kesnet able to get healed back up. They've gotten out onto A.
And they've still got that Armageddon as well, Doug.
They're going to try to reflank this through ramp.
You could really bomb the entire site right now if you're Loud, but
there's a lot of room to play around it. A 1-for-1.
That's the breach dead as well.
Crew's still with the advantage, and they have the pit they can play behind. Can you imagine maybe that's where the ult goes?
Good spam.
DG now down, and the question becomes, do you even bother?
No, not anymore.
Couple members weak on the side of Crew, but they're cutting their losses.
Something I want to point out that was very, very micro from the side of Loud, specifically Pancata, is while that whole retake was in effect, he was watching Vent the entire time, waiting for Shy.
They're expecting that lurk.
Yeah, they're waiting for the mid lurk this time around, though. Shy was with the main pack, or even it could have been Melzer doing a reflank in mid after getting pushed off by that drone. But clearly they're worried about that late flank. Good but risky spam back. I didn't even see him.
I missed that one.
I didn't even see him.
About there.
That was actually insane.
And so this map continues to go back and forth, tied at 4 apiece. As we start the 9th, Kawanzine still has that ult. They've been playing behind this wall.
There's a setup right here, Doug.
Got a stun. They have
Breach.
an Astra Star here.
And Tejo is ready as well with his rockets. Now he's looking the other way, but wow, that's such a cool idea, using it to get Mizzino off of the dog.
Cam cleared. Not a ton of space gathered mid.
Yeah, it's all the little things right now.
Most of the Sentinel utility is towards B with the majority of the Loud stack.
Proactivity right now. The split is coming in.
They're going to find A heaven, or B heaven, excuse me. And they're going to find it empty.
Great nade, Pancata, he's stuck. He's dead.
They've invested the ult, but again, they're just really able to sidestep. They don't have to commit to this, but now that they're getting all the kills, they can accelerate.
What a split. A telestrator round for sure.
That was a beautiful round, you're right.
Yeah, that was gorgeous.
It's such a delicate little push and pull there.
Even just Shy, just living the walk up into heaven, dodging everything. And PGZ, do what you must, but you got absolutely finessed this round.
A truly gorgeous round by Crew.
That's one of those where you're Loud, you can't even say anything bad. You're just like, yo, we got outplayed.
Kesnet with his rocket. Mazzino close to his ult. A much more competitive first half.
Still the DG show, though. I mean, he's sitting at 11 kills.
There was that nade that you were mentioning. Pangata had nowhere to go.
And he has to get that smoke out in time to help the anchor in sight. He's just stuck because of that aggressive trip that Shy puts.
Most of Loud A.
I must wait a moment.
Vinny, the only one who's B.
Yeah, and it is the breach that Crew have seen. So with this information relayed to Adverso, I do wonder what he's calling, but it's going to be an outlaw posted up on him.
Just waiting for the swing.
Good stun play off the cam. Now Crew think that there might be a Cypher here as well, but the problem with Loud is they're biting on that.
They don't have a ton of mid space. I mean, you've got a deep trip up in heaven.
Doug, the setup that Loud had from the start of the round, had they not moved, would have been perfect. They're getting too antsy. They just all rotated to B after that utility was shown. They had an A stack from the start of the round. They didn't trust the process.
There's going to be a lot on Tui's shoulders here. He's the only one at back A.
This should be an easy round win now for Crew.
They've even invested the ult.
Yeah. Secure the round even further. Why not? A very bad rotation from Loud. You're already on the back foot. You might as well just commit to the setup.
Well, they're going to try this retake with a rifle in the hands of Kanzin and a little bit of utility. Namely in the back of Vinny. That's a second ult invested. Crew are really putting a lot behind this.
You do not want to get thrifted.
Positions flushed out off of the salvos, kills traded. Kesnet with 2 with the outlaw. Vinny's able to punch back at least a little bit, but Crew will get to 6.
The setup was perfect from the start of the round from Loud. But the call in the mid-round to rotate off of what was seen with the Cypher cam still not being broken and having all that info on B main, that was a huge mistake. They ended up paying for it dearly. Yeah, they baited out some ultimates, but this is such an important round for Crew. That's why the Showstopper was invested. That's why the Sky Dogs were invested.
Loud call a timeout. Still the opportunity to salvage the half.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, I think 4 rounds with this composition that they're running on the defensive side is pretty solid, man.
I think one of the things that was so successful for Loud, as we saw in the beginning of this half, and then to go back to Haven, is how proactive they were in taking space away on the defense. We haven't seen that in a little while, Dre.
Yeah, and the problem is this map is just it's too long. It's too wide, right? The rotations take a little bit too long, so if you do decide to take some space at A or even B main.
Yeah, sure.
It's the way that Crew's comp is made is to find out where you're being aggressive and then go the other way, or take space at least in the other way. So it's that push and pull that we always talk about, but it's just so much easier to do because you beat the defensive rotation timings off of the default.
2 ops on the board. It's DG and Kesnet.
Yeah, go figure.
And they're both here.
Yep. But this breach stun, it shouldn't hit Kesnet in this spot that he's holding.
He used this nade to buy some space.
He had a chance. Kesnet had a chance right there to take out DG. He shot. That stun wasn't going to hit him.
And so the first op battle, or at least the first round of the op battle, goes down with a whimper.
Yeah.
But we have a second shot here. Kesnet goes up a little bit further, and DG repositions back towards heaven.
Yeah. And I will say, so far in this half, DG, with the operator, has taken a shot somewhere and rotated to the other side of the map. So I don't know if Crew are going to still expect him to be here.
Oh. The wall, the only thing keeping those 2 apart.
And he's making a lot of noise, too. They know someone's in sight, for sure. No dog to be used here. Maybe a paranoia in back sight to take off DG's.
Maybe. Vinny's in a good spot to help, though. They haven't entirely left him alone. And now the op goes back into the hands of Melser. We've been robbed of the opportunity. He's got to try to get up top, but he couldn't.
Double op in play.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Committing to the plant. And now another attempt at a retake for Loud. Utility out. Valentine on the swing.
Grenade is live.
Great stun. Very well done. Knew exactly where Shy was. Adverso trying to respond fire with fire. He's able to find one, but that's it. Members of Loud are starting to creep closer and closer, and all of a sudden they have a numbers advantage, and they all fall apart. Kawanzin gets 3. That was a numbers down retake that worked out for Loud.
Yeah, and Kawanzin, he was the MVP of this round for me. I mean, the utility was perfect. Flushing out Shy, using the stun to even kill him, and then just being a thorn in the side of Crew when he's coming out of A main right there. That was a sick retake.
I missed if DG had satchels there. He popped the ult, but couldn't really get away. And so now into the last round of the half. Again, the op still in play for the defense, including Vinny's ult.
Yeah. And that Astra Wall as well, which we haven't really seen get value so far in this half. I think Pancata has held on to it. So that could also be used to isolate certain angles on the retake.
Another trap setup. That's a deep orb. They've got to know there's something there. And yep, that's confirmed.
Good info.
Fully
Good
committing
reach
onto
ult.
this, but where's the follow-up? Is there a fight behind it? Kesnet was really far up, but do they flood?
Gosh, Zeno's stuck.
A barrage of utility towards main. A flash off the turn. Kawanzin not able to steady. Falls. And it's a persistent approach. Vinny's in a really good spot. Do they know? They know! Vinny not able to get the second. Meltzer responds in kind, now left alone in a 1v2. He's got the spike, he's got time. He can play this so many different ways, Dre.
Can he do it? He failed last time.
Spike plant.
Surely this would make up for it. Another 1v2 opportunity.
Still has a paranoia to play around, but he's got to guess with it right, and he doesn't. Off the swing of the smoke, he tries to look down low, gets one, but not the second.
5 HP.
Dude.
It was so close again. He's trying his best. It's just not enough.
Switching sides.
A 6-6 half. Loud coming back. It looked like Crew were in the driver's seat this entire attack side. But it all just slipped away.
120 onto 2Es. That's a tough way for that to go. Tied at 6. We're going to take a break. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Okay.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Back into the action we go. Again, a 6-6 half between these two squads. An entirely different story from what we saw in Haven. I think this feels far more well-matched, Trey.
Yeah, 100%. I think we saw a lot of Crew playing at their own pace on this attack side, but the problem here is on the defensive side, you're not able to really control the pace of the game. So how are they going to deal with the onslaught of this double initiator, Tejo Breach composition. Are they ready for it? We haven't seen enough data of them playing against it to know.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see a lot of this, like double satchel into Mail with the stun and the salvos and an Astro Smoke behind.
Yeah.
Back towards stairs that, again, was very effective against EG.
I will say, though, Loud, last time against EG on their attacking side, only won 2 actual gun rounds.
Yeah, it was tough sledding.
Blinded.
Again, a full ghost setup for Loud.
Careful with this proactivity here. The numbers game is not in your favor.
No, trying to tuck behind the cage. That was enough damage to dissuade. 15 HP for the Duelist.
Yeah. Mazzino buying full utility, though, should be able to heal up both those members up to full. Melzer and Kesnet will be healthy for the retake onto B.
Are they going to be here in time? That smoke will provide some cover. Kesnet's still here. Remember, he used that nade earlier in the round, so he doesn't have it here. But I mean, this mad dash back B has worked. Everybody's here. A 5v5 pistol all huddled up on the site proper. Shy getting the first. Pancada's trying to creep around. Very nice snaps onto 2. Make that 3. Left in a 2v2. Vinny trying to do a bit of the same, and he will. That's another pistol the way of Loud.
I like the idea of Crew trying to get the fast blood, but this is why Loud invests so much in the Sheriff, in the Ghost, in these pistol rounds. They're so mechanically talented, and it shows in rounds like this. And Pancada getting the 3rd here is ridiculous. Melzer had no chance.
Yeah, 3 kills there. 2 of them were one-shot head taps.
Oh. I think I know what he said.
Damn.
I'm not going to guess.
Fighting words, Doug. Fighting words. Just like against EG, Crew, Loud do win the pistol round.
I believe that's 3 of 4 on the series so far.
Great nade. Kesnet's going to take a little bit of chip damage. He's still alive, though. It is a stack here. All 5 members of Crew.
Is there enough that Loud will see to confirm that?
Yeah, they sniff something that they don't like. They got a whiff of something bad. Something fishy going around here, Doug.
Pancada hasn't really taken a ton of space back B.
Yeah.
That was interesting, though. There was a star back in their spawn, in Crew's spawn. So they were trying to play something around Heaven. It just didn't work out. Star's now repositioned. Salvo's out. Mazzino dead. And again, for Crew, they're fast on the rotates. They're getting here ahead of it. This time, they just don't really have the guns.
Oh,
excuse me?
I think he got the kill right before the stun hits him, but...
Yeah, I guess.
But still.
Can't use that yet. 1 enemy remaining. 30 seconds
Nicely done by Loud, slowing down the round there. Even in a numbers advantage to secure it. Get the kills they need. Melzer's left by himself.
And Mazzino, he just didn't expect DGZ to be posted up in mid. Usually it's the Raze that's with the pack there. Maybe thought that rotating through vent would be free. But this is just an anti-eco for Loud. A really good job from Vinny to identify that it could have been a stack towards that A site. And Pancada taking all that B main space at the proper timing too. But let's see. Here's where Loud failed in this next round against EG. They couldn't win the bonus round. And after that, they kind of just got stumped. A good exit kill there onto Vinny. Yeah, and that gun couldn't get gathered by Tui, so good damage done for what, a 2v5?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Mazzino just getting taken out. He was not ready for that deposit right there, especially because it's a Raze.
I do question, though, with how Crew have been rotating and really getting ahead of the play as often as they have, they just haven't had the guns to fight back. And so my question is, when they do have guns, how will those go?
That could be very bad for Loud.
The 2 Astro Stars set up across the middle of the map, one towards Mail and one towards Ropes, giving them options on if they choose to play there, which way they can go.
Wow.
That's so well read by Shy.
What a good one-way in camera as well. And it's still not broken, so he has infinite info. As long as this is up, Crew do not really have to worry about this B main area that much.
There's that cam.
Finally gets taken out, but
that'll draw the spit.
Yeah.
And the rotate.
And the omen smoke.
Yeah, 3 close by.
Yeah, you can't go B anymore. This is locked down.
Yeah, crazy what clearing Cypher util does, huh?
Yeah.
Do they freeze here?
You have to make presence somewhere else. You have to show something, some kind of signs that you're going A. Because right now, Crew have no reason to rotate off their positions.
No. The flash mid.
Great cam, though. If Melzer can back up here, that rotate won't make it in time, so it should be a numbers game on the actual B site right now.
Oh, but they've been ahead of it again every time, and this is no different. Kesnet getting one, Adverso still here. Shy's not even checked.
Spike down B.
An absolute stuffing right now.
Left.
B site is shut down. A flawless round from Crew. Dealing with the bonus very well. And it all started with Shy's setup. That camera got so much info, so much value, the one way on top of it to convert a kill. The follow-up utility from Adverso. Not enough presence shown from Loud on the opposite side of the map.
Oh, the one way again, man. It's always the toes. Who gets them every time. Vinny with the bulldog. Melzer, be careful, son. There's a lot here. DG pushing forward. He just wasn't able to get out.
Scout destroyed.
Still 3 members of Crew here, so they're more than willing to fight these angles. Maybe try to even out the numbers a little bit. I say that, but Tui somehow settles onto Mazzino. Numbers the way of Loud, but Kesnet, he's ahead of this, Doug. He's already rotated towards B Heaven.
This has always been the case, but even with that, you're down numbers. So even being ahead of this in rotations, you still only have 2 guns here.
You still have a trip up though as well, and you have a flank in mid.
Oh, if they try to rotate out, this could be disaster.
Oh, Adverso.
He's in a really good position, but his crosshair's looking the wrong way. Deals some damage, not finding lethality.
Just brutal.
Shy turning the flash, trying to snap back, and he can't.
Everything on Kesnet at this moment. He has a Vandal.
It's a 1v4, but they are weak. That's 1, and that's all it'll be. DG with 3 as Loud get to 9.
These rounds are so close, Doug. Just milliseconds away from getting these kills. I mean, the flank from Adverso, he connects on the headshot with his first bullet, but I guess just Vandal Phantom moment. Yeah. And then here, right, as well for Shy. He had the one up, but just couldn't get a headshot onto DG. Like, these are round-changing kills that could have gone the way of Crew. That's how close this game is.
Loud win the round, and they're still in a weird buy situation. Light armor on a couple of members. Meanwhile, you take a look at the ults for Crew, and they're starting to peak at the right moment.
Wow, both trips broken from that util and spam.
The drone out, looking for a tag, not going to find anything.
Yeah, sees one Heaven. You saw some spam trying to break that cam. Finally gets taken down. Kesnet will rotate because of that. But that deep spawn smoke. I mean, Kesnet's just face checking it if you look at the minimap, but that's not even where the fight is actually happening. Vinny, the breach, just took all of mid by himself with some Astra utility.
Yeah, that was the smoke that we were talking about a couple of rounds ago.
Yep.
That just makes the Heaven push on A so much more threatening.
I'm surprised Kesnet is face checking that as well. That is so risky. A greatly timed molly.
Melzer playing the smoke. He's going to get challenged, and he's going to get the best of Pekkada. Meanwhile, the attack is still kind of stuck in no man's land, in limbo across the middle of the map. They're going to try to go A, but they've got presence here. Mazzino's close by, decapitating DGZ. And now off the flash, they're going to try to funnel in behind it. They're stuck once again with nowhere to go. Right into the
huge
hands of Crew.
Vamos. Cool.
Sick defensive setup from Crew. Rotations were perfect. Looked almost flawless, and I understand Loud's reaction of trying to go A, because if you try to go B with everybody B heaven, you have to worry about B main when Panicata falls. But Mazzino, his positioning right there was so good, and the follow-up flash that he did for himself and his teammate in spawn. It was the dagger in the coffin.
Yes, this should do.
You put a dagger in a coffin?
For a vampire or something, I don't know.
Pistols for Loud, except for Tui's. Got a couple of ults here. Melser has gone and checked. The Astra Smoke going up at the exact right time.
Look at all the damage done as well.
Yeah, it's a ton, man.
With no sky, it's just so difficult on this map to take any type of poke.
Ult invested, DG down. Oh, they're really investing a lot behind this.
Invested?
And they've gotten a couple of kills off of it too. Tui's left in a 1v3. Mazzino's gotten 4. The demands from the crowd. Can he deliver? Kesnet falls. Oh my gosh.
The nade.
Wait.
That's
what in the world?
He won.
That's a loud
That's
on.
a ridiculous round.
I thought Crew had it. How did he hit the shot right before the raise nade popped?
They fucking lined up.
There's no way. There's just no way. What?
That's how close this map has been.
Holy
That's what the rounds
fuck,
are coming
man.
down to, Doug.
Crew call a timeout.
They've gotten the short end of the stick so many times.
And that's now, that you're right. That's now 2 situations.
Yeah, I
where
think you need
Loud
to
are
fucking
winning rounds that they really shouldn't be winning.
talk to your
That are
player
running
how
away
to
late
avoid
in the
fucking
half,
mental
late in the
bomb.
map. And
If you're
those are the
full.
big swing situations. Again, think about what stopped the comeback on Haven. It was that wild, thrifty round. Now it feels like Crew are starting to get back into this. They've won, what, 4 of the last 7 rounds, or 6 rounds, excuse me. And then it's that?
It's so sad. There's nothing else to say. It's just a feels bad, man.
That's a tough way to lose a round.
A sad moment for Crew and Crew fans. And an unbelievable moment for Loud. I mean, you gotta be riding on the craziest high of your life after a play like this. 45 HP. And Mazzino, he's just trying to get the trade right there. What is up with Loud in the Bulldog game?
They got away with one there. Loud now up 2. Aggressive lean towards B here. That's not where the spike is. Keep an eye on the minimap. This feels like a ruse. Do they bite?
That's a cool combo.
Oh, the
The
Seekers gonna give it away.
Theo Astra, where you
They
like
know something's up. Mazzino will
pop
fall.
your fucking butt across the wall and just like
And it never goes off. Melser swats him out of the sky.
pop the scan to reveal people on the other side.
Loud still with the numbers advantage. Pancata committing to the plant with the nade. Uncomfortable position there. Off of the swing though, forget it.
Spike can't be planted yet.
That's so clean out from Kalantine. Shy's left in a 1v2. Remember how good he's been. Remember how on point he's been this series. He's gonna have to deliver for Crew. 35 seconds left. The spike could literally be going anywhere. But
He held them.
He's ahead of this. Do they cut noise and go back? Or do they commit?
Oh my gosh.
Crew's rotate timing has been perfect this entire
It's not
half,
gonna hold.
And Shy is ahead of it.
Oh my goodness.
They have no idea he's this close. He snaps back. He's able
Damn.
to run, but he needed to. Loud
They
gets to
fucking
11.
turn like
Vinny closing out the round against Shy, but it was really the start of the round and the call that was so impressive. You talked about how they like to throw fakes. Vinny's IGLing, or I think it was maybe the desk as well, that talked about it. This fake that was towards B side opened up the opportunity for all these A kills to come through.
Yeah. And that's even with the heroics from Melser. You're right.
Nice!
Such a cool idea with the Astro Wall towards B and the breach utility coming out, breaking all of Shy's info.
Crew aggressive mid. It's Mazzino who has the rifle.
Yeah, but what a great call again from Vinny. A site is completely open.
Oh, he's Pancada.
Nice shot.
Oh, what a beautiful shot.
The spike is planted now too.
Yeah,
Tui's
his
cleaning up
shoulder.
Shy. And Loud look like they're cleaning up house in this map.
Crew crumbling. Loud not
Who is
only
fucking
getting only
mental
1A,
boom?
they're pushing spawn.
Cage triggered.
Trip on top of it.
Tripwire destroyed. Tripwire destroyed.
Tui's is gonna have a lot to face here. Again, there's only one rifle, and there it is in the hands of Kesnet. Pancada on the swing as Kesnet
Nice.
claims the second.
Some nice shots.
More to be done though.
It's just gonna be too hard. You still have the Teo missiles. You have the breach Cs.
And time is short.
Yeah, it's
But
a
that's
round
3.
done. Nice shots from Kesnet in this round though. Maybe a little bit too late, Doug.
He's gonna
He's
be
dead?
2 off of
No?
ult on series point. Also, the money's not
Yeah.
great. So carrying that rifle over might be the biggest point in that.
2 rifles, yeah, him and Melzer. They'll have full armor to their name.
Second
But
time out. Yeah.
This last time out, you're gonna need a S
That's
tier
tough,
speech
Boko.
from Adam. Because these last couple of rounds, Loud have just had such a good read on the defensive setups. And this time around, it's been way more of a team effort from Loud as well. It's not just the DG's in show. He's still sitting at the top, but it's been an overall team effort. So many impact kills across the board.
Yeah, you brought to memory the struggles that Loud had on this half when they played against EG, and they do seem a bit more stable this time around, and it does seem like it's because it's by committee.
Yeah. Everyone's stepping up to the plate right now for Loud. And what great calling from Vinny. I mean, to come from Tier 2 into VCT like this and put on this type of show in the last 2 series. I mean, it's not done yet, but he's looked great.
An opportunity to put him away here.
Be a Viper's pit towards mid right now for Crew.
Which we haven't really seen.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a rough game for him, man.
There's that pit.
Ruba some trips to follow up. Looks like it's still being disrespected.
I mean,
And they
that's the
find him, like...
Just spammed him?
As soon as it goes up, it goes down. They challenge the pit, and they walk away on top.
And the trip broken too.
Out Loud have the entire map to play around.
All of B Heaven is cleared out. But it's a Gamba. Crew, 3 members towards this A site. They're guessing right. But are they ready to hit the shots?
The heroic
Oh.
is now 1 away from his ult. Keep a close eye on that childless swing. The Satchel's keeping him back. Crew have held them. Now numbers the way of the defense, but DG has arrived on the scene. Only one found. Pancada in a position to put Crew away. Spike not in hand. Plenty of time to play this, though. What's the approach? Shy and Mazzino, shoulder to shoulder on the swing.
Nice shot.
7-1. Can he best Shy? On the swing, he's got him
Damn.
so low, but it's not enough. 3 for the Sentinel, and Crew stay alive.
Finally a clutch moment won by Crew. Who better than Shy? He started off last map so hot. He's been consistent across the board. But man, it just felt like it was a little bit lucky on guessing where the stack was headed.
Better lucky than good, man. Lucky's
Yeah.
what still has him in this map.
I mean, it's about time something goes their way because, I mean, that was a 3v5.
Oh, and a note here, the money's bad for Loud.
Yeah, that's how close the rounds have been in this map.
There's a good shot. Loud Crew get to 10, and then, you know, we'll see how the rest of it plays out. Oh, he's just on the other side of the wall. Verso has to be careful. 2 Cypher trips back towards A, behind the wall.
Yeah, some very aggressive deposits as well. Look at how far 2Es is posted up. Look at how far Pancata is in B main.
This is just so hard to do with Sheriffs.
It is.
Verso throwing a little shoulder, not realizing they've aggressed.
I mean, if he gets taken out here.
I mean, he's got Kesnet just on the other side, but that's an outlaw up close.
And I think what's going to happen here is that cam is going to be broken.
Verso has to be careful.
He's going to have to put the wall up.
Forget the spit. He wants to hold the line. He's been stunned, but he can't settle the shots. DG bested.
With that Heaven cam being broken, though,
30 seconds left.
That's the cue for Loud to proceed forward. There are 2 players anchoring in the actual site itself. 1 trip still up. Oh, a dodge of the flash.
Kesnet's making a lot of noise. Still delivers a shot. Kaonzine down. 12 seconds left. The spike's still not out on site.
1 enemy remaining.
It's so labored. It's so difficult. It's a flawless round for Crew. They get to 10. They now have 3 ults on mine, and Mazzinos is just 2 pips away.
Yeah. A clean anti-eco from Crew. Trusting the setup and backside of A. Adverso with utility on point. And yeah, he gets stunned here, but it's just cosmetic, Doug. What's new? New year, same old breach stun.
Loud calling their second time out here. Just a, you know, a pause to build a little suspense, a little tension.
Everything is riding on this round because Loud will have no funds going into the next if they lose this. But they will have a lot of ultimates potentially coming online. I mean, if DG Zine can get a couple kills and they lose, maybe a rocket. Vinny, I mean, the focus might be getting Vinny's ult for this round where they have the guns available. Maybe some type of fast play. We remember last time around with the Astro Wall that Pancata used, how much free real estate was gathered on that B side of the map. You might see a round very similar because of the conditioning prior. And if they're able to get all of that B space, that breach ultimate all of a sudden becomes a win condition. I mean, they're geared up towards B. I mean, this might be it, Doug. They might be going for it. Isolating the site in half, but I think that Crew have read into this as well. That's why Kesnet is posted here with the Outlaw, with the Showstopper.
Yeah.
Neither team willing to dare make a mistake here, even risk it.
This breach stun is meant to take all of mid control. Vent as well. It's queued up to be off of the stealth drone. Stealth drone doesn't contact anybody, so a lot of mid space gathered right now for Loud.
Yeah, DG deposited. The opportunity for split B.
Yeah. The thing is Crew are set up for this, man.
And
fast
again,
rotation, but that rotation is heard. A lot of footsteps being made. Everyone's going to lean heavy towards A right now from the side of Loud.
And immediately the cause and effect, you're right.
They need to go now.
They have the timing window. Will they find it, though? Will they take it? Before it's slammed shut, Mazzinos starting to rotate back now. The Cosmic Divide invested backside. They've been trying to isolate him. Mazzinos' timing is perfect.
Messy.
Can the defense hang on? An ult pop, DG flash, he couldn't see a damn thing, and he's been dealt with.
Oh! Vinny!
He gets 2 massive kills. Kesnet on the counterpunch. Numbers still the way of the defense, and now the spike down. That nade will not feel good. It will hurt. Pancata is doing his best to stay alive, now 55 HP. Crew in a great position to extend this. It will require heroics from Loud to put them away. Off of the flash, 2E's paranoid, looking every single which way. He's able to find a snap onto the first. It's free! As 2E's gets a second. And now Kesnet has to be the hero for Crew. He's done it before. Can he do it again? He's found one. Pancata on the other side.
Holy fucking shit. So many close fucking on.
Walk away on top.
Damn.
What a battle it was.
And who else but Pancata?
Oh my goodness. Kesnet almost had that. He knew where Pancata was, but Pancata was sharp today, man. All of Loud were sharp today. Great calling. Great individual skill. And it was an uphill battle for a moment there.
If this match was intended to be a litmus test for Loud, and that's how we were going to view it, I think they answered a lot of questions here.
They did. They most definitely did. I mean, they were the clutch players in the server today. Right? How many of those rounds were so close? They really came down to, what, 5 HP multiple times in a row.
Those close rounds, too, they may not be as effortless to look at and, you know, definitive or whatever, but those are the ones that make a team. Those are the ones that you walk away from learning a little bit more.
It's just being clutch. You wanted it more this day. And maybe a little bit of the Valorant gods giving you some favor.
Loud on top, a 2-0 win over Crew. A Crew that showed a lot of promise, but it just was not enough.
Yeah,
and honestly, in some ways, the preparation for Loud here was interesting because there was a lot of stuff they showed against EG that they did not show today.
Yeah, I mean, they went deep against EG, right? The problem is this is what you run into when you run the same comp so much for Crew, is that they might still just be trying to get, you know, Adverso into the mix with this composition, but there's so much footage, and it's kind of limited on what you can do at the end of the day. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
That round again. But you're right, that's a tough spot to be in. For it to go down to this 1v1. Loud on top, and you couldn't really ask for much more. I think, again, for Crew, it was their first time out on stage since the offseason, and yeah, there's a lot about getting Adverso up to speed and things like that. Vinny looks good. We know how good Pancata is. I mean, all of Loud, there's a lot to be excited about here.
Good. I'm a fan now.
Yeah.
I am truly a fan of how they play the game. I think it makes sense when you look at it at the mini-map on paper, and then to see the individuals step up as well, like they did today.
Unbelievable. DGZin is standing by with Riv on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview. Riv, take it away.
I am joined by Loud DGZin here on stage. You can feel the aura after their win exuding from this gentleman. I gotta ask, you look great coming back. You had the Kesnet matchup today. How are you feeling overall?
Está maravilhoso hoje, jogando contra o Kesnet. Como é que foi isso?
Cara, eu acho que eu não estava dando muita importância para isso, porque o nosso trabalho em equipe é muito superior. Então, eu só quis fazer o que a gente realmente faz, que é trabalhar junto, acreditar no nosso projeto. E é isso, para mim ele é indiferente e já era.
We were not really paying attention to that, you know. I believe that our work is superior, so we were just focusing on our group stuff and doing our work, and that happened.
Well, it seems like the team's been doing a lot of work. Cowanzine mentioned earlier when I interviewed him that this team can come back from any situation, as you did against EG. Why do you think that is? Why do you think Loud has such a good read on the game right now?
Eu falei mais cedo com o Cowanzine e ele falou que esse time é capaz de voltar de qualquer adversidade. Qual é a sua opinião sobre isso? O que você pode completar nessa ideia?
Cara, eu acho que a gente tem um trabalho psicológico muito forte por trás disso tudo. Tem o Brunão que cuida muito bem da gente, então ele está sempre passando as coisas para a gente estar forte mentalmente. Porque querendo ou não, no servidor a gente sabe que no final de tudo é você estar pensando bem e não estar sentindo tanto o servidor. A gente sabe que a gente tem mira para jogar contra qualquer time, então a gente só prepara o nosso mental, que talvez seja o nosso maior inimigo mesmo. Então foi o que a gente fez. A gente vai aprimorar mais e mais isso e ficar cada vez mais forte.
We have a very good psychological work going behind the scenes, like with with Bruno, that helps us a lot, and you know, our mental is in a very nice state, and we're gonna keep working on that because we still have room for improvement.
All right, and DGZin, about you, we didn't see you for a little bit, and now you're back. You're crushing. What are your goals this year?
A gente não te viu por um ano, né? Mas você tá de volta, você tá arrebentando. Quais são os objetivos?
Cara, eu acho que a minha volta tem muito sobre como eu fui tirado, né? Então eu usei muito como motivação para me voltar. Eu me dedico muito, eu já falei isso milhões de vezes. Para os caras querer ganhar, eles vão ter que trabalhar mais que eu trabalho mais de 15 horas por dia, então eu não me importo com o adversário. Eu sabia e eu vou fazer de tudo para esse ano ser o meu ano. Eu falei para os moleques do meu time que queria muito conquistar o VCT Americas, fazer as coisas passo a passo, até porque a gente é um time novo, então não dá para ficar dando um passo maior que a perna, então a gente vai devagar, a gente almeja primeiro chegar na final, depois concluir a vaga, e se a gente jogar o internacional, mandar bem lá. A gente quer muito participar de todos os campeonatos e crescer neles, que é o mais importante. E de resto é isso. Vocês vão ouvir meu nome muitas vezes ainda e estou ansioso por isso.
I think my return has a lot to do with the way I was taken out of here. So I worked a lot, and that's why I'm here. This is my year. It's still like, this is a new team, but I told them this is gonna be my year. So we're taking baby steps. You know, we want to first take to this final and then get a spot but we want to win this whole thing. We want to win VCT Americas, and you will hear a lot my name this year.
That's what we want to hear. Final question for you. We got a game going on behind us in just a bit. 100 Thieves versus Sen. Who do you think will win? And it's going to be the next team you play. Who do you want to play out of those two?
A gente tem um jogo começando daqui a pouco, 100 Thieves versus Sentinels. Quem você acha que vai ganhar e quem você quer que ganhe?
Cara, eu acho que é um desafio muito importante aqui na NA, né? Os caras sempre têm essa guerrinha deles. Eu acho o jogo da Sentinels é muito mais completo. Eu acho que os caras são mais frio assim jogando. Eu acho que o lado da Hunter Thieves tem muita parada emocional, essas paradas assim. Pra mim, eu não me importo quem vier. Vai ser tempo ruim o tempo todo, vai enfrentar a gente e a gente vai estar preparado. Vamos ter um tempo aí agora para assistir o jogo e nos preparar contra. Quem vier é lucro.
This is one of the biggest games in the franchise, so they have this little history. But you know, I think Sentinel has they're colder players, so they're more prepared. They have a better game. But in the end, it doesn't really matter who's coming. Just know that we are here and we're coming for you.
Hell yeah, Digizine, thank you so much for the interview. Loud starting off 2-0 in kickoff as they get some big wins. We are going to be going for a quick break, but don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We got 100 Thieves versus Sentinels coming up after the break. You're not going to want to miss it.
That's a hype game. Indeed.
I've got a bunch of different mice.
When you find the one, you know it's the one.
저는 이게 제일 좋은 것 같아요.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect?
누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고.
This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me.
It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
have the famous rivalry between us and Sen. We've played them a lot, and most people just say it's like lopsided.
I think 100 Thieves are actually a pretty good team. I think people are underrating them a lot, especially since they lost Bang to us.
I miss them in a way, and it's nice to play against them in a match because I've never played them in a match in my entire career. Well, because we were teammates since 2022. Obviously, we have Xander now, who's also my best friend, so I'm grateful for that as well. Don't want to make it everything about Bang. Xander's his replacement, and he's better. Let's make that clear.
Trying to get up, but it's the same thing. Xander from the top.
Man, 100 Thieves are looking clean. They definitely have some nice trash talk. Boostio's a really funny guy. He's always yapping. Really good at trash talking, really good at shooting their guns.
And it's aggression. This is really fast. It's not just aggression C, it's aggression B as well. It's an attack and assault on all fronts. And again, it's a slaughter.
Well, pound for pound, we're all better, so that's already tough for Sentinels. There's a big coach diff as well, and there's like an org diff, so it's just tough for them, but, you know, they'll do good, I think.
Welcome back to day 3 of VCT Americas and our second matchup. It's the social media classic call. Better farm those impressions, people. Clock's ticking. Of course, you got Sentinels taking on 100 Thieves. I'm Golden Way. You got Mimi and Ender here. We're going to talk about this matchup. And look, we are always excited about this because, you know, 100 Thieves, Sentinels, two orgs that have a lot of clout in not just Valorant, in esports in general, right? But historically speaking, this has not been the best of rivalries for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, as a wise man once said, it's not a rivalry, they always kick our ass. And it has been a lopsided one. Sen 11-4 all-time record against 100 Thieves.
Damn!
But it's now even gotten even spicier with them stealing a player from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe Austin is trying to talk trash and say that it's a coach diff and an org diff when that hasn't helped them, really. Yeah, okay, 100 Thieves won the last time they played in 2024, but especially with Sentinel stealing over Bang, this is quite the matchup.
They were talking about people underrating them coming into the season. Hi, I'm
Valid.
people. I'm
Hi,
people.
people.
And they really impressed in their first matchup. I thought they looked great. I love that neon comp they brought out. So despite losing Bang, this is still 100 Thieves, to be fair. Weird.
Yeah. 100 Thieves coming out of that game looked great. I had a long chat with Bucio in the back, and we were talking about it, and he was mentioning how he just feels really confident. He feels really happy with this team. He's so over the moon with them and feels like that they are better than where the pundits have rated them. But this year, though, there's a twist, right? As we were talking about before, Bang has switched sides, okay? He flipped one red jersey on for a slightly different shade of red, all right? And he put it on there. And now he's coming onto this team, and Ender, he could very well be the recipe for success they were looking for.
Seriously,
no,
for me, like, I'm the ultimate Bang believer. I think this guy is so incredibly
Yeah, you guys have bigged him up all year last year.
So many times, like I said, even when 100 Thieves were going on their big run, they weren't just playing perfect Valorant nonstop. There were a lot of really tough rounds where Bang is alive in a 1vx or a 2vx, and he is coming through for the team, especially on the signature Viper on Bind. I love the way he paces out a defensive side. He really is consistently abusing different off angles and working great conditioning on his opponents. I just think this guy has a great mind for the game and is an excellent shot.
And he seems like such a good kind of one-for-one sub in. Like 10s leaving Sentinels, those are really big shoes to fill. But I think he plays a little different style. He's likely not going to flex to like the KO the same way 10s did, but he still can add a little bit of that aggressive flair. He still has insane individual mechanics. Like this is, in my opinion, a really perfect replacement that Sen could have found.
Yeah, he gives them options, but in a different way. And who knows, it could be, you know, even a better way for this Sentinels team if, you know, you want that to happen if you are a Sen City fan. But here's what Asuna had to say about his old teammate in our post-match interview. Let's check it out.
We're about to play Sen, and we're going to be playing our ex-teammate Bang.
Yep.
And, I mean, that guy is bad, so this should be easy.
Okay.
All right, there you go. I mean, you know, the trash talk's already happening.
He definitely believes that. He definitely wasn't smirking.
Yeah, you know, hey, I will say, though, for Bang, it's a lot of pressure, man. You're coming from 100 Thieves, a team where already, you know, the pressure was on from the fans. And even
Yeah,
the Sentinels.
but okay, and I get that, but like he absolutely delivered on 100 Thieves. It's another red jersey, Golden Boy. It's all the same.
Yeah, for sure. But you want to know awkward? Well, here you go, folks, because Riv is standing by with both Bang and Asuna. That sounds fun.
I am here for a little different pre-game interview. I'm joined by Asuna and Bang. You just saw that video, so I want to get your rebuttal to what Asuna said here. Are you a bad player?
I mean, according to them, I guess I am. I mean, honestly, I think that we'll find out in this match.
All right. This has always been a banger, the classic of 100 Thieves Sen. How do you feel it's going to go, Asuna?
I mean, they lost 2 players, Tens and Saucy. They replaced them with Narrate, who's good, and then Bang, who is horrendous. I don't know why they got that guy. And so it should be a lot easier now that they don't have Tens. And yeah, we'll probably win.
All right, so it seems like you guys are ready. I want to see if you'll put something on the line. Will you use the other team's classic if you use? Are you down to put that on the line?
Use the other team's classic?
Yeah, the classic skin.
Oh, I'm not putting that.
No?
I will, because we're going to win.
All right, you already see how this is going. It's separated, but we're going to get a great game. Back to you.
Asuna, choice words.
I feel like that is a bad bet for him.
No, respect for Bang, because I think you get dropped from the team if you're not running the Sentinels
it's
classic.
not Rob Moore that gets you at Zelsis that takes you out
absolutely.
back and gets you off the team.
Old yellers you. All right, folks. Well, look, Sentinels had, without a doubt, a great 2024, right? Oh, they won Masters Madrid, top 4 in champs, only NA team to get a trophy. But as we had mentioned a few times now, they lost 2 players, but they lost 2, honestly, Goliaths, right? A world champion in Saucy, and of course, Tens, like a guy who has literally like been the face of Valorant for a super long time. Those are massive shoes to fill for Bang and Narrate.
Yeah, I mean, the face of Valorant and the face of Sentinels, right? Like, what a massive overhaul of an organization, of a team moving forward here. But I really do believe they found the talent to try and step into those shoes and put up similar results.
And I think they kept the 2 most important players to build these new members of the squad up and make them successful in the Sentinel system. You have John QT, who was a rookie last year, really proved himself as an IGL, winning the first ever global event he went to, and Zelsis, who everyone knows, that emotional leader who does so much to build his players up. And now you have 2 guys, Narrate coming back from EU and now actually playing Tier 1 in NA at home for his first time ever, and Bang, who's already a proven commodity from 100 Thieves.
Yeah. It's been impressive to see how much he's grown, Bang, over the course of his career, but now he's in a position where he got a good system, got great coaching. You have John Cutie on the calls. There's a lot that Bang could look forward to here with this Sentinels roster.
Yeah, and I know, like, look, we've hyped some teams so far this week, and we have a bit of egg on our face after how that's gone. Sentinels weren't like destroying in the offseason,
which means they'll be good.
Which means they're actually going to be good.
Like just selling.
Straight up on paper, they're legit.
Is this false hope? I don't know. We'll have to find out. But here's the thing: you may have seen Narrate before in the EMEA side and think, oh, this guy's a cheese-eating Frenchman. Hell no. He's as American as apple pie, and he's here to play with us in VCT Americas. It's great to see Narrate here on the home soil.
Yeah, it is. This guy was making waves 2 years ago in Challengers North America, and he had a solid year with KC. It was a bit of a fall-off after the start of the year, but very similar to Sen, had a great peak, making it to Masters Madrid, having a wonderful individual performance there, slotting into a new role with that team, playing the initiator instead of the duelist he was known for. A little late, guys, but yeah, he's an American. There's the eagle.
It's never late.
And now he's making another role swap, playing with Sen, picking up the Sentinel, and John QT switching over to the initiator himself.
Yeah, there's a ton of flexibility, I think, in the Sentinels camp, and I've got a lot of belief in them.
I have to say, though, I do like that switch around, though, right? I think John going to that role actually helps him be able to be a bit more in the action, so to speak. So there's certainly a lot to look forward to if you are a fan of Sentinels, and we know that there are a lot of you. But ahead of kickoff, we got Narrate and Zekin to sit down for a quick game of over-under. Let's check it out.
Yo, what's up guys? It's me, Sen Narrate with Sen Zekin, and today we're playing some under and over with VCT Americas.
Nice.
The second's total kills in all of VCT 2024, over or under 1600.5. Hold up. Let me think. Let me do some math here.
Yeah, you're in intro.
Probably over.
I think that's my total kills all time, if I had to guess.
The number was 1,635, over. Zekin's siblings, over or under 1? So do you have 2 siblings or 0? Or is it like 0.5? I mean, I think you definitely have a brother. Like a younger brother. But you said over or under. You don't have a brother?
I have no siblings.
What? Wait.
I have no siblings, under. The amount of tier 1 teams that Narrate has played for, including Sentinels, over or under 4? 2 Carmine Corp Sentinels?
Yeah.
Or am I missing something?
I mean,
dark ratio.
You already, that means 3. 3! Which means it's under. Zekin's kill record in a single VCT match, over or under 100? Over. 101.
101, yeah.
Yeah!
I mean, that's my career peak.
I'm the biggest
performance.
Zekin.
I need to remember that.
I'm the biggest Zekin Glazer fanboy, whatever you want to call it.
Like, the amount of rounds that Narrate has played in VCT EMEA, over or under 799.5. That's a lot of rounds. That's also like a parlay line. Like, is LeBron gonna score 799.5 points?
I mean, I think I know the answer, but I'll wait.
I'm gonna hit the button. I think it's
we'll under. The answer is 785, meaning it's under. Thank you guys for watching the video. If you want more of this, hit the like button, subscribe for more content, and we'll see you guys in the next video.
What's going on, guys? JB here with the talent predictions to tell you what we're gonna do.
I've had enough Minecraft.
Have some self-respect, Golden Boy.
Shout out to Narrate though for that, but there you go. Here are the talent predictions. I thought I picked 100 Thieves. Wow, I trolled myself.
This is funny because we're united. We're like Sentinels. Everyone else except for Wyatt. I see your game, Wyatt. I respect it. All aboard the 100 Thieves train after, honestly, what was a really impressive debut with Austin as Neon.
Yeah, they looked super good. They completely shut down the Breach Tejo they were playing against with that Neon. An incredible comeback map, too, as well. 100 Thieves looks a lot better than people thought.
Unfortunately, I looked Bustio in the windows of his soul and said I voted for him. Oof, that's unfortunate.
You lied?
You just lied to his face.
So, folks, it's now time to jump into the action, and I can think of a better way. Let's bring these teams out because it's 100 Thieves versus Sentinels. Let's make some noise.
Riot Games Arena, it's time for our next matchup. Coming to the stage first, it's your 2024 kickoff winners. Give it up for Sentinels!
And here come the Sentinels. After being away from the stage for quite some time, they get that bye round into the kickoff bracket, and this is the first time we're going to get to see Sen City take the stage here in LA.
And everyone's going to remember back to that impressive kickoff performance from Sentinels last year. They actually started off a little softer, though. Every single series went to the maximum. They fell to Loud, but they grinded all the way through that lower bracket to win it through in the end.
Yeah, last year was defined by their performance in the offseason, coming in hot. They didn't have quite the same success in the offseason this year, but they've put together a roster that is absolutely potent. Found some incredible replacements for the 2 veterans that retired.
I couldn't agree more, but now it's time to bring out their opponents.
And now, let's bring out their opponents. It's your 2024 Stage 1 champions. Make some noise for 100 Thieves!
We saw 100 Thieves all ready to kick things off here at VCT Americas kickoff, but, well, funny enough. But what we ended up getting was a 100 T team that was on fire. They looked good. It felt like this was the team that we wanted to see, you know, what you got to see all last year. If anything, they're adding more to it, trying to become better versions of themselves, and I'm definitely looking at Bustio there to be the leader for this squad to guide these boys to victory.
For sure. Both these teams had their moment in the sun last year. Sen winning kickoff, 100 Thieves winning stage 1, but for 100 Thieves it ended in disappointment at Shanghai. You've heard it from these boys. Pulling in 1 new player, keeping the majority the same roster. Their goal is success internationally, and taking down a name like Sen to start would rocket them on the way to do that.
Absolutely, and if game 1 for them was any indication, they haven't really skipped a beat since last year. If anything, are looking better with very new ideas. Austin as Neon was looking excellent. The calling out of their camp too was very impressive, but this is going to be the big challenge today.
It's a big match, and you can see it on the face there of Asuna. as the team huddles and gets ready for this, because even though, yes, this is the opening match, remember, this is a tournament bracket. Every single match matters in this situation. Top 2 get the puncher ticket to Bangkok, and one of these 2 teams desperately want to be the squads that represent Americas.
This year, Kaplan now joined by assistant coach Gunter, who was with him all the way back on Ghost Gaming with that roster, who had a lot of success in 2021-2022 era, and now coming in with a new meta patch with Taeho out with 2 new maps in the pool. There's a lot of room for creativity. Remember, those are the guys that innovated Fade Rays way back when.
Exactly. I wanted to just talk about the coaches on both sides here, because yes, the Ghost Gaming bringing out the Fade Rays on every map, but Haven especially tore it apart. Then you have a guy like Zix on the other side, which has been an esports coach for a decade now.
Yeah, League of Legends
it
before
literally has
Valorant.
been. 2015, he was at MSI Finals in League. But really, this guy, what he was doing last year with a lot of these mid-range comps, the Fade, the Gecko, tons of damaging utility. I think Taeho absolutely fits that style, and I'd really expect 100 Thieves to be playing more of that.
And your series layout, split, bind, and if necessary, we will go to Pearl.
This is 2 home maps from our respective NA squads of last year. Sen was lights out on split, and we saw already 100 Thieves sticking with that bind. Required a massive comeback on their attack side against MIBR, but they won it.
Yeah, they went down 8-4 and then won 11 of the last 12 rounds to take that through.
Silliness for sure, but hey, 100 Thieves, a little bit better as a result of that. Now they're going to try and see if they can the same thing here. Maybe not rely on some silliness, but try and see if they could be a bit more declarative in their results. But now we got our agents coming through here.
Oh, yeah.
That's some fun.
Okay, so we get Taeho Breach, and I'm surprised more teams haven't paired this with the Yoru. I think being able to teleport into all of that utility is excellent. You also get flashes in your comp, besides just Breach
Okay.
Yo, we cooking out here, baby.
I'm telling you, I am on Team Sage. I think this agent, people are sleeping on it.
You've been talking about Sage
literally,
nonstop.
the buff to the ultimate means you can get ults online guaranteed by round 3 if you're optimizing.
Oh, doggy. All right, Riot Games Arena, let's make some noise as we get ready for this one and send it over to your casters. Who better to make the call than Uber and Wyatt?
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Whether or not you believe there's a rivalry here, I tell you what, we are going to have a good time one way or another. It's your 4th place team from Master Shanghai and 100 Thieves. 4th place team from Champions in Sentinels there. They're ready to throw down in the clap game of kickoff.
But crucially, it's the Sentinels that have won Madrid. They have multiple international trophies, an achievement that 100 Thieves as an organization and as this team's core, they are still seeking one of their own. This could be the beginning of that. They've already gotten an impressive win here over MIBR the other day, and Sentinels would be even more impressive than that. The standout North American squad from 2024.
But Michael, we've had questions about the Sentinels coming out of the offseason. A pretty lackluster showing in the Soup Cup. Some switch-ups in role on their team, seeing John Cucci go over to Initiator. Let's see how it plays out as 100 Thieves on the defense side now with Sen come at them for the pistol.
Quickly, you can see Sentinels using that Taeho-guided salvo, the missile to insert Zekin into A ramp, and able to use that teleport just to get away, gather up with the rest of the squad who intends on hitting this B site.
Heavy pressure here towards B main. It was, of course, the stealth drone up mid. Xander can feel something's in the water. Here they come. Bang, jumping through the smoke. Xander a little bit low, and Zeus is going to clean him up round the corner. Flashpoint lights up, but Cryer still healthy. Has the armor to work with. Swing there with the classic. It's back and forth stuff. 2 up here for 100 Thieves, but look at Zekin and Zeus as low as you get. And Asuna, we'll see that smoke dissipate in just a moment. We'll have to wait for Sen to show themselves. It's a plant here for the attackers, and Zekin rips him a new one.
All on to Boostio at the moment. Only the classic, still retaining his full HP when he started the round with Zekin solo on a jiggle. First tap, lovely.
Still 2 more to get through though. Boostio looks like he forewent. Any armor. It's just a health pool to rely on. 1 flash left. Time of the essence. That barrel's going to show itself, and there goes Celsius. More to do. 1 more to get through for Boostio now. Gives it a tickle. John Cutie shows a little bit of leg and now tries to get away, but that's a shot to the rear end. He'd sooner forget. Pressure mounts.
No time.
Gets through him. But time not on his side. He'll have to walk away and let this one go through.
Sadly take the consolation of the orbs. It's Sentinel with some nice fundamentals on display. That initial double swing through the smoke. 2 players in tandem to shut down Xander. That first Anchor 100 Thieves, they tried their best to flood in as a unit. They got a lot of damage off, but it wasn't enough to net the kills. EU there trying his best with the Ghost. He lit a couple players up, just not enough.
Oh, wait a minute.
The stand counters at 1.
Okay, keeping track of that one at home, folks. Good start for Sentinels, of course. Boostio's 3-piece at the end of the round, not enough to salvage.
Because he got those kills, though, he feels willing to throw a little cash into this round. Does pick up that Sheriff.
Salvos come out here. This was ideally to allow Zekken to pick up that orb unfettered and unchallenged. Viper wall over towards A. It's a standard setup here for Zelsis. Zen can make use of this to get at ramp control.
100 Thieves are calling a nice rotate here. They are gambling towards that A site. They've got 3 players entrenched, and it's Cryo just making his way through screens. Zen want to play this quietly off over the wall with Zekken taking point. Has the Ghost and has to teleport away.
Okay, that was the eject button hit there for Zekken. Sentinels might pull out of the A site entirely now. 100 Thieves, though, they're already reading this.
But it's just a fake from Zen. They want to cut noise. They want to keep 100 Thieves second guessing. And it's worked. 2 players. They left. Now they're coming back, and they might be back on time again, actually.
The double pump fake. Spotted out here, but it's still drone, but Zekken's out in the open. No gate crash opportunity there. This is going to get a little bit hot and heavy for Boostio, and eventually he'll be brought down. Arsena doesn't see anything and actually backs up. The timing really isn't on his side there as Zelsis hunts him down with a Bulldog.
They have to commit to this site, though, with the time getting low.
In they go. Pressure over towards Screens here. Xander goes low, and Cryo's going to hold the corner. Not bad, but not enough. Sentinels get to 2.
Oh my god, 100 Thieves will certainly take that damage, though. Nerdy was down to 36. Despite losing both rounds, 100 Thieves, at least right now, mechanically, they're looking pretty sharp. There are a lot of headshots being hit.
16th time is the charm. Again, it's really about when those wins come up. I think the last one was actually a 100 Thieves win.
Yeah.
A really important game.
A rare, dominant 2-0. The last time these 2 teams met at the end of 2024, Bang dropped 31 kills in a map on Sen.
So they
threw and then they signed him, and then they gave him a blank check.
Dangerous and he's in trouble. Asuna pushes ahead of that. Great little defensive pop there from 100 Thieves.
And that is the kind of awesome play we're going to see with the comp that 100 Thieves have. If you just look at the utility down the line with these agents, everything syncs up together, whether that's the slows and the gravwells with any amount of EU's utility, all of those explosives. This is the definition of abilities don't kill in Project A. It's just
it's all
madness,
about the
man.
gunplay. Rasen here will check that corner tentatively. It is really just him right now, so giving it a bit of space. This will draw Boostio back into position and buy some time with that aftershock, but Sentinels are happy enough rattling the cage and getting a reaction.
Zekken is trying to get a little bit of space up mid while this noise is causing some level of distraction towards B main, and now grouping up with him is IGL, John QT.
Allows Zekken to get in. There's the guided salvos being thrown out here.
It's interesting because that smoke makes 100 Thieves, or should make them think that they're headed towards vent, but no, they're splitting B.
Yeah, Cryo though, is he going to be ready for it? Might be forced out of the action here for the time being, playing cannily back on this corner.
100 Thieves have the read. They are stacked up. They should win this out.
Here we go. Flash comes in. Arsena still trying to play around the Nebula. It's going to be Zekken that shows himself from upper. Now drops off the rafters. Arsena's going to see them come around the corner, and he cuts them down. 3 for Arsena now, 2 to work with for Sentinels, but time is getting short. It's just Zelsis. And he's going to pick up the pieces.
Oh, there's just no way. Cryo just needs to run at him and end this round right now, and he does. 100 Thieves first on the board.
And that's around that starts off that util overload towards the B side that the Narrate just can't escape from. Fault line and the guided salvos catch him out.
Yeah, they have instilled the fear of God in Sen with the utility combos that they have available. Beginning of rounds, mid-round, the trap plays that they can set up with this. It's just brutal.
That's the start they're looking for, White. It's exactly how 100 Thieves want to get onto the board. Guns have been in a better place, though. We got a lucky for Boostio and just a stinger for Arsena to work with.
Sentinel gathered up towards a second with a Bucky and the Dimensional Drift. Shades of old 10s Yoru could be coming out here.
Yep, and he might have a date with Boostio here. Cowden's in trouble. Oh, hit by the full. Unreal! Turns the Bucky around on him. At least able to make it a 1-for-1, but Sentinels have gotten into the A site now. And bang, perched on the rafters, brooding, waiting for that smoke to dissipate, to take his opportunity. Senna in and amongst this A site.
Setting up for the retake, 100 Thieves. Sandy want to get some space, but Bang punished hard for it. Man advantage for 100 Thieves. They just need to trade this down effectively.
Narrate's on the outside looking in. Cryo's able to cut him down with ease. Now it's John and Zelsis embedded around this Viper's pit. Celtron doesn't look like it claimed him. John's able to take Arsena down. It's Cryo stepping in, and it's up to Zelsis. Concussed briefly. That action from Elbow is going to be a little bit too much, or is it? The Stinger claims two. Arsena puts it to bed. And now, we get ourselves an even game.
With that plant, Sentinels, they can keep the pressure up, though. They can keep buying, and there we see the benefits of that Sage. It was something Christy was talking about on the desk. You get these ultimates now, those reses far more frequently, and it did pay dividends in the end of that round. I mean, hilarious how it begins, though, that Boostio has the Bucky, the best counter for that exact situation of getting stunned and going up against a Bucky. That is just so silly.
Second is nervous. They full stunned me, your ultimate, he missed his Bucky shot.
He's right, though. There's a fault line set up to catch
exactly what I saw.
Boostio as he comes out of the dimensional drift, and it still ends up being a 1-for-1.
I don't know if Zekin gets nervous these days. I'm going to be honest, but, you know.
Let him believe what he wants to.
I like the way that he's hyping up the team with that.
Slow war being held here by Cryo.
On this round, we are on the cusp of game-changing ultimates. Both Taeho's just one orb away from Armageddon's. Boostio close to that Rolling Thunder as well, so you have to keep your attention paid to that.
Botline ulti into mid with the gate crash. Zekin wants a bit of this. Forced back, but John, what a catch. Arsena tried to back away in to those salvos.
Those missiles are just so well placed. It's so cool. They're ready for Arsena to be forced back, and he just goes into the second one down the rope. It's so smart. Okay, I mentioned this in the cast we did the other day, Mitch, but this agent has been officially in the game for like 10 days now, and everyone is running this dude. It's crazy. It just shows you how powerful he is on release, how valuable teams find him to be, and it's just this immediate synergy with the Breach, with the Astra that have been buffed late 2024. So good, man.
Instantly ubiquitous in the metagame. Now, though, we saw that wall come up there in towards upper board. A lot of time for 100 Thieves. Send doubled back. Now still want to hit B. Final line's going to catch Xander. This is going to be ugly. He's got no choice. And that's John with a second guided salvo kill this round. That is one where that came from. Here comes the Armageddon. 100 Thieves have to hop step away from this one. What is going on? Raid with the catch. The aftershock.
10 seconds left.
That's up to Boostio. Guy is shell-shocked. What is going on?
And down he goes, and not just him, but all of the TAC FPS old heads. They too are shell-shocked at what we're seeing on screen.
Listen, where I come from, that's a normal Tuesday, bro. That is a normal Tuesday.
3 utility kills in the round. Arsena, I mean, look at this. He's getting full line. He's flashed. He's either walking forward into a missile or backwards into it.
Look at that,
John into the salvo.
John clicks the map good.
And then the aftershock sinks with the Armageddon. It's a silly game sometimes. It's a silly game.
That was Sen's salvo of ultimates, though. 100 Thieves have a set of their own, including Rolling Thunder and an Armageddon. Also a showstopper to leverage here.
Despite 100 Thieves winning those 2 rounds in a row, though, and then losing them, the state of the economy, not great.
It's been scrappy wide.
By any means. They've got a few stingers, and listen, they could flip this round on its head, given that Arsena has that showstopper, maybe finds an opportune moment to use that, find a pick, and from there you can have that domino effect of the rest of your ults going off, and you can win an upset round. It's not out of the question.
Nothing really spotted out by the drone there. This will probably provoke Arsena to wrap around to the B side to reinforce. Salvos here paved the way through mailroom. Sentinels are dotting the rise and crossing their T's, but it's about to get hot and heavy. Waiting on the other side is Arsena with a stinger, and he tries to throw down, but bang, rips his head clean off.
There's that showstopper gone as well. Could have been pivotal. Off the field. He smoked off.
He looked for a timing.
Yeah.
He might try and walk this. He's heard the footsteps now as they drop out of rafters. Bang, off the seat of Cryo, able to bring him down. But there's EU eventually emerging on that top side. Narrates more like eulogize. That's a spray down on Xander through the nebula. And now Sen might just bounce away. There's still 26 seconds.
I mean, still 26 seconds. That's barely any amount of time, no matter where they go. If we go B, hold on, we're going to get Armageddon. They can't go back to A. There's not enough time. Are we going to get Rolling Thunder too? There's 14 seconds.
They've got to go
Who has the Armageddon ready?
EU waiting on it. Doesn't make use of that Armageddon. Here comes the plant. There it is, Armageddon, but the spike goes down. That's crucial. John, though, can't get out. That's a freebie for EU, but it had to be done for Sen to get the plant.
In the meantime, look at this reposition from Zelsis. This is so heads up. He has to win this round.
Good aftershock there from Narrate, though. That's going to slow things down. Zelsis has time to wrap, and there goes Boostio. EU now has the rise in the back of his head. And the lights are well and truly on in Sen City. Mr. Bundle himself getting loud.
That is so intelligent from Zelsis. Just using Narrate, just a little piece of bait over there on the site, was grabbing all of the attention of 100 Thieves.
The aftershock is huge from Narrate there.
Now that is a hell of a round to win. Also, stand count is at 2. Yes, you know, but
Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
and then
We're
on his feet.
We're gonna get more stands in an episode of JoJo, bro.
What a round to win, though, from Sen. That was an anti-eco, by the way, but they just got 2 massive ults out of 100 Thieves. Say goodbye to the Armageddon and Rolling Thunder.
Imagine though if that Armageddon is maybe a little bit earlier and Dead stops the plant that John is trying to make happen. Then maybe that round looks completely different, but it's a matter of seconds. The Armageddon comes down, but John finishes planting, does die on his way out, but the stall util is beautiful. Narrate just had to buy 1-2 seconds. And Zelsa sweeps in, gets the job done. This is a sick game already, bro.
It is sick. These comps are so fun, but yeah, we got the first timeout call from Coach Zix over at 100 Thieves. World champion. Him and Boostio back on EG. Winning in this very city, LA.
They leveraged that dynamic duo last year. It's pretty decent results. But bombing out at the end of those stage 2 playoffs with losses to G2 and Crew scuppered the hopes of 100 Thieves being at champions, and Sen went instead.
Right now on the minimap, it seems like both sides have intentions of going to the exact opposite extremities. It's Sentinels putting the emphasis on B as Zelsis retreating, feeling the pressure coming from 100 Thieves. Asuna on the chase, but he just rounds that corner in time.
So it looks similar to what we saw at the B side of the map that actually worked. It allowed Asuna to pick Narrate off. This time, though, 100 Thieves come up with nothing.
I just didn't want to respond though. They weren't in position to really go quickly off the back of that and take space elsewhere. The round has slowed itself down, and now they have to be worried about 100 Thieves players potentially going through sewer, potentially being in their spawn even at this point. There's going to have to be a lot of time allocated just to re-clearing and gaining map information
no one has
back.
information right now. And it was at all confused seconds where people are just trying to spray down through smokes, speculate for a little bit. This ain't Robin Hood, this is the VCT.
100 Thieves are expecting some presence towards mid. They actually just went for a triple face, didn't see a thing. And now you can see on the minimap this rotate back, and you see Asuna's POV with that as well. They're getting to the proper site in time.
This drone, oh man, that's a lot of information. 3 people detected and suppressed. Sentinels here, they syncopate this a little bit. They stop in their tracks. Now though, they look for that ramp control wire.
Trying to pivot just a bit. Boostio stunned up, but
you can
not
shrug
in
it
any
off.
real danger.
And there's the concuss grenade from Tejo being thrown out. Rolling Thunder now coming in from the attack side. This is where Sentinels want to start to close the grip around the neck of the Thieves. The Boostio drops down. He's been so hard to catch. He's able to find himself a 1-for-1. No plant quite yet. Bang! He knew something was coming there in that corner. And it's up to Xander to try and slow this up further. Sentinels here with seconds to go. Cryo's able to find Zells. Oh, the spike! They can't plant it. And Cryo laughing his way to the bank.
And this is the danger of the clock being run so low in these rounds. 100 Thieves defensively are working the map well. They're stacking the sites at the right time. There were pieces of utility earlier on, around that 30-40 second mark, like the stealth drone, for example, that just puts Sen on halt because they all get spotted out. Then when it comes down to actually needing to plant the spike, they can't do it because there's still the explosives coming in. Makes the situation so difficult.
Well, 100 Thieves, they tried to start the round with a defensive trap play. Didn't catch anything.
Oh Lord, Boostio has the Bucky again there. he's over to Jose. We've got 3 shotguns by the way.
Just walked at them. He just walked at them through all that Astra util. Xander came out with 1.
And my brother Asuna has the judge and Vents as well. This is ridiculous, man.
There's really not much happening through the middle part of the map. It's a very dispersed Sentinels lineup here, but they're inching towards B. Cryo might have to get busy again.
He's got a slow warp to at least you know, cause some delay if they were trying to explode out of B main, get some of his rotates there in time, maybe catch one off, but Sen, they're not going to hit the gas over at that side of the map just
They're
yet.
running the clock again. Really methodical here from Sentinels, but it was their undoing in the previous round. Nothing spotted there for EU.
And now it looks like there it is. I was waiting for Zekken to send out that gate crash with him rotating towards A. You know that these two players here, Zelsis and Zekken, they want to make their presence known, maybe find a pick, and then Zekken is just going to regroup back with the other two in B main where they're intending on planting the spike.
And how does this influence Cryo's behavior if something happens towards Rams?
He already took that teleport.
He's out of there. So Zelsis here is really just trying to sell a ruse. Timing sees Arsena get into rope. Zelsis is not going to get any of that action. Arsena will be close enough to reinforce from heaven.
The clock is so low. EU has his utility.
They're
this
on
is
B.
dangerous for the B players, man.
Cryo's ready for it. What a snap. Zeken's going to be brought down. Where's the plant going to happen? Not at all.
It's over.
Shell stop the rate in his tracks, and once more Sen.
Oh.
Have the time to plant.
The clock has been their biggest enemy on several of these round losses. They need to pick up the pace in some of these moments. Indecision, but also you have to give credit to 100 Thieves for forcing them to need to slow down, to have to make tough decisions. I don't think they quite made the presence or noise they intended on making towards A to draw the rotates there. The second really teleported without
Yo, what are you doing?
making a sound.
Yo, what are you doing?
Is that number 3 or number 4?
Yeah, 3, I think.
Who's next?
Tied up game here. And here it is, Dimensional Drift once more from Zekken.
With the shotgun.
With the
yet
shotgun.
Again.
Look out for Busio, though.
Zekken might just opt to get onto A site here and play from elbow. Bucky in hand, a dream in his heart. Concussed grenade there, thrown over towards the direction that breach, but Bang's going to be there. Cryo there, able to double down from upper. It's the rate getting there. But Zekken has to find a way to fight out of elbow with the Bucky. It's awkward, but he catches Busio. All right, they're one apiece. But now, out in the open is Zekken. With no spike. Really no chance of salvaging this. Bam! That's 4 for Cryo, baby.
It's tough when the long-range weapon is just the classic. And just as fast as Sentinels were in that site with all 5 players, 100 Thieves were flooding back in with 4 of their own on the rotate. This is some great defensive calling at the moment from Bustio.
And Mimi mentioned it, I think, on the desk. We have 2 home ground maps for these teams, so no matter how this one goes, you're in for a treat for Bind coming up next.
Oh, absolutely. This is the map that Sentinels were the most winning on in 2024. This is what made them one of the top teams. And it's fun, I mean, it's fun to see them playing something different going into this because they played the map 22 times with the Zelsis iteration of this Sen roster, all with the same comp. This is the first time we're seeing this Sentinels do something new.
And what a reunion of sorts, right? EU and Xander from the M80 core, both back together, the team that failed to ascend back in 2023. John QT, part of that same M80 roster. EU and John opted to accept offers from VCT franchise teams where Xander chose to stay for another year and try and make it through Ascension the old-fashioned way. But he this time allowed himself to be beamed up and join the 100 Thieves roster.
We were seeing those two have some cool synergy actually already in their first match against MIBR. This is a timeout being called from Sentinels as they started this match kind of hot, winning the pistol, but things have really come to a screeching halt. They're going to need to find a way to extract this utility out of 100 Thieves earlier on, but that's a tough ask when all of their agents have strong space denial util. It's just overwhelming. Beyond overwhelming. It's a tsunami when you're trying to plant. You can't do a thing.
Cryo cooking, by the way. He's been able to step into these executes midway through and find 2 kills immediately in so many of these rounds. Has that res available now. Pretty fast percent. This time they're varying up the pace. It is going to be Busio who need to set his feet on the A side and get ready for this. Just a clone so far. No actual commitment for Sentinels, but they are lingering over towards ramps now, though. They're out of there.
Yeah, there were multiple players spotted by the stealth drone sent out there by EU, and that's caused the full rotate back through sewer. Sen are going to have to re-clear all the way up through mid, though. They don't have any information at the moment.
Cryo playing solo, so getting value out of that res is hard to do, but that wall still up for the time being.
The old reliable, the Valorant beta wall. Just throw it down right in the middle of split.
On this timing, Sentinels don't have to deal with it at all. Here's a slow orb. They might try and push this one. And yep, here comes Zelsus, and he gets it just deserves. Cryo going to take another 2K here. And there's a bit of assistance, of course, from that Teo util. Arsena very quickly gets onto the scene, and EU's going to be there to take the place of his predecessor. It's beautiful. Heads are rolling, and 100 Thieves are lengthening their lead.
Beautiful adjustment from EU. Again, saying they're just routed from their initial plan into the waiting arms of 100 Thieves. They are so quick to trade for each other, to flood back into these areas where one person is committed to fighting, that being Cryo in that moment, holding down Mail. He's got his teammates there in time with Asuna coming through Vent. Everything is flowing really nicely for 100 Thieves. This is very impressive at the moment. Not quite as dominant as their first map against MIBR, but both of these series, they have started really hot.
I mean, that was 13-4 on Lotus, so it would have been deflating to see in a matchup like this.
Still doable, though I don't think it's going to happen.
It's on the table, yes.
My God, they look good, man.
This time, no early action from Zen. Maybe some mid-control, but
Damn.
the standard wall is going to be there. Okay, Arsena's hearing this. Boostio set up with a fault line here, so Arsena can play off it.
I'm interested to see if Boostio reveals himself here. There's potential for an Armageddon to maybe push him out of that Beheaven area. Not going to be triggered just yet.
That's that Viper Lurk neutralized. That's going to free up an extra player for 100 Thieves on the A side of the map. Here goes the smoke. Okay, Slow Orb definitely going to get some work done. Cryo comes off second best in that exchange, but so far Sentinels are being contained. Here come the Salvos. This is going to force some fancy footwork from 100 Thieves on this site, but still Sen have not committed. Still they wait. 40 seconds and counting. Armageddon from the attackers will mostly go unnoticed by Sen. John gonna catch Xander out. That is beautiful. Finally, they explode there out from Heaven's side. He's got a heck of a lot of work to do and can't really afford to wait for Arsena to get there. It'll have to be one. Arsena gets in and has to take the 1v2. Paint shells clear a little bit of space, but John and Zek are gonna swing together.
Oh my fucking God!
What are you doing?
Diffuse!
How does he find that?
Only Asuna is going to hit the mid-air drop.
Diffuse?
Phantom headshot. There is no other player in this game that will ever pull that off. It is only him.
Thank God.
It's not feasible. It's not. It's against the rules.
I'm feeling a sense of shock, bewilderment, and deflation from the Sen fans in the room. Oh my God. I cannot fathom.
Go on, give it to me straight, Dr. Valerie.
This is not how the game was intended to be played. What? I mean, he can barely even see the second guy with the rope.
We're making a mockery now of the gunplay.
Oh my God.
That doesn't make any sense. Okay. It is day 3 of kickoff. It is day 3 of kickoff, and we have departed from reality.
We're playing another round, by the way, and 100 Thieves have immediately gone for this A fight. Austin's trying to carry the momentum in. He's getting a little silly. Still, Boostio's there to
They can eyes him.
The second wave was there.
Oh my God.
The
Ben's
Sage.
Sitting in the screens here.
He's in the screens. I'm trying to catch my breath, man. Holy crap. I can't believe this.
Boostio gets away with absolute murder there. Picks up the orb, Bang not able to catch him. And now, he is known to all of 100 Thieves as an interloper. Fake TP still in screens as Cryo stays the bloodlust for the time being, and Xander just rips one on Zelsus. It's all falling apart for Sen. 2 players still to work with now. They've got that mid-control at least, but on the ramp is Boostio.
And there are those missiles to force any 100 Thieves players back who would have been trying to fight from the stairs. Narrate wants to take the duel. EU, oh my God, how does he not go down? 2 HP, and he finds it!
It's up to John QT, mastermind.
He can't be allowed to do that, man.
You know where the spike is, up there.
It's
on
over.
So up we go, more rope shenanigans.
Wow.
He works for Arsenal, I'm afraid. Nicely done, down to 5 though, dangerous. Rolling Thunder expended here in the last round of the half, and that'll be it, 100 Thieves. Heading to halftime with a 4-round lead, and we, folks, are still reeling.
I need to catch my breath. I need a water. I need to calm down. Oh my God, man. That Asuna play is one of the most unbelievable things I've seen since this game's release.
And it takes someone like Arsenal to dare to try that. But there's a Rolling Thunder, of course.
It's just don't let Asuna anywhere near a rope. He will do something crazy. That is the old Icebox Reina Hiko going crazy after he made a play. I can't believe this, man.
All right, collect yourself. Find which way is up, and we'll see you after the short break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Six rounds in a row won by 100 Thieves, including the most unreal one from Asuna that I've seen. And while The Hague is coming for him for crimes against humanity, game development, and the laws of physics, we still have one half of split to play. It's 8-4, 100 Thieves in the lead.
Their defensive calling from Bustio was really sublime there. I truly believe he got them back in the game. With the rotates that he was calling for the rest of his squad, so on point. We'll see if he can round that out with a nice attack half, send us over to their own pick. Bind second week, forced to teleport away.
Yeah, Asuna right behind that drone here. Realizes, wait a minute, we had the run of this place. They've gotten themselves into heaven and got that wall up, so it gives them a position to rotate out from. Get that mid control now, and Xander, unfortunately not able to clean Zelsus up.
3 players from Sentinels are ready to fight 100 Thieves here. The fault line is ready to go.
The battle lines have been drawn. Asuna's going to be the first to test them. How fast can they be ahead of this fault line? And they come flash. Okay, 100 Thieves calling a cancel. Asuna, though, can't quite get out. Looks like the guided salvo would have caught him either way.
A lovely little trap play where you have Zelsus over on the catwalk. He's taking that jiggle contact. Second he sees someone, both abilities used to net that kill.
Bang v Xander, the old versus the new, as far as 100 Thieves are concerned. Xander gets the tickle, but he's cool, calm, collected. Still wants that fight. Bang, able just to get away from the fault line, but he knows the second wave is about to hit. 100 Thieves send the guided salvos in. Zelsus down to 59 here, speculating, spraying through the smoke. Gets one dropped on top of him, and now down to 33. Needs to avoid this, but Xander is all over him like moss on a rock. And Sentinels have to work now from heaven. Cryo does get fault line, but they drop down past him. It's going to give him an opportunity to intervene. Zakin low takes Cryo down, but Bustio will be there with a 2-piece to finish off the round.
Oh, that was a really nice pivot from 100 Thieves into the B split late. And unfortunately, Sentinels, they just could not find the kills in main. Zelsus was trying to spam through, but the positioning became so awkward. They were in the exact wrong location for a split to come in, right? They're trying to play more towards the side around pillar. It's tough to contend with that 100 Thieves execute.
I'm not gonna lie. Pete, I hit you for 84, Pete?
Yes, you did. Yeah.
It's the state of the game.
I'm saying that's what Seho does.
State of the game.
Friend or foe, you're getting blasted.
It's all classics here for Sentinels.
Despite being a fantastic advertisement for the bundle, it's not a compelling case for a round win. Sen need it badly. Letting 100 Thieves sneak away with the pistol here, already having a distinct lead. That's smarts.
And it may just be a telltale sign that this is the dawn of a new era for 100 Thieves, that they now crush teams on map 1. Last year, they always lost map 1 and had to run it back on the following 2. But so far, They crushed MIBR in their debut match on Lotus and are looking to do the exact same to Sen, their long-standing rival, the rival that always gets the best of them.
Okay, that drone from Sentinels towards B is going to sort of signal the coast being clear, but the timing's good. 100 Thieves already descending on the A side. Some presence in heaven by Zelsis, but he can't test this Nebula. So Asuna, okay, he light lobbed it. That is going to force Zelsis right out of the way.
At this point, even hopes for doing damage from Sentinels certainly dwindling. Forced to push in here with the classics, exchange of util. Oh my god, shots are going awry.
Dirty flash, the Teo utility come back in Cryo's direction, but he's found a little nook to play from, and bam! That is dirty. It's all up to Narrate here. And that one was short-lived. Cryo puts him on ice.
And I know Ender right now is in the AD studio just saying, he's one off the ult! He's already one off! He's obsessed with the Sage ult change.
The ult economy, yeah.
But he is one away from getting the res already.
Yep, 7 orbs required now.
That could be enough to win out this round. Cryo is 21 for 8 at the moment. I mean, this was a big narrative last year of how much Boostio had really rejuvenated Cryo's career, instilling this guy with the confidence that he just did not have in 2023.
It was such a big part of their run, I think, into Shanghai.
Oh, this is so fast from Asuna. Off the stun, gets the first, but can't connect on the Narrate.
Oh, it's going to be there. They're coming like waves. Narrate picked off here. And Bang is nowhere to go. We can't push out into big garage because that's been aftershocks. Oh, buddy, you are a spectator in this round of Sentinels. Might as well take an observing contract here.
25 seconds in, the round is just done. There's no option for Sen but to save 100 Thieves, recovering all of the rifles. I'm sure Boostio will be able to upgrade here at some point, get over to the middle when the spike is going to go off. This just feels done. How does Sen even get back into the game at this point? Their economy is in the bin. A round worth 2 for 100 Thieves. Snowballing towards the ultimates. Economy going to be out of control, just carrying over their opponent's guns.
Still at least some smiles on the faces for Sentinels players, but again, man, contrast this with last year, where Sentinels have a pretty insane offseason, springboard into a great kickoff into Madrid, winning Masters Madrid. Here there were question marks about the role assignments on this team, the changes they'd made, of course. Sarsi intends to part. And honestly, they kind of picked up where many people expected so far. On their map choice, they look barely visible.
There's that little fun fact about Asuna, just showing how long he's been with this team.
He's growing up on this team.
Crazy. 1,545 days. This guy has been playing for 100 Thieves.
It's like longer than the average university degree.
It really is. Bang is ready to teleport to get some space in B. Main, Cryo is just too fast and he slips away. There was no assistance for Bang either. No one to trade off of him.
No uni for Bang, just a school of hard knocks, Wyatt. Now Sentinels pretty dispersed across the map here, but just losing that exchange. When they really force into this round, it bodes very ill for them. Narrate fancied hanging around, but he'll just look to stall here. His teammates, though, are on the scene.
The Sen players have really swarmed towards that B site. Double rotate, it's just Second trying to keep some amount of info towards A. Do they really want to re-clear this? If they do, it could be the round all said and done.
So many guns ready to swing on this. Celsius tests the waters, and he gets devoured by Moby Dick. It's going to be John QT having to go huge here. Nice little double, makes the space for himself as well, but caught inside the salvos, stunned up. He was concussed, but he can buy this time. Narrate still wants to play off him here. Sentinels are adamant, doggedly trying to stay in this game, but that was a pot to end them all, and a res here for Boostio.
100 Thieves are reading these guys so well. Cutting noise, posting up for the full re-clear. It's just second. Oh my god, the flash is perfect.
Okay, there's something here. Cry with 1 HP. The Zekin's heroics aren't enough to salvage the round, and now Sen are looking down the barrel of a harsh loss on their map of choice.
Have to put a lot of respect on the 100 Thieves calling at the moment. It is phenomenal. The patience there in B main, the heightened awareness to this eventual re-clear.
The stubbornness.
John does a fantastic job getting to, but even at that, just being caught in the corner, and
They know he's committed. They know John can't leave.
And even if they trade out poorly, as long as Cryo's alive, he has the res for that situation. It's such an advantageous fight for 100 Thieves to take.
And now, of course, he called that timeout here. What might be the last round of the game. Economically for the Sentinels, it's the kind of round where you are scrounging. Get a couple Guardians under your belt. That's it, really. We're one orb away from EU's Armageddon. Honestly, Boostio having a Rolling Thunder isn't out of the question. And you can see Coach Kaplan aging rapidly before our very eyes.
It is awesome to get this prime Cryo again. He's at the level that we saw him at last year when 100 Thieves took down that Stage 1 trophy, when they were really dominating the rest of the region. We're a heavy favorite in everyone's mind going into Shanghai. Cryo was putting up sickening numbers every single map, whether he was playing Duelist, whether he was playing Smokes. Against MIBR, went 38 for 22 across the series, already 22-8 right now. Outrageous stuff. When he is on, you have to put him in the conversation for the best player in Americas.
Round number 17. And it's map point for 100 Thieves. 3 grouped up over towards this A side now, and a Nebula theoretically to allow them to cross. Zekken has to pull out there. Back to A.
Now we have that ramp control acquired from Asuna, pressing forward slowly, just a contact push. Zekken sends a gate crash back into his own spawn so he can take an initial fight towards map if he needs to, get away.
There was just no hurry for 100 Thieves here. But we saw Sentinels bleed the clock a little too much on their attack side. And Asuna knows at some point he needs to take some risks.
I don't think the drone actually spotted him. Okay, just heads up spam from Zekken, that intuition.
Okay, slow walk here. Means no follow-up was possible, but fault line comes in and Cryo's going to have to shrug this off. But looks like they're headed towards ropes. Linking up now with Boostio in mid. We've got 42 seconds left to play, and now Xander has to get activated on the B side.
Center definitely feeling like this could be the B split. They've rotated 3 players over. They are ready for this. What a kill for Bang to find.
30 seconds left.
And I think that was spam through a smoke again.
We're at the point in the round now as well where even if 100 Thieves find some kills, they have to contend with so much util.
Oh, what? Okay, Arsenal able to find it right there. Not sure, but okay. Bang now going to get ready for this as he hears the satchel overhead, but Boostio claps him, and it's up to Zekken and John QT. John sat here, caught inside CT. How does he intervene? It's going to be a catch at least on Boostio, but he still gets the plant. Zekken's dimensional drift will lay the setup bare for 100 Thieves. Cryo, though, looks like he might be ready for it. John wants to fight his way out of spawn, and that shorty is not going to get you there. Up to John, the mastermind, now initiated to save the day for Sentinels. But Cryo is in a post plant, he's ready for it, and John is low. Just the regen shield won't get you there. And 100 Thieves issue a strong statement to Sen City. What have you got left?
Cryo is just him this game. He was above the rest, not even close. What was that, 24 for the map in total? He had 24 kills for 8 deaths on the Sage. Mental from the 100 Thieves star. The calling from Boostio, though, was really standout, and I think that was the biggest difference maker in this being such a one-sided affair. I'm so impressed right now by this team that are clearly in the flow state.
I mean, that last round of the game is the perfect example of what you're trying to avoid if you're Sentinels. You do everything right. You stall out, you don't overcommit, you find 2 spam kills through smokes off good timings, and then once the hit comes in, you get slapped in a 3v5. Crazy stuff. We're going to leave you with the highlights of this as we get ourselves ready for another map. It's the 2nd consecutive series in which 100 Thieves have won their first map 13-4 before going on to their map of choice. So let's see how it plays out after this.
Okay, Team Supreme, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm with Zix on stage from 100 Thieves before Game 2. An absolute domination of Split there. This is looking like 100 Thieves meta. How's the team feeling? How are you feeling coming into this split?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The meta feels really, really good for us. But I mean, in general, like we can play a lot of different styles. I mean, obviously we have like our classic, like super disrespectful style that we're like, you know, it works very well in the current meta. I think with the addition of Teo, we've found ways to implement him better than other teams. So super happy about that. Some of it showed, but not like to its full capability today. But I would just say, honestly, we're just playing a lot better than them today. Yeah. And also they seem a bit shaken or like low confidence. So, I mean, we're definitely gonna abuse that. I mean, we're a team that's gonna be super disrespectful and it works in the meta, works against our opponents that are playing a bit more timid. So definitely feeling good going into map 2.
Sounds great. Thank you for the insight, Zix. Best of luck there.
And of course, we had one of the craziest moments that I've ever laid eyes on in this game, but you got so much trash talk back and forth between 100 Thieves and Sentinels to start off this series squad. And I mean, I'm just, what a way to start things off here. Second match of the day here at kickoff, and I did not expect that going into this, guys. Like 13-4?
Yeah, 11 rounds in a row at the end for 100 Thieves to win, by the way, which is almost exactly what happened in the last series on Bind. 11 of the last 12.
It's absolutely unbelievable, but to harken back to what Coach Zix was saying in that interview, I think that this meta really does fit them. If you think to 100 Thieves a while ago, they were in the early teams playing Sage. Their Fracture comp 2 years ago, they were always running that agent there. They were early adopters of a lot of new ideas with Double Initiator, like the Fade, Gecko last year, and everything was clicking in this game. I think especially with how good this comp was on defense, stalling out Sentinels.
It's because from talking with Zix, he's a very like micro details oriented coach where a lot of the things they're doing, like the agents they run, they all have this like mid-range utility that, and their setups are really well coordinated.
Yeah, it has really been awesome to see 100 Thieves evolve the way that they have. And now taking a look at some of these bigger clips here, though, it does feel like, Mimi, Sentinels really struggle to find those reads.
Yeah, I think this comp is really killer to try and mid-round against on the attack side because you're starting off with that first volley of Tejo Breach
just kept
utility.
Losing on time.
Which is, yeah, that's what's going to initially stall you out, right? You have to re-clear space that they take early on. Then you're going into the mid-round. You have to take care of the Sage roll. You have to take care of the
so
Sage
much you
slows.
have to go.
And then you're finally hitting into a site late. And then they have another volley of Breach stun. Tejo rockets online. And they're just overwhelming you with these flood retakes.
And even when Sentinels were playing like correctly in terms of like getting onto the site faster to not just get stalled off of the plant. Asuna all of a sudden comes back. The rope.
The greatest.
Look at this. In the 1v3, gets the kill, drops down. He's going to go for a silent drop here on the rope, but the timing is brutal, and somehow he gets these kills. Watch it on his POV. Drops here, lands the first one while moving, can't see the third one, and gets the kill. And this is not the first time Asuna has done this. Asuna is the rope demon. We've all seen the clips from him back on Icebox, where the RNG is just always favoring him somehow. It is insane that it's still happening 4 years later.
He's actually that guy. He's the longest tenured player in VCT Americas. He's doing the same stuff he was doing 4 years ago with ropes. Unbelievable.
I just, you know, he gets the first kill, and then the second one comes through, and you're like, that was cool. Hey, good job on the second kill. And then the third one happens, and then at that point, my shirt came off. At any point, though, folks, let's go ahead.
I didn't see that.
I didn't see that. To hear what the coach of Sentinels, Coach Kaplan, had to say going into map 2. Let me find my clothing.
I am joined by Kaplan, coach of Sentinels here before map 2. Dealing with Asuna and all the crazy stuff last map definitely causes maybe shakes, jitters. What is the team dealing with, and how are you going to bring them back for game 2?
I think we're feeling good. Respect to them, Sage is not a common agent to run into. It's hard to get practice against it, but it's a good pick on the map. I think that threw us off and you know, just kind of put us off our footing a little bit. But going into bind, they played the same bind for a long time. They looked very similar to last year in their last match. So we feel like, okay, let's just reset. Now we're going into a game where we know what to expect, and it's a really good opportunity to just find our footing again.
Coach, thanks so much. Appreciate the insight. Best of luck in the game.
Always a pleasure to hear from Coach Kaplan, who gives us so much insight there. Kind of like what he was saying just now about the Sage.
Yeah.
Because you lost your mind.
I really
Sage
liked
just
it.
locked in, and you everything, all your clothing.
I'm a big fan because I think the way stop about the clothing. The way Sage changes the angles you have to fight, like Coach Kaplan was talking about there, it requires a lot of like brain power to figure out where players can be, where to place your crosshair, those types of things. And the way Cryo on defense was using the Sage wall wasn't just the basic out in mid wall that he's putting down. He was throwing slightly different angles of walls up towards B heaven, which he was able to play around. And often, as a solo B anchor, it allowed his team to focus heavy players on the other side of the map because he walls heaven and can just hold the site almost on his own.
Yeah, we really did see some excellent ideas from 100 Thieves in that split game. But now we set our sights on bind. Can Sentinels force this map 3? We're going to find out after this quick break. Don't go anywhere as we have bind coming up next.
Some bold words from Coach Kaplan down there on the floor at halftime, saying 100 Thieves are still playing this bind map about the same way as we saw last year. Well, that might be true. He definitely wasn't ready for what they had on split. So let's see if it plays out the way he thinks it will.
And the thing is, he's right. From what we've seen from 100 Thieves on bind, the map that they were picking and dominating on, all of 2024, when they played it against MIBR the other day, they were running the exact same comp. It's still their home map. They still have the utmost confidence in it. They did define the meta on bind last year, and a bit different though for Sentinels.
No fade.
No fade, but the same as 100 Thieves. Outside of Tejo, it's just that one-for-one exchange.
Okay. Yeah, curious to see how this plays out. It's just, that's how powerful Tejo has been, that some teams considering a plug-and-play option at any initiator spot.
Definitely. And 100 Thieves, there we go. Yeah, they are playing that same comp they did against MIBR the other day, and pretty much all of 2024. This is the map that they were able to go on a crazy run with. They got it in almost every series. They dominated every team, made it to Shanghai because of it. And then all the other teams started playing their comp. They wanted to play like them. And it started to drift a little bit lower in their pool, but they never shied away from picking into it. And 1 year later, that remains to be the case.
Now, look out for a couple of things on this map from 100 Thieves, especially on the defense side. They like to try and make those trap plays and those sort of B-long rushes with 4 players behind some util, but we felt that against MIBR, they were kind of passive at times.
It was the side that they struggled on. MIBR got back into the series by playing very well on their attack, and 100 Thieves not being able to stop their big site executes. Their anchors were being dealt with pretty easily. The only times they had success were really on rounds where they had ultimates and were able to make a play off the back of those. We'll see if Sentinels are going to be able to take advantage of this weaker point of 100 Thieves bind, as MIBR did, or maybe 100 Thieves will have made the adjustments necessary to just win this out clean, dominate Sen again on their own, on 100 Thieves' own map pick this time.
Yeah, again, one that we've seen a lot from them, and it looks like Xander on this map seems to be the plug-and-play solution, just to come in and basically do what Bang have been doing prior. Same Viper balls, right? The one down A short, sometimes, they're sending that one over towards B that sort of cuts across hookah and gets them in there.
This is a map for 100 Thieves where we've seen EU really be able to shine. A lot of people saying that he was, in terms of utility, the best player in Americas last year. This map being a catalyst to that conversation. His fade play is phenomenal. Cryo was putting up some crazy stat lines on the Brimstone as well.
He played Clove yesterday. It looked incredible there as well.
And you've got an in-form Asuna, so this is a dangerous lineup of 5 looking to make it one step further, qualifying for Bangkok, trying to finally lift an international trophy.
EU going to get ahead on the orb economy early. Almost the expectation here that Sentinels are doing something a little bit more B-biased. And Arsenal will be taking that first contact inside hookah. He's got the paint shells as well.
Asuna does like to play this corner pretty frequently, actually. A lot of 2-3 setups with him and Xander. He's about to take contact, but just can't find the kill.
Completely overwhelmed there. Zekin had the antidote to that position there from Arsenal, digging him out with the blast pack.
A position like that, playing in hookah in these corridors, in lamps as well, against the Teo, that's nightmare fuel. You are going to get hit by so much util, so much damage. I mean, the classic defensive play against a Brim when they have their ult on bind is don't play in lamps, because you could just get fried by that. Well, that can kind of be the case every round with Teo to some extent.
Sky smokes being set up here for Sentinels now. It's about time. Standard smokes over towards the middle of that site, but EU emerges. What timing from EU? That is disgusting. Oh, buddy. Sentinels are not ready for that. Got the initiative here for 100 Thieves. Has left them by the wayside so many times. And that's 4 for EU on the pistol. You just gassed him up. But it's the gunplay that really set him apart there.
The gunplay and that supportive flash coming over the top. Boostio sent the Dizzy over, blinded up everyone who was running through the wall. Didn't exactly know where they were supposed to aim.
Record scratch freeze frame.
Despite finding that first kill.
Oh man, Dizzy got very busy.
A great recovery. A lot of 100 Thieves' success on this defense is going to hinge on Boostio's utility. They love playing off of those Dizzies, swinging as a team off of them, setting up trap plays when he has the ultimate with the Thrash. Zen have to be ready for that.
Early showers play with that Teho util, paving the way. It's going to be Zekin. Just getting himself an orb here as Sen have really nothing to work with on an anti-eco like this. Boostio with the bucket.
Yet again.
Still a better love story than Twilight.
Posted up in hookah. One of the best positions for it. 100 Thieves are taking this nice and slow. They are really not trying to push the issue anywhere. Allow Sen to play into them.
Down to the 1 minute mark now, and those Prowlers have cleared through shower. Arsenal definitely getting a little bit antsy. So they might go for a bit of a pop here. Yeah, they're pushing in. Arsenal, though, where do you go? Just kind of pops himself up in the air. What? Unreal! He's done it again, Wyatt!
Asuna is a 1 of 1. There is no player like him.
Okay, gets himself above the util with the blast pack, comes down, gets a paint shield kill and 2 more. At this point, Sen are picking up the pieces. Vaporized by 100 Thieves.
And Asuna's on the fast track to getting the showstopper early here. This is the player for 100 Thieves that, after their offseason loss, and even prior to that, frankly, it has been the trend for the 100 Thieves fan base for a while to point the blame at Asuna for their woes.
He has to dodge his own paint shell.
Ridiculous.
Gets banged with the secondary wave of explosives.
But
Wait,
so
this guy
far,
is the Avalanche on Chad Mountain. I'm sorry.
so far this year, Arsenal has been lights out.
Oh, man.
To the extent that in the first series against MIBR, Arsenal put up an average ACS of 306. That was a better series than any he played in 2024. His first one. Immediately shutting down the doubters.
So much life still left in him, that's for sure. Still young, still hungry. It's just what 100 Thieves have needed these last couple of rounds. Send now exploratory on this gun round. We've got the double stack over towards B long, pretty standard here for 100 Thieves. And against a team that can't split them up with a one-way like Omen, can really abuse it.
Yeah, they love to play these bait and switch setups towards B long, 100 Thieves, and they're jiggling, drawing that attention, and Austin is the one who's ready to pounce.
Xander really conditioning that there's not a player holding the off angle.
Trust me, guys.
I'm throwing this snake bite because I don't want you to come up here. Ouch. Xander already had the ghost to work with there, if I'm not mistaken, and that's enough percent. They're going to pull out here. Maybe smell something a bit off.
Sick reaction time from Narrate. Super mechanically skilled player who debuted in Europe last year, despite being from America, was a standout in challengers.
Cryo calmly steps back from the battleship's worth of ordnance being thrown at him, and here's Arsena. Still found a way to be relevant in this round, but the TP plunge for boosting.
Oh.
That's the spike. The spike is down.
He digs in with the ghost and is able to cut us down already 4 seconds in the round. Bang doesn't think he's still there, but he was waiting. Zekin though, oh, Zekin gets the shot done, but guess what, buddy? There's no plan. That's just unreal.
There's no time. These guys are getting rinsed, and I am stunned at the fashion in which it's happening. That reposition from Arsenal was excellent to be prepared for the eventual teleport that was going to come through if things on A were not looking good for Sen. That was the case, but this right here. Come on, the accuracy with the ghost. The frustration on the face of Kaplan.
Feels like these games only come around once in a blue moon. The sheer audacity from 100 Thieves over the last 3 rounds has been staggering. And they just sent Sentinel's rifle round back to Lumbridge.
They are able to buy up again, decent enough. A lot of light armors, the Guardian, but worth doing. Obviously, getting close to a couple ultimates, but nothing big on the table for either team. You know, aside from Austin and EU being one orb away from their own ults respectively, so that could pay off later in the round if one of them finds a kill.
I'm ready for a normal round, a gentleman's round.
Yeah, surely that will happen.
Cry here looking to refresh that one way likely. Tail Ordnance comes in and he gets out. Again, another round where he just calmly avoids it, gives up the space. Molly here to interrupt a potential plan, and Zekin knows he needs to try and take a fight, wins it out, but Arsena's going to be there as a second line, and what a haunt ping! Arsena once more, and Zelsis is the deer in the headlights as the showstopper comes in.
The utility is just so oppressive right now. Arsena on the swing and gets the 4th. One with the ult, one with the paint shells.
I need one of them chunder bags that you have on the aircraft, you know what I mean? To get airsick. Oh my goodness.
Sickening stuff. But again, this is nothing new, right? This stall, the fact that 100 Thieves maintain that backside control wire lets them deploy all of these snake bites, mosh pits, you name it. They've got it.
And it's the little moments like those. And it's the little moments like those too where despite EU not getting involved in terms of the fragging, just that one well-timed haunt sealed the round for 100 Thieves. All 3 Sen players default revealed they're cooked. They're eating the molly into the paint shells, the showstopper. They're getting swarmed upon. He gets so much value from this fade. He really does.
The team that really pioneered this composition, someone on Fade who you always feel like is going to have an outsized impact on the game is EU. Arsena having his ace denied that previous round, but it was a great fallback from Cryo, right? Back to vents. After all that tail util comes into lamps, gives it up, and is still able to have an impact defensively.
I'm looking at a much more proactive 100 Thieves on defense than we saw against MIBR. The one half so far in this tournament that they have struggled on. They're doing a much better job at flooding in with their own utility and fighting aggressively while the spike is being tapped.
And that was against a deadlock comp that they kind of let the executes happen, but here, they're interrupting them.
The two initiators, Busio and EU, have been getting mega value, and it has just set up Asuna for the freest kills. Center on the eco right now, out of the timeout. We'll see what Kaplan has cooked up in terms of a little cheeky plan here before we get into the real plan with the big buy on the following round.
Might have to be a fast play into Lambs with the Bucky, I think. Yep, Zelsis just gets his head ripped off. Gets a free haircut, but the inverse Mohawk probably isn't what he wanted. Asuna has to watch out. Shotgun on the right side. John QT hits him with a big iron. And that's that Lambs control, and plant down for Sen. Zekin has earned a showstopper to boot.
That Prowler is going to come in really handy to try to re-clear Lamps. But actually, EU's rotating over towards Heaven, wants to pick that angle up.
Here's that showstopper now, coming out of Lamps. Zekin threatening. Busio here, letting Wingman go to work now. He's going to get that to half at least, but John steps up, brings him down. That's half. 3 players left to work with for 100 Thieves, and Cryo's well-laid plans fall apart, and Narrate's able to shut Xander down with nothing but a classic. And I think even for EU, even for someone who's been dominant, this would be too much. Narrate eventually cuts his life short.
They haven't had a chance to show it, but nice little reminder that these guys can shoot.
A little thrifty. I think that's like a 4 classic 1 Bucky round that send win out.
Yeah, the Sheriff into Lamps finds one as well. I think that was John got a kill for the first 100 Thieves player that was trying to swing in there.
Asuna, yeah, it's here.
Yeah, that was a great kill, and recovers the rifle from it. Gotta get, I mean, it's just pure individual play from John that carries him over the finish line there. And
Bang knows exactly what's about to happen. This is the same style that 100 Thieves played on this map with him in it.
Can't be understated how desperately they needed that round. Stop the bleeding, get their economy stabilized, bring some rifles over. The Thrash gets a lot of info, doesn't actually find anyone. Asuna's too aware.
Evidently doesn't need information to get kills. Must be nice. Narrate here unsure about when or where Asuna's about to emerge, but Zelsa's elsewhere is able to bring Bustio down. That was a long shot from Octagon to the B site. Narrate, great patience.
Great molly as well, just to force Asuna out into the open, into danger. I mean, Narrate's in danger right now. The Dizzy is so good, but he can't capitalize.
God, the guy is audacious. Wins it out by trading that Dizzy in. And Narrate has absolutely earned this plant for Sentinels. It has to be EU to bide his time for a moment at least to get Cryo in position to try and go for a 2v4.
Or do they want to just save the significance of losing that anti-eco on their economy?
They're having a crack to believe in themselves. What a day for it too. Prowler thrown out here, but EU will be flushed away from that position by John QT's salvo. Okay, 2 versus 2. Cryo, patient, takes a bunch of damage though from up and now needs EU to be the active player. Cryo sneaks in, but Zekin so hard to shift from that spot. Just little peaks, a little bit of damage, and Zekin shuts the book on 100 Thieves for a 2nd consecutive round.
Narrated so much there towards Hookah, flushing Asuna out of the teleport, able to find that kill, and then immediately following that, lovely Dizzy to get back into Hookah, find a 2nd. It looked labored, but eventually, on that reswing, Xander punish shut down. Gets the rest of his team access to the site.
Nice sack! Zach,
and the economy is suddenly
Zach,
broken for 100 Thieves.
Wait for a round. I want a round before I stand up. Let's go, Sean. Jordan, trust me, brother. I'm going to get a round.
Talk about emotional leader.
I'll trust him.
Zelsis was just on his feet. So he's definitely making sure there's plenty of verticality over on the Sentinel side of the stage. An important round to win. Zekin definitely biding his time, looking to come alive in this game. It's a good round, and it's going to keep 100 Thieves quiet. It's going to keep a lid on their economy, because like you said, that's a round but they could quite easily have just gone for the save with those 2 rifles still in play.
Yeah, John Cutie has saved this team, and it's not from his IGLing just yet. It's from his individual play on that eco round, finding the Sheriff headshot, picking up the Phantom, getting a 2nd, and then that carries over into now where they can begin to snowball, maybe for the first time in this series, against an utterly dominant 100 Thieves squad.
Who have gone for a hero rifle here. EU is feeling it. Asuna, of course, probably what we saw last time with the Stinger in his hands, he found a 3K just outside of Lamps.
And I am taking note of Bustio holding the Thrash right now. 100 Thieves have a variety of different little set trap plays that they like to activate when they have that ultimate. They've been using this comp for so long that they've pretty much shown them all off, but still, when you're going up against it, which one are they going to go for? When are they going to use it? Sen have to be careful.
EU eventually forced to divest his stake in Showers. And again, seeing a lot of this util come his way, and yet the stack for 100 Thieves is towards the B side of the map. EU with the rifle, can he have impact? That one clatters uselessly to the ground.
Yeah, Zekken has that ultra fast swing from this stim beacon. EU is just not quick enough with the reactions to shut him down, and at this point, Sen can really stabilize this game. Asuna, though, just catches Zekken unaware, pressing too far forward alone, getting a little greedy.
Yep, Bang's tucked here, Cryo goes low, but they do at least have this orbital to work with. Cryo wants to smoke here, shut down that spot that Narrate has been holding in these close plants consistently, and there's Boostio, run straight into it. Bang set up on the side for now, at risk of being sprayed down, he finds 3! That'll keep the head above water. And now again, patience can reign for Sentinels as Asuna should have nothing much to say about this round. A kill, a third, in fact, will be all she wrote.
Asuna trying to save this rifle, but not going to happen. Zelsis is ready to cut him off at the pass.
And that's 3 rounds in a row for Sentinels off the back.
And that's Zelsis off the chair, getting the crowd back into it. Zekken, they're just on that fast swing, and then it's this duo, the newcomers, Bang. Narrate throwing up that dizzy, catches all 3 of them. Narrate has really been getting a lot of value these past few rounds.
Stand up, he says.
Kind of looks like Zelsis' little brother, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it's the hairstyle on Narrate and Zelsis, I think, doing the carrot top look. Sans curls.
100 Thieves have their full buy now, and they have a few really important ultimates to play with here, excuse me. They've given up B long, Sen have control. And from this position, they can begin to work the map, try and draw rotates elsewhere.
It's a similar look to what we saw previously from 100 Thieves, just the stack towards elbow.
Looks like they may just want to creep into this site. Wow, the wall is going to keep them at bay for now.
Yep, they are going for it. Here's the thrash. Can they make a play off this now? Very quickly, Senna trying to get on out. Zekken backs down this B long, and so no blood drawn.
That's exactly what you want to do against 100 Thieves playstyle. Draw the trap out and then re-hit later on. All the while, Bang towards the party forward. Asuna with the showstopper again. 2 for 2.
Gets himself Zekken and now sent. Packing over towards his A side of Sentinels. Going to be clearing the way out of Showers. 100 Thieves do have that sort of utility. They've got to hold this position though, and Bang could unravel it. They're fighting for it. Zelsis knows he can't afford to have mollies thrown at the side as they're getting a plant down. But Cryo, unshiftable here from Lebs. Eventually Zelsis deals with him the good old-fashioned way. Dizzy neutralized as is Boostio. And now we get a 2v1. Still no plant. Xander's shoulder pick reveals Zelsis. He has to take the shot, and with 12 seconds left, it is a tough ask to stick a plant. 2 fakes. Xander not drawn out of position. That guy is far too canny for it. And in the dying seconds, he gets off it. Zelsis now set for 4 for a clutch. No time left for him to work. Asuna knew there was no point going for it.
Yeah, those last 200 Thieves players played that very well. Xander just biding his time with the jiggle peaks, jump spotting, keeping the pressure on Zelsis, who assumed that the second player, Asuna, would have been there far quicker than he actually was. You could see how much fear he had due to that, just never wanting to stick the plant. You can't blame him for it. It was an awkward timing to play around.
Nice little 2 clicks from Cryo. Limited opportunities for him to come alive in this game, but that was important. Asuna, they're not with the full commit, just to pop up, send that showstopper in.
That being said, all of that damage that has been done has kept 100 Thieves' economy very honest. They're all really low right now. Boostio was relegated to just the Bucky, though. I think he's happy to have that in his hands regardless.
I think he feels right at home. We'll be evacuated briefly because of that Teo util. That will allow a staging ground to be built for Zekken.
Xander with the judge. He does like to play this angle with the judge pretty frequently.
Good for one, usually. Not this time, though. His narrator's been so solid.
He is really stepping it up. A lot of people surprised he wasn't on an Americas team in his debut year last year. It was K-Corp taking a chance on him.
He had trials, but nobody really went for it.
Yeah, proved himself overseas, and then Sen said, come right back. Replace Saucy, a legend that departed from their roster. Big shoes to fill.
Zekin is out of there. That, though, gives him all the information he needed to hear. 40 seconds left. Sen are really stretching this out. Another trap play, though, was just thwarted.
Oh, bang, here's the rotate from Cryo right now. He does have a tiny... Catches a free one onto Asuna. Lovely from Bang, and they can pivot back with the TP.
Cryo knows now he needs to double back himself, but he has no side control. Util coverage at Heaven and through Vent, so there's no way the 100 Thieves are flooding onto the site here. They're going to have to let this happen. The time. Sen might get interrupted here on the way through. Narrate over towards the site here. Time still of the essence now, and that orbital comes down, but the spike was still deployed. It's second falling, though. 100 Thieves have to go for it. But what are they working with? A butt kick for Boostio, and he tears Bang to shreds. Now, though, the real work begins for 100 Thieves. John sat up a triple. EU giving him a little bit, but not committing. Boostio able to upgrade to a rifle, which shows himself, but John, it's methodical, surgical, in his deconstruction of 100 Thieves in the post plant.
Finally, some life coming back, the energy coming back in the room after 100 Thieves dismantled Sen on map 1. And it looked like this might have even been a blowout too, the way it began, but Sen are right back into this.
God, this is the game sense.
Oh, that double headshot in the second is the chef's kiss.
He needed that range with a Phantom. And there's that vintage John QT. So 100 Thieves here relegated to a very poor buy in round 10.
2 players from 100 Thieves. Just trying to be stuck in who can hold that down while they stack one more extra on A. Straight up execute. Cryo goes down.
Cryo loves to play inside those smokes and come out on weird timings. Banger shut that weapon down for 100 Thieves here. Showstopper available for second. Asuna. Navi quite available, but Narrate just got his brain splattered over the wall. Ugly, Asuna, cute, but doesn't work 2 times.
Yeah, it doesn't.
And Zen here just says, okay, can I make something happen of this? There's really very little to work with. 100 Thieves pooling their resources. And he's going to sit on top of that molly. We are an even game, folks. Once more.
Sentinels are beginning to build towards a lot of their ultimates for this pivotal round. Could be worth 2. Zekin has the showstopper. He told Jordan he was going to get him a highlight round. He was going to stand up eventually. This would be a really nice one to do it on. It would break 100 Thieves' economy. He could get sent into that 7-5 lead heading into the second half. Could see some real contention for the orbs, with Zelsis 1 away from his ultimate 2.
I can feel the anticipation for a round like this. The crowd knows that this is where Sen really try and drive the knife in deep. Xander really has just been a role player, yet to be able to have those moments that defined him in challenges in this game. It's a group up in B long here for Sentinels. It's a 3-1-1. Here we go, it's time for Zekin. It's kind of body block there, awkward, but John's going to be able to dig Asuna out. Zekin doesn't fully commit though, just pops up, playing on top of the stim beacon. And yeah, send that rocket away. Still Sen know they need to walk up on this site, and Zekin is going to be at the 4. All that util getting thrown down, covering the site, meaning Sentinels are in there.
The question is, do 100 Thieves try to flood right now off the top?
Yep, 3 players sat inside elbow. Zelsis has a sense about it. He's also got an orbital strike. That could be devastating here for 100 Thieves who are grouped for this. Okay, in goes Wingman. Zekin clears him. Now 100 Thieves are inching up in elbow, getting closer, but still no flood. Cryo going to be held at bay. This might slow things down even further. There's the horn. Here's the play. Zekin sees him as the smoke comes down. It's Boostio picked off, and then he backs away. It's a second for John now, as Narrate wants to get his hands dirty. He gets involved. Xander found 2, but that's all he could ask for. And EU really doesn't have a hope in hell. That's a clean round from Sen. And they'll have his gun too.
Great hold of the site from Sentinels after getting that spike down. So much delay from their utilities. Zelsis having 1 extra smoke to place towards elbow, wasting precious seconds. And then still had his ultimate as well, an orbital strike. He's carrying it over into this round against a bad buy from 100 Thieves. I mean, John right now, razor sharp with the aim.
Absolutely crucial frags here.
Nice, boys. Let's go. So when are we standing up, if never?
Homer just wants to be on his feet. I respect it. Maybe they'll give us a reason here. I've been standing this whole time, Wyatt. Can confirm, it's great.
Xander's been over towards B long effectively every round. This time has the pit for some extra control, which you're going to assume will be pushing Sentinel elsewhere. You know, given that they've traded off a Fade or maybe a Sky in place for that Tejo, they don't have the best utility at clearing out a pit. They really just have the Wingman. That's about it. And you don't really want to be using it for that. So it's going to be the A site where they want to hit with that Armageddon, but a counter ult keeps them at bay. Excuse me.
And Arsenal was ahead of it. He was inside showers here. And that Nightfall tells you everything you need to know if you're 100 Thieves. There are Sentinels players stacked up on short, still waiting to pull the trigger. Now, in comes Zekin off the satchel, but Arsenal shuts him down instantly. It's John, though, again, always good for one at least. Responds in kind. And now to send Walker. No fanfare, no pomp and circumstance. Spike gets put down.
Difficulties here could be with trying to get Busio in position to make something happen with his Bucky. You need to get him in lamp supporting Cryo, but he feels like he just has to give that up.
Just to put Busio out of the way there. He tries to dive in. This is awkward. They're stacked up. Narrate's going to bring Busio down, and Cryo was so low. That was awkward for 100 Thieves. Couldn't get their ducks in a row. Or rather, their players were too much in a row, it seems. Narrate there just lazily flicks Xander out of existence. It'll make it 3. Easy pickings here for Sentinels, and that's a 7-round half on attack.
And a comeback that you really have to credit to the duo of John Cutie and Narrate. Both of them getting outsized value from their initiator util, specifically in the case of Narrate. John Cutie more so in the case of the gunplay. It was the eco round win, what feels like ages ago, where he got an opening kill with the Sheriff into a kill with a picked up Phantom that he got from that initial kill, that they were able to bring this thing back. So big step up from the IGL.
Bang 13-8, Narrate 11-9. The newcomers to Sentinels setting the tone and pace heading into halftime. Don't go too far, folks. Bind is bound to get even more explosive. It's Sen City claiming 7 of the last 8 rounds in that first half of Bind. 100 Thieves map pick and one they looked very good on to start, but they start to slow down. They start to get figured out. It's Bang, Narrate leading the way, and John QT walking up onto sites and finding crucial involvements.
Now, bear in mind, 100 Thieves' success on this map, at least against MIBR, it came from a destructive attack half. They ran it all the way back, winning 11 of the 12 rounds played, which is mental. So Sen have their work cut out for them. This is 100 Thieves' favored side, no doubt.
Let's see how it plays out now into the pistol. It's Zelsis. Unlike Arsenal, who was tucked right into the corner on the right, Zelsis gives himself the option to leave, and he's happy to abscond. John setting up here, unclear where he'd be sending these salvos, but it will give the hot foot to 100 Thieves.
You can't ask for much more from this defensive setup if you're a Sen fan, and 100 Thieves execute comes in. They're ready with the util and 4 players to shut this down.
They have it stacked. Zelsis with the timing catches Arsena, but he is going to be there. Oh no, he's walked into the trap and still found one despite being flashed. Still, +1 for 100 Thieves in terms of the player trade, and John QT again evens the score.
He needed that one. Such a high impact kill from the IGL.
100 Thieves, they are committed here to playing from hookah for now. Arsena drops, John QT caught with util in his hand, but Zekin had his back. A crossfire plays out beautifully for Senna. Now it's up to Cryo. Took a hit from those paint shells, and Zekin says, all right, can I stand up yet?
Does he stand up? I'm looking.
Glued to the chair, Wyatt.
Seated. Staying seated. I mean, that was pretty... I think that's worth standing up. You're on the comeback. Now you're in the lead. You're extending it with a pistol round win. 3K.
I think, look, I do think...
He has high standards.
Zelsis has a flair for the dramatic, right? It's one time in the game, and it has to be the right one. Just because you sharpen your spear doesn't mean you bring it to the battle. There is life yet in Sen City. You'll notice here we've got a judge for Bang. Narrate clearing that horn early here through showers. And Arsena. He's going to be the man with that first contact. Zelsis, though, already getting busy. Bustio out of the round. Narrate allows himself to back away with Wingman just making that space.
Sentinels can just take their sweet time from here on out. They've already garnered an advantage on top of the inherent advantage they have coming into the round.
Yeah, so there will no need to hurry here at all. 100 Thieves don't really seem to have a clear plan outside of making use of Arsena in showers. But Narrate's already picked up that line as he fell back onto the A site. Second in the smoke, footsteps, pitter-patter onto the side as Narrate steps up. And Arsena sits down.
Xander routed from the missiles. Just a slow end to 100 Thieves in this round. Seems like is what we're going to be in store for.
Yeah, this is like a paper cut exsanguination. Like, it's that slow. 100 Thieves are just lurching to a stop here.
Rotating to be long.
Yep.
You got 20 seconds.
They're walking the holes. They've got a clipboard, so they look like they're doing something, right? But in reality, it's about looking busy. Tap the clipboard with the pen.
You don't want to save these classics. let's get in there.
Make with the atmosphere. Thank you.
Come on, there we go. Oh my God.
A couple more sacrifices fed to Krakatoa, and we're back to business.
They've got the full heavy armors, full rifles. Going to be annoying to contend with Zelsis, holding the judge somewhere on the map, tucked in a corner. They do have the prowlers to clear out spaces like that, which can be quite nice.
Clinical.
Yes.
I agree. Too much so, actually,
yeah,
but I agree.
Flawless. Okay. Now we're about to get busy, folks. Still not the fastest start here for 100 Thieves.
No,
definitely a sense they're still feeling Sentinels out on this attack side.
Sen have gone for this 4-man gamble towards the A side to begin things early on. They did that on the pistol round and it won them that, so why not go for it again, but this time when they have the worst weapons.
Man, they are tentative. 50 seconds done in the round. 100 Thieves working up the courage to knock on the door.
It does feel like they're expecting some aggression to come in that it's just not in the cards for the Sen game plan at this point in the half.
I can hear it though on the stage.
It'll come later, but...
Really active calling still from Bustio, so they are trying to put something together.
There is some intensity in Bustio's voice right now on stage.
You hear a pin drop in here otherwise. 40 seconds left. Talk about the suspense.
I mean, this entire time, EU has worked himself close up into shower on A. 100 Thieves are still very spread around the map. Austin is trying to create some distraction on B, draw, rotate, and teleport.
It's giving 2023 Thieves, though, I'll be honest. There doesn't seem to be a clear plan. They're going to have to go for it now. TP play, it's going to be convergence over on A for 100 Thieves. Zelsis was busied up, and okay, we're going to move on. Zekin finding 2 kills, maybe just not the 2 we wanted. And it will be a plant. Wingman gets it done despite the Teho util looking to shut it down. And it will be Sentinels with the weaker weapons now struggling to hold their ground as slowly, and I mean slowly, 100 Thieves have kicked them off the map.
If that Taeho util came in just a sliver of a second earlier, complexion of the round could be very different. We would have seen 100 Thieves scrambling to retrieve the spike and get it down with around 10 seconds on the clock. Could have been an opportunity. Sen will take the damage dealt, though, keeping the economy relatively low.
That is just intense mid-rounding from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it was interesting to hear how passionate and intense the communication was.
Kelvin has a really piercing voice.
What we were watching was a very slow taking of the extremities of the map.
Hey, it works out for 100 Thieves, and they even keep a couple of those weapons still. Now what? This time a little bit more staunch. In towards showers.
EU has the Nightfall after collecting that orb, and Cryo ready for the push.
Get a lot, it's perfect. Second, blasted. Celsius goes out in the same fashion. Cryo now starting to build up the frag total.
Celsius hoping that a delay in the swing would cause Cryo to maybe fall off the angle or adjust in some way that would leave him vulnerable. But he was trained in on the crosshair. Sentinels are in real trouble. They don't have cash behind this. Go into the next Sander, the reaction's sick.
Narrate has been winning every one of those so far. This map, it feels. He's so annoying. Here's an attempt to delay the spike bar, but Arsena descends upon John Cutie. And this is 100 Thieves now really draining the bank accounts of Sen, who are trying to stay competitive in these rounds. There it is. What a clean one. Flawless round for 100 Thieves as they start to work their way back into the game.
Absolutely clinical, a trio of kills for Cryo, who simply stood his ground, locked down the angle to find two openers. Working his way towards the orbital strike. He's making the game look very simple, very textbook.
Clean. Not much to say here again is you're never going to get ahead of yourself as 100 Thieves. You tried two rather different looking rounds, a very slow one that works out. That one had some pace at least.
Center definitely losing the map control game in terms of the extremities, though. 100 Thieves have had Shower on lock. They've been pressing Asuna close up into long.
They got control here, so Bang can't sneak around that corner. Looks like he'd like to work his way back in, but that's been denied so far.
He's just taking so much damage, he has to fall back. While this is all going on, Zekken is now getting into Shower. Center realizing we need to get we need to get control of something somewhere.
Yeah, we need to narrow things down a little bit.
They've rotated an additional player to be.
Ooh, the wall comes down and Asuna is there. That is a brutal one to come back from. Narrate, the only player of he having to play out from the smoke. The timing though was good. The flash play, it was nice. He couldn't quite connect, and Cryo again gets rid of that repeat offender.
Oh, respect the effort. That could have been a highlight reel moment from Narrate. But it ends in tragedy. If only he had a rifle, probably would have gotten both, honestly, just with
the flash
spray kills. Yeah, I mean, just the wingman running through.
Now it's the time to save some guns here for Sen. They have run dry on funds. Their third consecutive round loss here. Conversely, 100 Thieves crucially building that buffer up should Sen start to find an edge and might be starting to think next couple rounds, timeout could be in order.
Certainly. A necessary save. Headed towards an explosive ultimate round. Both sides getting towards virtually maybe 3-4 total, right?
We'll see it called out because the guns maybe won't be much to back things up here for Sen. And yeah, I think they've called a timeout here, no surprise. Let's see how this goes down. So the wall comes down instantly. Asuna, Sen's flash, by the way, is able to rip them.
The wingman stun connects, but it's just...
Taking our time, and they don't have good refights. They don't have like protocols or anything.
Fair point. I mean, yeah, that was it. Wingman stun onto 3 people, and yet Narrate has 4 looking at him. What do you think about that? I mean, the refight potential here for, for Sen if they do give up some of that ground early.
I mean, he is not wrong, and they should be able to do so with this comp. But they're not having anything set up with the Taeho at the moment to get back in that's really in conjunction with the rest of the Initiator utility, having Narrate involved in a situation like that. Or Zekken being able to play off of it. They're sort of just awkwardly trying to fight as a unit forward there. That 2-piece from Arsenal was sick. I mean, collecting the second from the spray was
quietly having a really nice map.
Just nasty, yeah. I mean, so yeah, it was a little loud at the beginning when he was satcheling around to avoid nades and all of that, but
that is fair.
Yeah,
that
he
was
has
flashy.
he's been getting his one just about every round. He started at a cool 21.
And that's what the game has shrunk to, a 1-round lead for Sentinels after they've won that 6 consecutive, including the pistol here in the second half. Showstopper for Arsenal. Nightfall for EU. Very close to some big ultimates on the Sentinel side as well.
Something
4 players at 8.
A little different from Zekin here, playing on top of Truck. He's just going to need to either break himself or need someone to break the Dizzy when the execute comes in so he can fight forward.
I think he has John for that. Really depends the angle that it comes in on. That's that early showers control as well, already being assumed by 100 Thieves, and they are wary of a potential crunch, so looking back towards a TP.
Center fully stacked up. There's been a lot of 4-1 early defense from them.
Right, behind the boom bot, it's time to get busy. Okay, the Dizzy does not get broken, Wyatt. That means that Zekin has to give that position up. Speculative Showstopper might have caught a bit of damage onto Narrate. It's unclear. He's down to 67 either way. 100 Thieves have not fully dove in.
Zen have flooded right back into the site, but haven't found anyone to actually fight. The wall is cycled back from Xander. The Dizzy's broken. Or Wingman, rather. Cryo jumps in.
Here's Arsena up on top of the truck, but Zelsis is ready for that play, and Narrate's trying to back out of halls here. Zelsis locks it down, but Boostio tears him to shreds. What a time to get in there.
100 Thieves are really outplaying them on the macro. Sen were fully baited into the site and then just get a wave of util dropped on them as 100 Thieves reaggress back in as a unit through Shower and Short. Shower, which has been essentially fully uncontested. The spawn barrier might as well be over at the A site door.
Boostio had best keep his head down. Credit to him. I would have swung that on back. He's low. Would have gone for it. Clean end of the round. Now we have an even game for 100 Thieves. Sometimes, again, still playing slow in the early rounds, but that's that second wave you mentioned, Wyatt, that is looking way more fruitful for them. They're not just standing around listlessly for another minute.
This could be the round where the game is determined. Sentinels are going to be throwing their entire economy on the line. I mean, this is the moment, right? They're baited back into the site. And then they all eat that Nightfall coming out of Shower, and the entirety of 100 Thieves spilling back in together, playing off Cryo. Boostio's aim as well has just been really on point today, looking crisp.
We don't unmute those, sorry. Family show. Here's the Thrash now. Saw this on the Sen side as well, just to try and clear out a little bit, but that is a nasty little Dizzy coming in, and Zekin wants to catch them here on Slope. Beautifully done, and even a late swing back in by your boy Boostio. Is not going to salvage this one for the Thieves.
Throwing something different into the fold. Hitting 100 Thieves with that early teleporter. Crunch taking advantage of Zekin's Showstopper to be able to satchel out of there, make it a difficult target.
Plenty of money here, but more likely more of an economic focus here for 100 Thieves. Still a minute to work with, and again, if they find a site that's lightly held, you can convert this, but the odds do not favor the Thieves.
You would certainly hope that there should be a clean end for Sentinels, who need to retain every gun they can. All of their players are low on credits, but they're low on HP. One nade in the right location could get a free kill. Some spam through a wall, through container.
John Cena. And that's the wall coming up now.
30 seconds left.
Teho Util's not going to do too much. Sen don't really look to push in after it either.
No charges.
EU didn't fancy though hanging around in Hood for the aftermath of that. And Arsenal has a rough approximation of where Sentinels were there. Here's that grenade you were talking about.
Would have been good 15 seconds ago,
Yeah,
but unfortunately
or
they've
just
rotated off, repositioned.
Or slightly to the right, maybe banked that off the wall.
But of course you can't know, just a guessing game that unfortunately comes up short. 100 Thieves are going to patiently wait this one out, save the rifles of their own, and would be happy if anyone pushes into them, but it's not going to be the case. Sentinels know the value of the weapons in their hands at the moment.
They also knew that probably the Sentinels' guns were more valuable than theirs at the time, given how Sen's economy was wavering, so any opportunity to get something for their troubles. They didn't want to wager too much for it. So heading into round 20, still a fully bought up 100 Thieves owing to that 4-round win streak. Zelsis, of course, has the Brim ultimate.
Neri could play to getting that Thrash. Bang is one away from the pit as well, who's been trying his best to lock down B long, but 100 Thieves play that area of the map, both on attack and defense, at an extremely high level. They understand how to punish players in that location.
Very much a default look here. 100 Thieves happy to spend the first 40 or so seconds on pure exploration. Might be a little set up here by Narrate off a timing, maybe to catch Arsena out. It's going to fall to Bang to convert off this.
And as predictable as ever, we are in the mid-round, and EU has control of Showers yet again. For a year straight, this man has been on a solo mission on 100 Thieves to control that side of the map, and he always gets away with it.
I got you.
Does that confirmation keep 3 Sen players at B? It looks like yes. Arsena, getting out alive would be great. Getting a kill, even better. He's not going through that TP though, and eventually he's going to be brought down. This now should confirm it was just the Rays trying to sell a bit of a fake.
That was really good from Bang in there, in understanding they could find a moment to punish him right there on his lonesome wingman. Is he going to get that in time? No.
Nicely done. Molly to follow it up here. So no wingman plant as time is ticking down. That Molly's about to clear. It lasts annoyingly long though. Drone's cleared, now the orbital strike. What's the plan here, 100 Thieves? How are you going to fight through this? Xander doesn't want to push up too much. Now it's up to Bang and John QT to keep this one stalled out. EU, though, playing on the other side of the spike, and Boostier's going to get it down. We're going to see Heaven picked up by John.
Not a lot of util going into this either. Not sure when the cycle is going to come back. Actually, EU does have the haunt now. John is trying to make his way through Heaven. Might be able to take an engagement against Boostio.
The timing here could be huge. Oh, EU can't eat this one. Hoping for a bit of John action, but he just gets caught out by that util. Teo so powerful. So it falls to the, well, notorious leader. Will Boostio get himself out of his chair here? Nope, sat back down. Sentinels will increase the lead to 2.
Patience, waiting for the utility cycle there was excellent from John. Free kill found. But this play is what really kicked it all off. Bang really heads up there, understanding where he heard those shots coming from, the footstep from Asuna. Wait, I can call for this double swing. I can drop the orb right now, and we will catch this guy. They do, and then they just position with that man advantage to go in on the 5v4 after denying the plant from the wingman. It was all really well executed from Sentinels.
These rounds, so important to win. Sentinels' economy not fully developed at that point. It was still teetering. And reasonably a timeout here now for 100 Thieves. Another slow round, another stately one. They're doing well to build some of that early to mid-round map control and convert, but that Teho util digging EU out of the corner really seemed to seal the deal for Sen in that round.
It was a great adjustment from Sen as well, just to put more emphasis on B long that time. On prior rounds, we had seen Asuna getting away with just digging into that part of the map on his lonesome and keeping Sen players feeling like there could be a B hit incoming, but by fighting for that space, controlling it, they were able to nullify 100 Thieves' ability to work the map entirely. They're on the cusp of winning this. It's felt like, in a way, they've almost never been in the lead despite being in the lead at times. It's been so hard fought for them. They're up by 2, and they have a big ultimate advantage coming into a crucial round.
Narrate gets to hold on to this thrash here for the most opportune moment, but the money for 100 Thieves still pretty ship-shape. They won 4 in a row, so they can afford to make a couple of mistakes, but they trail by 2 rounds still. And like you said, Wyatt, we're getting to the pointy end of this game. Looks like another slower start here for 100 Thieves. Up against the barrier, though, on the B side.
They're trying to work with multiple players towards B long again. But how heavily are they going to fight for the space this time in comparison to that prior round? Are they really going to try to insert Asuna deep here? They're going to fight for it as a team. It looks like it. That Dizzy is going forward, and there's the counter pit from Bang.
What's the answer going to be to the pit? Asuna really can't entrench himself in Octagon at all. That's been denied.
I know they do have EU on that side of the map, so if they really wanted to, you can try to Prowler through that, but they're going to opt to just fall back.
The fact that the Fade's on the B side of the map and not just controlling Showers, though, should ring alarm bells for Sen.
They do still have 3 players favored towards B. It's Zekin who's been playing a pretty passive angle towards Showers, just jiggling that, and Luxelsis is trying to do what he can from Lamps, but he's just going to be cut off by the Viper util.
Another smoke here for Zelsis. Doesn't need it because the poison orb is in the one-way position. He's going to be an issue. Hunter Thieves have to use their own poison orb to force him off that line, but a molly will slow them down. Here come the smokes. This is the real deal from Hunter Thieves now. They've got to go for it. Arsena. Blast packs in. Nothing to see on the site right now, and no shower control yet here for 100 Thieves. Zelsis emerges into the line of fire. Brought down, but Zek at least is able to trade it out now. Narrate gets thrashed in there, and he finds a connection, but Cryo's able to get into the smoke. Armageddon for the defenders coming through. Nobody hit by it, but Boostio's caught out in the open, and Xander at least making it a 1-for-1, and he gets onto the scene. Viper's bid to give him access here to the A site proper in this post plant, and to make it hard for a proper defuse to go down. Zekin wants to inch up. EU might get busy, and that's 3 here for Zekin. Are we getting out of our seat? Getting it to half. Xander inside the Viper's pit gets caught out, and that pit's going to come down. Cryo has to be the savior, but Zekin wins the back-breaking round here for Sentinels, 100 Thieves. Those are tough to come back from.
It was all on Zekin, and he came up. Zelsis risked it all with that swing into sight. Went down. And after that, Zekin is pinched between the players getting onto default. There was pressure coming from Shower as well, but he steps up, finds 3. That third kill being the sickest of them all was such low HP. Instant headshot, laser beam shot. 1 away from going to Pearl, stealing away 100 Thieves' home map.
In 100 Thieves versus Sentinels matchup, it wouldn't have had it any other way. Narrate dirty with the op. Picks off Arsena down B long.
That is such a cheeky play. They have the orb just off to the side to allow him to pick up that sight line as well. So cool.
And of course, as always, the one way to contend with on the A side. Xander's not going anywhere in a hurry. Narrate misses the shot, takes a tag for it. And now 100 Thieves try and dig him out of the corner. What a combo, great util. Z's came in, as did the mosh pit. Narrate is down. That's the operator player removed.
Ooh, that jump was a little wide there from Zelsis.
Yeah, pretty audacious with a shoulder pick, and Xander might look to capitalize here. Pretty far forward, and he found a timing. Now back through the TP, all eyes over to B.
Comes that AO utility just to delay.
Still a chance to get through. John now as well with a special delivery. That's beautiful. Boostio brought down. Wingman won't be allowed to plant. John going to find yet another one. On the other side is Xander, though. He's got the wrong weapon for the job, but he's now at ideal range, and Second comes to the rescue.
GG's.
Fire back. A win on 100 Thieves map pick. We're going to Pearl.
100 Thieves never made that easy. They came into the map firing just as hard as they had finished when they stole split away from Sen, but they clawed and fought back. It was John winning an eco round halfway through the first half, that turned the tide, and from there, they were able to go on a pretty sick run. Narrate really came to life. His utility in this map was fantastic.
We're seeing why Teo is so hotly contested and so valued by so many of these teams. So much to hang your hat on there as a Sentinels fan. Narrate looked excellent, so in the wing, ratty at times. John QT always able to find those crucial frags, and Zekin, the multi-kill rounds, the clutch moments when they mattered. This Sentinels team showing us a little bit of what they promised at the start of the year, and they promised us another map, so stick around. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, analysts are going to get us ready for map 3.
It's the third map. Spur. I wonder if we're gonna see a Theo.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas. And across 5 official matches, our 6 brings us to our first map 3 here at Kickoff Americas. It's been an intense game, but Sentinels managed to pull off the dub on what, as you heard Uber Wide say, the home map of 100 Thieves, returning the favor to their colleagues.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was cooked after 100 Thieves won in the bonus round. They won the first 4 rounds of this game, which actually had them on a 15-round win streak carrying over from game 1. Then Sentinels came back once they started picking up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, that second half in particular looked really good for Sen, winning that pistol round and then showcasing a lot of what this Tejo Gecko combination can do on defense. Their flood retakes looked on point, and in particular, Neri did such a good job locking down long pretty much every round that map.
What blows my mind is the post plants here. 7 out of 8 post plants won for Sentinels, 4 out of 6 400 Thieves. What this says to me is really the comps that we're seeing are so strong after they've got the spike down. We're seeing double geckos, you put the spike down, and then there's just so much post plant utility between Tejo, Viper, the Gecko. Like, how do you retake a site?
But we saw struggles early on. I think 100 Thieves, or excuse me, Sen was falling into the same pitfalls, playing really slow, not pulling out their opponent's util enough.
They weren't even planning the spike.
Yeah, these last few rounds, they started to run quite a bit more of their executes, getting themselves into that post plant, which, like you're mentioning, really is the win condition for both these teams.
Yeah, it's not a one-for-one mirror, but it does remind me of what happened to Sentinels in map 1, where you really felt like 100 Thieves just, I mean, the pace, everything was exactly what you wanted, but it was the util was the thing that was like crushing Sentinels as they were trying to push into some of these sites, trying to hold some of these sites, but instead it gets flipped, and now it's 100 Thieves receiving a little bit of that bad medicine.
Yeah, I mean, it really just goes to show those styles of comps that I think both of these teams are very comfortable going and playing on a variety of different maps.
It's also kind of important to remember that this is like the first series in VCT we're seeing John QT play the initiator role. He was always Sentinel last year for them. That was a change in the offseason, and already I think he looks really comfortable calling from the Tejo.
I would say it actually surprises me how slow he was calling on the initiator, because I think it makes a lot of sense to call much slower rounds when you're playing controller or when you're playing smokes, because you don't have the go button abilities, right?
Yes.
But as soon as you're playing the tail, I would have expected him to play faster rounds from the get-go. That wasn't the case, but once he started putting together more of the side hits, it was working.
Yeah, it really does go to show you how everyone just has like a very unique interpretation of how to play Tejo, whether it's go quick, whether it's play a little bit more reserved. Really awesome to see this. But the story of this matchup has been, well, Bang and Xander, right? Because Xander is coming into the team, replacing Bang. Bang left the team. There's certainly a lot of, tension that can be had there, but for the most part, I mean, we've been seeing some pretty cool things from both sides, maybe.
No matter what team he's on, Bang is a monster on Bind. He proved that again here. We were talking about this in, this morning, Christy, how good Bang is on this map. When he is playing the Viper, I don't think there's anyone else like him.
I really think it is worth, if you play Viper or even just any B side anchors out there, go watch a Bang VOD. It could be this game on Bind, because how he moves, he plays different off angles, especially over in hookah. And what he'll do is he'll basically condition you. After you see him on one off angle, he'll play the next one, which is going to punish you when you try to pre-fire and pre-aim the swing of the last off angle he played against you. The way he structures his positioning round to round is something that I don't think other players are actually thinking about, but he is carving other teams because of how he thinks.
And you saw he's showing up Xander, his replacement, on the other side, 400 Thieves there. Yeah, Bang is just incredible. I think another thing he's great at is the timing management with Viper. Remember, this is post-nerf now, where it's really tough to get the right window of when to use her utility, and it's always on point. He always has that util ready for executes, and pair that with his perfect positioning, and he's getting like 2 kills every time they come to his site.
You'll see Sentinels do a very good job of when his gas is running out, for example, of calling in support initiator utility, whether it's like Teo Molly's coming down, he'll use his own Molly, basically just to buy himself another 10 seconds to get that gas back up, so he can just
But that
keep
level
that
of
cycle.
coordination is crazy.
Yeah,
right?
especially when you have to call in like rotations, like when Teo or someone isn't on your side of the map, but he'll have that in his head, so 15 seconds before he needs that help, he can be calling for that assistance.
I think a mistake a lot of people who are just starting to play Teo, I know myself playing a lot of the agent in ranked, make is trying to always use his abilities like very offensively and like greeting to like get a kill, greeting to stop a plant, something like that. But I think the real power of the agent is adding stall and giving you that moment of displacement. That's why he's an initiator, not just an agent who's going to try and kill people. And I think John QT is really demonstrating a Teo that understands those timings where his missiles are at the absolute best. So super cool to watch him pick up Teo.
Yeah, like I said before, it's been awesome to see all the varieties of interpretations we've been seeing with this new agent, how our teams are incorporating them here in VCT Americas. It has been awesome. But folks, we have plenty more coming at you. Map 3, right after the break. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
Lockie, this grudge match is headed to Pearl, the last remaining after a pick ban phase, and coming out of that game, we've started to see Sentinels deliver a little bit on the promise and a heck of a lot of Teo play from John QT, something I probably expect to see a lot more of coming up. And it's all on the table here. One thing I want to point out is this is a jet map, potentially.
Yep.
Maybe Cryo goes there. I don't know if like maybe Zekin matches him in that regard as well, so that's a fun narrative to track coming into this.
Possible. We haven't seen much Zekin Jet as of right now. We've seen the rare Yoru even, but Cryo on this map. If you think back to last we saw Pearl, it was old 100 Thieves. It was prior to Boostio 100 Thieves. My God, he was a demon here. And all right, Sentinels, they are sending it on the Teo again, but bringing in the Vice as the Sentinel. We have seen that agent be potent on the defense here, so that makes a lot of sense. We're doubling up on the Zekin Yoru.
There's a couple of spots where that shear looks really good. Okay, it is time for Cryo to wheel himself out on a Dauntless for the first time this year.
This is the classic comp for this map. Cryo's opping on this map, bar none, I think is the best in the world. There were many cases of 100 Thieves third map, Pearl 2023, all of a sudden he's dropping 20 on the defensive half. There is no opper, I think, in the game more consistent at hitting a shot when someone walks into their sightline than Cryo. He is just a one-man anchor on defense. I'm hoping we get to see a little bit of that today. I know the Sen fans aren't, but I want to see a show from Cryo with the op today.
And on the line is a spot in the upper semifinals against Loud. Winning that one gets you to those upper finals, and it puts you in a pretty good spot to have a shot for Bangkok.
Yeah, Sentinels are trying to back-to-back kick off into the first Masters victory. And 100 Thieves still just trying to claim their first international title ever. And if there were ever a roster for this org to do it, my God, man, this one looks electric.
Here we go, folks. There's going to be 100 Thieves on that attack side. Already, yep. Getting busy over towards this A side of the map now. Straight through wide, they're wasting no time. Cryo going to be the first here to the site. Happy to play around that Nano Swarm. Seconds coming up here with a bit of a flank time, and they might not be ready for. Yep, spotted out here. EU, though, seem to be prepared. There's a lot of util. Razorvine out over on that A site now, expiring.
100 Thieves have to slow down, and they're feeling claustrophobic right now. All just caught in main towards Art. EU trying to prod elsewhere. It's Zelsus passively holding this connector, not wanting to give up his life needlessly.
They feel like they're halfway to their destination, but are unsure if they actually want to stick the landing.
And
if they can.
And if they do attempt to, they are going to run into so many defending players.
Zelsis is looking scary right now. In a really potent backstab position, but now 100 Thieves, they move out to the side. Everyone on Sen grouping up back behind Flower. And Busio gets blasted by them instantly. That smoke dissipates, but look at the Horde. Big catch up. That and Cryo was ready for them. At least ready for the first. You see Arsena stepping out in front of him here. Both also lit by that util, but here comes Arsena. 2 versus 2 now. Narrate opens the account. It's going to be up to EU here. He sneaks away.
Zelsis is trying to rotate all the way around to help Narrate. Double up here, trade it out and win.
EU has to have heard this. He has to have heard the footsteps. Zelsis is making them on purpose, likely to try and get a 2v1 swing, but where could EU come from? Timing is everything. He's spotted out by Narrate, though, and he's going to stick it! Sentinels on a dime, come up with the defuse plan, and that's a perfect 10 from the judges.
They had 100 Thieves encircled halfway into that round. They were suffocated. They didn't know where to turn, eventually just forcing their hand, and Bustio took a massive risk, pushing into Flowers, got punished, and from there they were just slowly collapsed upon, picked apart.
Oh, it's a fun fact here, isn't it? 100 Thieves, when it counted, and that was that 2-1 loss against Crew that you count amongst one of those decider map losses.
Yeah, the one that knocked them out of contention, getting to Champions, where everyone expected them to be.
One I'm sure still stings. Slow around here for 100 Thieves, a bit more of the pace that we saw on Bind. Zekin's gotten himself pretty far up on that A side of the map. Almost by a restaurant. Okay, straight into the crosshairs comes Bustio.
Haven't seen a whole lot of the Outlaw actually today. But Zekin's going to bring it out to get an easy first kill. And right now on the minimap, we're seeing what's going to be a pretty constant standard setup that we have with the Vice, with that shear being placed towards B, Arcrow's Razorvine there as well, and then a cross-map lineup, which allows you to send that extra Razorvine, the second one, over to the A site to help your anchors there. The Agent has proved to be very strong on Pearl.
Narrate's not getting a whole lot off this util here. He's not forcing any out of 100 Thieves either. They are slowly taking that space. That Outlaw miss means that Zekin has to leave. Now, a main presence here for 100 Thieves. They've moved out from Connector. Razorvine won't do a whole lot. They're going to wait it out.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. Here's EU trying to swing that corner, but John QT was ready for him. And 100 Thieves now fully committing to the site. And that delay that the Razorvine bought them has allowed Sentinels to really coalesce at the back of the site. John swinging out with a right click. That's gross.
Not the intended target, but he gets both anyhow. 100 Thieves are already proving to be quite monotonous on these attack sides.
A little uninspired.
It could work to their disadvantage when you're playing up against the Tejo, and there's that additional damage that can come through delay from the mollies that Vice have, those Razor Vines. If they let the clock dwindle too low, they could just get denied the ability to plant the spike altogether because of the utility Sentinels have. They have to be afraid of that. They have to play around it.
Bit of a push up here over towards the outside, but Sentinel's already gone down towards Connector. They might commit for this. I know it's a bit of a bonus. Can they make the most of it and get some guns? Narrate takes his. Pulls on out.
I can't be mad at Sentinels for attempting to go for some sort of aggressive play early on. Zekin taking that peek. It was some good util coming out of Art, but ultimately 100 Thieves. Too many bodies in mid to really contend with.
We might have another crack at this through mid-con. Can they flash themselves out of this smoke? No! Cryo does not give an inch that round.
Right into the firing line. Sen maxed out on proactivity.
Yeah, making use of that bonus here just to try and see how 100 Thieves are conditioned. I'm not sure really what they gleaned from it, though. They just tried to push up at every barrier.
Heading into this next one, we've got an early dimensional drift already in the hands of Zekin. And on the opposite side, Asuna.
Okay, yep.
We'll take that. On the other side, Asuna is just one away from the null command. Could use that to try and shut down the Vice, get a clean execute going.
Senna pushing up in A main again, though. Not second this time, it's actually Bang. B-Link, Zelsa sitting right on back behind that Nebula. So 100 Thieves will be allowed into the middle of the map here and likely head towards it. B side.
And the Prowler going all the way into Connector has Neri relegated to a very passive position on the top of the map. Sen playing this very safe now.
Okay, 100 Thieves just pushing on in. Zelsus has got a good little angle, but the crosshair placement is broken by the dash across. Oh, this is looking much better for 100 Thieves. A burst of speed now as Zekken sees it all, but can't do much about it. 5 health and a dream. It's an uncomfortable spot to be in, and he always has a sense that he'd emerge close by. Zekken has to flash himself out of that corner in theory. Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Sen City. Lucio will be able to dodge most of this util. There's no way for Sentinels to capitalize.
That was a haphazard swing from Bang, resulting in his death. No option but save for the remaining 2 Sen players. Bang wishing he would have just done the same, to be honest. I mean, I suppose maybe if he's able to find one there, could try to go for more, but ultimately simple from 100 Thieves. Able to shut down Narrate on the re-swing, trying to play off of the dimensional drift that Zekken was forced to use really just to live. Those anchors were so overwhelmed because of 100 Thieves having full control of B long and all of B link with no contention.
And 100 Thieves looked like, again, they wanted to test that mid-doors part of the map through Connector. They didn't quite get a fight this time, unlike Cryo's 3K, but just walked onto B from there. They didn't actually challenge B long for the longest time. We saw Xander just sit back and wait.
We'll see if Sen can try to recover things on this eco round. It's going to be tough. Looks like John wants to push up over on B long, but 100 Thieves, they want to fight towards A. So do Sen.
I think Zekken's going to go for this. C's thrown out, so it's just as well. A lot of util expended, at least to get 100 Thieves into pole position in A main.
Comboing that early initiator utility is an efficient way to get control of this side of the map, get that orb. Just send the pop flash over, haunt around the corner as well.
0 point confirms no one's playing close. Oh, that's nasty. They saw raw entry from Cryo.
Just a great adjustment with the movement, the little crouch there.
John QT's asking for a lot on this B long position. Look at him.
He's
lost his way.
He's allowed the rest of the team to rotate over towards A, giving them a chance. But at that, John is one of the 2 players with a rifle. It's a big ask for Bang to step up right now.
But also there's a shear set up in mid-connector, so Sen would know if it was a B play for 100 Thieves through mid. Got confirmation this is where they're going to land. Good C's, but no one to play off of it here. 0 point comes on in. Now, this is it. The Null Commander set them up, and instantly around the corner, Zels is waiting. Oh my God! What a thrifty!
You would have thought that was 3 players with Odins holding the side. How have they gotten away with that?
Run it back. Run the clip. There's a
Nobody
Null
cleared
command.
right. The Prowler missed.
Your util is turned off for all intents and purposes. They're just entrenched, and it's John that gives them the info they need.
Nice! Nice! Let's go! Let's go! Charlotte, stand up! Charlotte, stand up!
Narrator, he did not stand up. Hey, okay, good boy.
We're into the next round, by the way, and Zekken has an AWP. He's pushed all the way up B, and he finds the instant pick onto EU. Falls back behind the Nebula to safety.
Never tell me this game isn't about momentum, Wyatt.
Never mind, it doesn't look like he wants to be particularly safe. Wants to hold close. Gate crash to escape after the shot rattles off.
100 Thieves looking rabid after that round got stolen from them. This indignation causes them to put every resource onto the B side of the map. And that's a gate crash out here, a slightly weaker position now picked up for Zekken with the operator.
Spike is going to be planted. You have Bang on a long flank right now, and he has a Cosmic Divide. Could allow the rest of his team to get back into the site more easily. Lucio wants to play ahead of that. He wants to get aggro.
Yeah, it's going to be watched for, though. Yep, John QD had that angle. On pass over to him, and Cryo's good for 2, but will that be enough? In the post part, Arsenal is out here on the site.
He is unbelievable, man. It's like watching a robot play the game.
Cosmic Divide isn't going to cut any Thieves players off the site here. Arsenal wants to fight ahead of it. The spray is wild. It's haphazard, and it's punished by Sen.
The Bang coming in with the final 2 headshots. What a hold, and it starts with Zekken, that proactivity with the pushed up B long, finds that first kill.
Well, folks, you asked, and Sen delivered. Great couple of rounds. Your force.
What a second shot from John. Oh my God.
That's real nice. We talked about Boostio trying to play ahead of a lot of that util, get in to where those defenders were entrenched, but no siree.
Those retaking ultimates were so cool as well because you're going to want to play in front of that Astra wall, of course, and then if you are and you're trying to play in halls, you're going to get hit with the Armageddon. It was really heads up from John to make sure to cover that potential aggression coming up the stairs, wrapping behind them.
Listen, I think you heralded Cryo's impact in this game really well. 20 kills on defense. Well, he's got 9 already on the offense side. Pretty darn good.
Mental. His aim is like a turret.
Problem is that that's kind of the only place that the action's originating from, and it's not that 100 Thieves aren't looking for those opportunities. You just saw Boostio getting busy, trying to explore into that defender setup. Bang, against his old team, looking good. John against his own teammates, also looking fantastic. 6-3, 6-2 respectively.
And I mean, at least to be fair to Boostio in that situation, he did set up Cryo for the trade, so he didn't give his life away for nothing, but my God, man. Bang 6-3, he's got to be feeling pretty good about going over to Sen right now. It's still early on the third map, but
God, I mean, I love the highlight we saw, half-time or at the end of the map there. We sort of had Bang up talking about just his impact on the game. Mimi just really outlining how effectively Bang, on the mental side of things, can dismantle teams. So far, he's up to his old tricks.
got that operator back in the hands of Second, and there's a fight towards A with Boostio being pressured away. Early guided salvos used, and used wisely. The space is controlled, they're gonna cycle back. That's that inherent power that Tejo has right now.
So what is Cryo looking to do here? Same play from Zelsis, just jump peeking into B-Link. Group up to Art. There'll be no contest in connector, but there's so many flanking opportunities for Sen once 100 Thieves commit this way.
100 Thieves need to take space somewhere, right? They forgo B long and a Tejo presence over towards A, force Boostio away. So where did they go? Art.
They did call Boostio back there to watch mid doors for a moment, so they're aware. They're on a timer.
And I do think Sen have to be pretty aware that this is where the majority of the players are stacked up. They're jump peeking so many areas of the map right now. You know, Narrate is holding this passively. Prowler's not going to get the info, but the sight, yeah, here comes the execute. It's going to come through onto A.
Fast hit inside the 0 point is Cryo. Playing from, that's dirty. Bang just steps up. He knows the Jet is going to try and play inside the Cloudburst. It's an easy pickup in the end.
Yeah, and that's the star player dead as well. The majority of the frags on 100 Thieves are from that one man.
And who's going to step up in his absence? Right now, EU looks to back up. Knows that there could be a player up in dugout. One close by secret too. Okay. Sometimes timing doesn't favor you. Just some spray here for Arsena. A couple players off the site for 100 Thieves as well. Post-plant positions. And Arsena wants to let them walk on up. The right knows he needs to get ahead of this and wins that fight out. Absurd consistency. And Xander's on the backstab. What an opportunity. The trigger discipline is good. That'll do it. John gets it to half here. Xander knows he might have to do more from this position because the A-main players can't get there. John brought down and the defuse gets stuck.
Oh no, Xander was in the perfect position. He stopped spraying. He thought he got the planter. He thought that the kill was or rather the guy who was defusing, not the planter. He thought he got him off the spike,
There's
but
nobody
he didn't.
Info. There's no pings off a haunt.
He was getting body blocked.
God, he eventually falls, but that defuse came in. Look how much Xander has to do here. His teammates in A-main are not in a position to do much about this at all.
He thought John was the one sticking the spike just then.
And the gravity well is good. It's correct. Oh, man. Doesn't get any closer than that, folks.
Thieves are able to buy up again off the plant, keeping their money as well enough to be in the game. Oh my God, the prediction from Xander.
And the change of pace. This time, 100 Thieves actually fighting for B long. Getting rid of Second of all people.
They've inserted Cryo fairly deep in mid as well, just to pick up an angle for some sort of Art reaggress, which, funny enough, is going to come after he leaves the angle.
We've had a
Worried
couple
about Link now.
Couple odd timing moments in the last round as well. EU's going to find himself overwhelmed pretty quickly now. C's thrown out. Bang caught inside of it. Here comes the reflash back in, and Boostio's going to be there in that back pivot position. It's good enough for now. It's going to be 3 players from 100 Thieves on their way to B, leaving Zelsis with it all to do.
Excellent bait and switch. EU there in mid. Just swinging off the presence. That swing that came in from Art, counter swinging that, fighting towards door, Cryo pressed up. Easy pick off onto Zelsis.
Yeah, respectable here for 100 Thieves. Almost got hurt by the timing. Cryo sat there in mid, but again, Boostio has been able to pick up that spot a couple times, playing pretty far back at the rear of the map.
And it starts there too with Xander getting that excellent prediction of Zekin jumping up onto the screen, finding that first kill, and then Sentinels want to start rotating, trying to take a fight in mid, perhaps catch off that one lurker because they're thinking that hit'll probably go towards B, but they just get baited into this disadvantageous fight. Good round from 100 Thieves, who now have a lot of ultimates to carry over this momentum.
0 point in case there's early action there from Art. Doesn't see anything. Narrate happy enough just to telegraph some closer up presence, causing re-clears to be required.
Zekin is fearless over at B. I mean, he has the gate crash to get out, of course, and that is why he's got the up. He's pressed up forward, and it's Xander just containing on that side of the map while the rest of Sen await an eventual hit on A if it does come.
Yeah, Xander really tasked with the difficult job of keeping Zekin under his thumb. Last round he was aggressive, dropped the pick. This round sit back, tie up the duelist as long as he can.
That stealth drone is actually coming in from John. It gets some serious distance, that drone.
Yep. Not the information, though. Now we're going to be re-clearing A main, just as 100 Thieves start exploring down connector as well.
Is Xander going to wander into this sightline? No.
He's been so patient so far. I like that.
Going to fall back, recalls the smoke. 100 Thieves, they're posted up for this A hit. They've been waiting out someone from Sentinels for ages, but it's not going to happen. They have to be proactive. They have to get in.
Second used the gate crash. He's going to be ready with the rest of his team over at A. Sees. Going to be a follow-up. Yep, that U2 comes in just in time. Arsenal is able to get out. Boostio is able to walk away as well. The lockdown, though, did get cleared, as you'd expect with all that sort of molly util coming in. And that's a Nightfall thrown out. Bang, deafened. Sat in this corner. And the Steel Garden also can be committed to the fight now. A little bit awkward here for 100 Thieves. Arsenal with nothing but a classic sat behind that Cosmic Divide. A lot going on here, but Cryo has the shorty and needs to convert, but the guns are back in the hands of 100 Thieves now, and they're putting them to work. It's just Bang and Zekin. They've done well. And the Cosmic Divide is a problem. Cryo is not moving. He's healthy enough, and he knows the Thieves have got themselves a hard-fought round.
And that Cosmic Divide was a real problem. It was the game-changing ultimate out of all of the ones that had been expended. You hate to be a Killjoy entering the lobby and seeing a Teo on the opposite side. Your ult is virtually useless. Yep. It's going to be destroyed every time. And for Sen, unfortunately, if those missiles had come in just a couple seconds earlier, they might have gotten the kill along with breaking that ultimate.
Ooh. Yeah, Cosmic Divide is great, I guess.
That was in...
Thank you. Up against that Steel Garden, right? Play up against the roll, right-click with those pistols and give yourself a fighting chance without your primaries.
Now it's Narrate with an operator, actually. Playing towards Art. Was a duelist main when he was competing in Challengers in America before going over to play with K-Corp, where he then became more of a flex player. Talented on all of the roles.
Entirely forced off that line, though, by the Prowler and gives the op over to Zekin. What's happening at A?
Now he's got the rifle. What's happening is that all of Sentinels want to go on a little exploration together.
See the anti-eco protocols for 100 Thieves in full effect. They barely ventured out into the map.
EU is trying to go through Art at the moment. The lone 100 Thieves player on this A side of the map. It could be in trouble. A strange situation, man. This is bizarre.
Eventually he's going to switch. Surely a shoulder pick would have been enough, but he fully commits and Zekin punishes. Sheer comes up, though. Arsena can't quite get to the side. He's going to have to wait 6 or 7 seconds, but the worst part is he's the one with the spike, so this will delay the spike part considerably.
This could be some genuine trouble for 100 Thieves. They've recovered, they being Sen, have recovered a second rifle now, and they got the orb in main for Bang. He just got his Cosmic Divide. They've got a real shot at a legitimate retake at this point on their eco round.
2 rifles and an op. Cosmic Divide, you can flush here into B. Kato part the site. And here it is. The Divide set up for Bang. Makes it awkward here for 100 Thieves. Once again, Cryo respects the prescribed Teo util into Halls, and Asuna playing around a one-way, he's ready for it, gets the drop on the raid, finds Bang, it's wild aim, but it claims 2 kills nonetheless, and with Boostio dealing with Zelsis, the win condition here for Sen is getting further and further away. Zekin was hoping for an exit, Cryo doesn't give it to him, he's past the wall. The 100 Thieves have managed to even up the game.
Zekin able to survive with that off shot, saves teammate John as well to retain the other rifle. Valiant effort in the round. Played to the win con they had with the Cosmic Divide, but 100 Thieves adjust their positioning nicely, fighting forward together.
Is this from Asuna?
Yeah, it really is him just going crazy, fighting in the smoke close.
Yeah, just grim satisfaction there. A must-win round for 100 Thieves. In the 11th round, we have an even game, and we're getting a timeout call here from Sentinels. We've got Null Command up for Asuna in this round, and a Dimensional Drift to be used for Zekin. And already, Coach Kaplan's blood pressure reaching hitherto unexplored heights.
As time has gone on, we've seen Kaplan show more and more emotion as the stress of competing has progressed since joining this Sentinels team.
Just the eternally disappointed Ned Flanders of the VCT. He's truly grown into that fatherly role on this team and has really had to salvage some disastrous situations for Sen and ultimately takes that team to a 4th place finish at Champions last year, falling of course to Team Heretics, but really putting on a great show. And they're hoping to springboard off of a weird off-season to Bangkok.
Their last year, it was volatile. I mean, it started at the highest of highs. They win Madrid, they win kickoff. Then they bomb out of stage 1, where 100 Thieves began to thrive. And then it flips at the end of the year again, where Sen go on a great run at Champions. 100 Thieves don't even make it there.
This town ain't big enough for the 2 of them, Wyatt.
Absolutely not.
So there's that timeout for Sen. Curious to see what the adjustment is here for the defensive side. It might be a push up here towards Art. They are rubbing noses against the barrier.
Zekin took this peek before earlier in the half, and with that 0 point going off, he does not want his gate crash turned off. He gets away immediately.
Look at how quickly, though, Sen are in a backstab position. The Raid's got himself into Plaza so fast. But of course, Turret here could spot him out. So it does now. 100 Thieves know they're on a timer, but they are already sprawled across this B site.
A completely vacant site that is going to have to be re-cleared by Zekin's Dimensional Drift.
And here it is, about to pop that. He's got a shorty in hand, so can go to work after he pops out. Gate crash to give him an option for safety, and in we go. Spots out Cryo and Halls. The rest of Sen now starting to get moving here, but they're going to be suppressed for a time. 0 point going to be thrown out. Cryo's going to swing out to try and take the fight. Zelsis in Halls. Zekin might just join up with him and give him a staging ground. And that's Cryo going down. 3 out for the Thieves.
In the meantime, you actually have a re-wrap from Xander. He's trying to go to the Link to help Boostio, but he might be too late.
They're always there. They're trying to deal with him. They're going to be at a multi-swing on towards EU. He sees the clone, but he looks the wrong way, and now it's up to Xander. Can he stop this? 1 headshot, 2, and a defense for the Raid is interrupted. Xander has arrived on the Americas stage.
Long awaited, a couple years too late for some. Finally joining up with his M80 compatriots. His old teammate, his old IGL John on the opposite side. And he undoes him with a sick headshot.
The Raid knew his goose was cooked there. Yeah! And that is the sound of someone who's been quiet so far in their VCT debut. This has been a role player, consistent, solid, but no standout moments. Now he's here. Now he's truly arrived.
That is what we've been waiting to see from Xander, who has been tearing apart the challenger scene for 2 years.
Just proved to himself he could do it. Ugly for Cryo there. Zekin just staves him off. The rest of 100 Thieves milling around B here.
And they want to fight for the site this time. They don't want to give it up.
Okay, they've evened it up here. Zekin had no way to get out. Zelsis! That was hand-fisted. Ends up being a traitor, making it a 3 versus 3. Still, no plant. Narrate's in a bit of an annoying spot.
Yeah, especially given his low HP, trying to get out of that choke point. Link is so tough.
They're worried about a wrap here from Plaza as well, but 100 Thieves are fully committed. Perhaps it's because EU hasn't shown yet.
Xander recalling that smoke. They're open to a lot of angles. It is dangerous. He's trying to plant behind the cub. He's trying to slip out, but Bang catches him.
Clean. So clean. EU has to pick up that position now, looking up towards tower. Patience is going to pay dividends here for the Thieves. So many angles to watch if you're EU right now. Busio can't do too much to set up a crossfire. As expected, here's the util. Concuss used, EU gets involved. Sitting inside the smoke is going to be cleared. It's going to be up to Boosty Boy now to salvage this. Just a tap from Narrate. Wraps around. John catches him out. But you better believe we've got another tied game heading into another halftime.
And if you thought Cryo was good on this attack half, he might tear Sentinels apart when we get to defense, when 100 Thieves get the AWP in his hands. This is a guy known for being an AWP player, and we're just watching him with a rifle on Sage, on Smoke's agents. He was so good on this attack half.
You couldn't ask for much more than seeing this rivalry renewed in the most knockdown, drag-out way possible. Halftime now, decide a map of the series. Winner goes to that upper semi-finals. Stick around, there's more Valorant coming your way between Sentinels and 100 Thieves. Wyatt River, you are selling me. You are selling me on the Cryocell's defensive op on this map of Pearl. For those that are just joining us, it's the decided map in this grudge match. Sentinels versus 100 Thieves has taken us all the way to our third map. And it's tied up 6 apiece. 100 Thieves moving on to the defense.
Could have been even better for Sen if not for that ridiculous 1v3 clutch from Xander. Definitely his best moment so far being in the partnership league. We said long awaited, and we mean it. He had opportunities in the past to play in Americas. He used to be teammates in Challengers with John, with EU.
They failed to ascend together as M80.
And then they got offers, they took them. He wanted to grind through Challengers, and now is finally joined up with a partnership team. He's showing why he's been such a hot commodity, so sought after for years.
He's been restrained up until now, but that yell, there was something primal about that. He knows he belongs here now.
This is an active 100 Thieves, 4 players pushing all the way down B, reminiscent of something they like to do on Behind in fact. They love these 4-man pushes.
Okay, looking a bit messy, but Cryo with the Ghost. Nice little opening here. Xander gonna be brought down, but EU's always down for a bit of argy-bargy. Cryo doesn't expect Bang to take the really wide angle. So Boostia now has to leave his palace of util and head over to B.
Both players a little bit weak at the moment. This is more than doable for Boostio. John going to come through just to ensure that he's not somewhere dug in on this side. Not going to be the case. He is that lone A rotate.
And that's going to be one of the stories emerging from this game. No matter the result, John QT switch over towards Initiator, still having massive impact on these games.
Massive question mark coming in from the offseason, this role swap.
Bang shoulder peeks for that. Of course, it was just a tap from Boostio. Knows Bang is playing close, but he's gained a lot of ground on him without giving away his position. Bang does not know that Boostio is on the hunt. Has to have spotted there, but the right click's going to account for him anyway. John respectfully backs up. He's a tough to win, but John is one shot to Boostio.
He has the guidance salvo for further delay. This is going to be next to impossible for Boostio to pull off.
That's pretty good, but Boostio's around the corner. John has to full commit here. Gets it to half, a little bit further. John looking for the shot! Looking for the shot! Oh, there! Boostio from under his nose with the defuse! And that's a long way for Boostio to reach.
You cannot. You have to be joking.
That is a matter of milliseconds.
How is he able? just spinning around. I am stunned. We've had two stunning moments in this series. Headset off.
What a huge push
Out of
around.
the seat. Oh my God.
What a massive inflection point on this game.
How does he whiff that? He's just spinning in place, man.
And what a sick clutch from Busio, man. He's still got it. Still got it. Well, it's a very muted Sentinels into this round 14. They know there's going to be some of this Killjoy utility set up in towards Art. And they're clearing it out.
I am stunned. They have to immediately wrangle back the mental from what should have been a locked-in pistol round win. They should be at 7 right now. Zekin wants to get them back into the driver's seat, though. He's been gifted an Outlaw, and it's the heavy armor, and, well, damage from it, and then some additional coming in from Narrate. Does net that first kill, nets an advantage.
That hurts for Cryo. Yeah, that Haunt just got in his way. He had to clear it. It's a classy little flick of aim correction, but he ends up being brought down.
Here comes the pivot from Sen, getting back towards B main. Narrate able to cross safely as well. Boostio on that line for a moment. Zekin still low HP, still with the Outlaw.
The Hunter Thieves shifted into a pretty aggressive stance up towards mid door.
30 seconds left.
So they're going to be pretty close to the action here on the site and maybe poised to play off some of the defensive util, or at least get into the side behind it. Okay.
This is a good reposition from Austin, setting up this crossfire.
Okay, shoots the clone first time, but here it is. The Stingers are getting involved. The weaker guns for Sentinels betray them at the end of the round, and Asuna ends with 3. Great re-entry to that site.
Yeah, getting over to the screen, setting that up with the teammates who were rotating in from Link, just pinching the Sentinel players on their entry. Nicely handled from 100 Thieves after dropping their first man for that risky Outlaw purchase. Doesn't pay off, and it's going to leave one of Sen's players in an awkward buy situation for what should be their first true buy. Wow, really awkward, actually. This buy is not good. They have 2 Stingers and a Guardian right now.
Outlaw against full armor, though, for 100 Thieves. That might look a little awkward. Pretty active Sentinels here over towards A main, but those Astra Stars do promise some stall.
Yeah, just using those missiles, the guiding salvo, to force any players off of trying to push A main so they can get it essentially for free. And now we'll leave Bang inserted there, can pivot back to him at any point if they need to, and at the very least we'll get that passive information from him that no one's trying to re-push out of A on the defense, as they intend on working back into mid, re-clearing this space of the map.
And this Killjoy pick allows 100 Thieves to sort of play more to the extremities, leave a turret in that mid connector with an alarm bot to boot. Have a lot of coverage there.
Drone for drone over in our EU trades 1-for-1 as a Prowler from Narrate goes over into the mid connector. Haunt now as well.
Celsius is trying to work B, but Busio is sat there with that Outlaw, playing pretty safe, but that util's now getting cleared through mid. This is going to be ringing literal alarm bells for 100 Thieves.
Launching thorns.
Is Busio going to expose himself to Celsius? No. Razormine sent out. He's in trouble. He has to back up. He might be able to get a spam shot off. No, he's not even going to risk it.
Okay, gets himself away there. Full retake now for 100 Thieves. Both teams on odd buys.
And at least now for Sentinels, having the spike down, they can play closer up with the Stinger in a location like Halls. You see Zekin is over there ready to take a fight.
They're going to go for it here. Positioned up in tower now. Busio again smoked off the sheer wall in his way. He's not been able to get any value right now with the Outlaw. They've got to clear Halls. That's their first portal call, that right side, but it's going to be Zekin falling instantly. And again, just peering in from connector right now is Narrate. It's a tap. He doesn't think it's a full stick. He actually gets off before half. Maybe he had no choice. There it is, the wraparound. Arsenal is able to find Narrate sitting there inside connector. It's up to Bang and John Q to lock it down. Time is getting short.
They haven't even gotten it to half.
The swing out. They've not been able to stick it whatsoever, and time has run out for the Thieves. They'll clear off the Sentinels. No defuse.
Yeah, it was just that Gravwell came in at the perfect time. That's why you saw, I think, whomever it was in the smoke, they didn't pull the trigger on the Vandal because they were getting, pulled off of the spike. That turret got moved with it as well. Just great delay from Sen.
It's the first pick that Zekin in Halls. Arsenal challenges connector.
Ultimate is ready. Last player standing.
Man, you've got to have nerves of steel to hold a plan like that down.
Let's go.
And just like that, 100 Thieves, economy in the bin. This is Sen's opportunity to get back into the driver's seat, even the score, get their economy into a reasonable place.
That haunt was massive, Wyatt. It sees all of 100 Thieves pushing up in art. They've got to back away, but they actually can't fully escape. Zekin knows Sanders there, and it's the easiest frag of his life. And a second through the smoke. Now he's just putting on a show.
I mean, they're using the Armageddon as well. Just to get a second in. He's got his dimensional drift for later. All right, we're starting to feel some momentum building. The excitement is there.
Oh, the weaponry was good, but Sentinel's great conversion. And that's 100 Thieves kicking themselves for not being able to get that stick defuse down. And one Haunt catching 3 players, pinging them out, and making it as easy as 1, 2, 3 per second to walk down connector.
Easy kills with the Stinger. Run and gun.
Absolutely mobbed.
No, we needed the Armageddon, but hey, we locked the round up without losing a single player. You think Zekin's ever going to get out of his chair?
I actually don't think so.
I don't think so. Maybe when they win and he has to. That might be the only time. Quick dimensional drip being sent down mid by the aforementioned duelist, spotting everything out that he can. Coming for his team, that art is clear, backside is clear. Does spot one and dug out, that's bad.
Okay. Clone out, Xander. Oh, solid as a rock. Unfortunately, going to walk into the spray, though, of Bang. It's Sentinels now set up on that A side. Zelsis ready to catch any pushes through connect with Narrate. God, it's a rat! He's always there! Cryo's able to find the op shot. Narrate very, very low, though. Still happy enough with the post-plant setup, and 100 Thieves are still getting in position. Oh, man. At 30 health, by the way. He's able to pick that up. Null command here, popped by Arsenal. Going to be brought down, but damage definitely done. It's Zelsis and EU. Now to the depths of death, and Zelsis shuts it down. Sentinels nose out in front.
Beautiful jiggle peek from Zelsis to lock up the round. An uncharacteristic slowness in the willingness to shoot from Cryo when he jumped up into Flower, gets punished, shot down. Oh, look at that, man. Perfect.
Big kills from Zelsis.
Might have surprised himself. He got the kill there, honestly. I think he might have thought, like, wait, was that just the KO?
John's like,
dying or where? What just happened?
John's like, return my seat to me post-haste. And that's what Zelsis does. Not only does he get out of his seat, he gets his teammates up as well. You've got to be feeling the momentum here. The vibes in Sen City, premium.
100 Thieves were finally able to get their economies to the point where Cryo could get the op in his hands. He got one, but obviously the situation where you don't want the op is when you have to retake a site in a chaotic close fight. A close fight that Sentinels were forcing because they had just brought the Stingers from the prior round into that one. Made it so uncomfortable for that retake attempt.
This right now is a game of the barest inches. Arsenal hastily just, popping that null command in theory to shut down the any of the Vice util, which is great. Just gets down instantly.
I'm telling you, I think Bussio's going to regret not playing Vice a little bit in this map.
I mean, being completely nullified by Teo.
Down another ult, yeah, it's just genuinely worthless. Don't even consider that they have an ult on the board right now. They only have a Blade Storm. Cryo has gone a little quiet, though, since that initial tear that he was on for those first several rounds.
Bro, you sold.
Was inexorable and has just really gone, not totally quiet, but certainly not having nearly the impact he did at the top of the map.
He's had 3 frags this half, I think, Wyatt. Probably not where you want to be. Not quite a quote-unquote 20-kill defensive half, as you put it. Still time for that, though. This is round 18 now. Sentinels just inch into the lead, but it's the economy for 100 Thieves that is in the doldrums. The piggy banks have been broken and they've emerged with a stinger or 2.
We're seeing a patient Sentinels out of the timeout that are waiting out any potential defensive set play that maybe Zix has instructed the team to do when they get back into the game, but that's not coming. It's relatively safe. There was a little bit of a trap play set up from 100 Thieves that was towards that B-Link mid-connector area. But it's not going to be procced. It's just a slow approach to B from Sen.
100 Thieves definitely getting dragged onto this side of the map. Whilst Narrate starts to scale up his presence in A main.
100 Thieves They are gambling correctly, though. They do have 4 players on the proper side of the map. Unless Narrate can draw them away, and oh no, he's actually not going to.
Still Garden here, but oh, okay. That is going to slow things down. Nice Nano Swarm. Here they come, though. Boostio taking pot shots. Zekin and Zelsis both go really quite low there. Zelsis able to back around the corner. He and John finding their key frags.
There are only 10 seconds right now to plant.
Is there any chance of Narrate? Oh, Narrate! Oh, the backstab is perfect. I think there was a chance for Zeta to interrupt with some of the Astro util, but that got shut down. Narrate straight out of EU into the driver's seat, baby.
Making it look pretty easy. 2 ults kind of just thrown into the bin there. Popping the Steel Garden on an anti-eco into the lockdown against the Tejo.
Hey, it's about shutting down those stingers, all right? Get them out of my face. Sick backstab for Narrate.
Absolutely, perfect timing. And that was after trying to make all that presence, make that noise over towards A, but it's neither here nor there. Cryo has the operator again in his hands. Second time. He's got to step up to the plate. They're investing in him.
This will be the round to do it as well. 100 Thieves with the buy, and there's Cryo. Makes his mark early. Gets away from the Prowler now. This is interesting. Nightfall thrown out behind them.
Yeah, caught by that. Counter Nightfall actually comes through.
Stealth drone going to be thrown out here. Sentinels no further than they began after that exchange of ultimates. And Cryo's been able to fall back to safety.
Heavy investment, and not a whole lot has really changed.
Pretty telling 0 point there as it was the Astra spotted out.
Cryo's just holding that line from Secret towards a main. But Bang is going to cut it off with the Cosmic Divide. They want to get a free plant here if they can.
I mean, it's all good for Cryo, that's for sure. Arsene here hoping to delay with a molly. Xander steps up. Will he just plunge through? Times. Best bet is to... Oh my goodness, what a horn. Oh, he's playing off that one to perfection. Perfect little 2K, but the spike is still down. 100 Thieves still with some work to do when Cryo was holding the line. He's going to be brought down by Zelsis, and Narrate steps up to the site. Another 0 point. There's Narrate. Constantly good for one. Prowler might force him off to the side here, but 100 Thieves still need to get this defused. It's up to Zelsis. The Vibes Merchant himself has to salvage. And Boosty Boy gets his team in the game again.
And even if he didn't, EU was ready to jump over top and trade that out. Great retake from 100 Thieves, just patient, waiting to play off the Initiator utility. That Haunt couldn't have extracted any more value. Perfect timing. Coming over the top from EU. Xander gets the 2 freest kills he's gotten in the series so far.
It's EU again with the setup.
And so cheeky, just hidden in the Nebula, able to play off of that in front of the wall. Really cool on the fly.
Another crucial moment for Xander, who really has just had an outsized impact in so many of these important rounds. That one was one that 100 Thieves they made a big investment in. That round was worth 2. Make no mistake. They're still able to buy pretty well into this next one. But a timeout call by Sentinels. Armageddon in hand. Still plenty of money to buy up fully.
Yeah, the Sen economy is remaining pretty solid. They're getting the spike down. They were able to play a couple rounds earlier, just carrying Stingers over from previous. So it's an uphill battle for 100 Thieves, no doubt. They're not in position to straight up break the economy just yet. Get a freebie. The pressure is still on Cryo here. They've, of course, saved the operator over for him. Sentinels have to be weary. He's ready to take those proactive early peaks. There's a lot of angles to do it from.
Sen know they've got to squash the Thieves here, and now. Otherwise, this one gets out of hand pretty darn quickly. Cryo gets to play with the op again. Light armor, but still a threat. This time towards A main, maybe to catch a player on the extremity.
We're getting down to the wire. Spot in the upper semifinals, one step closer to making Masters Bangkok the first event of the year.
Up against the barrier, we are on this B side of the map. To Plaza, maybe a fast plane to connector here. Arsena can pick up this line. The turret did spot all of this action out, so 100 Thieves are poised to receive this, but are they going to be ready for these kind of numbers? Flash from Zekin. Are we committing on this? Armageddon thrown at Halls here, and yeah, Sentinels want to get in there. Arsena just loses his nerve, it seems. Sprayed down through that smoke, and Boostio is going to be set upon on all sides. A second would have been great, but he's going to have to be happy with the one. Here come the reinforcements. EU from tower, Cryo inching forward. Awkward. Obviously with that up, having to retake. Just a shoulder would be enough here, but another Nebula is thrown in his face and forces him back again. Bang with the architecture, again to stall this out further. He's caught in the grab well. Just gets away.
I mean, this is just hopeless for 100 Thieves. Couldn't ask for worse weaponry to try and actually make that retake happen. You have a Judge and an AWP. Yeah, you just have to count your losses and get out of there. Carry the AWP over into the next round. Straightforward from Sen. Just trying to use their smokes to obscure those potential AWP sight lines. Barrel into the B site. Armageddon clears all the back hauls out. And then Boostio's just caught in such a tough position, getting pinched from main and Link.
It was a garden variety B split, I think. Haven't seen too many of those from Sen on the attack side, but all the early morning, the turret was set up there. 100 Thieves knew what was happening, but Arsena fell first outside that smoke, sprayed down through it.
Bear in mind, this is the Sentinels team that is up 11-4 all time against 100 Thieves. This started looking like it was going to be an absolute blowout for the Thieves. They destroyed them on split 13-4. It wasn't even close. They were in the flow state. They were playing perfectly. And Sen have dragged it all the way back, map 3.
And here we are, round 21. 100 Thieves mostly able to buy. With that util distributed over that A side of the map, it is going to be Cray with the op. He's going to see a heck of a lot. Oh, he sees everything. Awkward. He's having a dash towards the side, but now that util's going to come, he's got nowhere to go. He's been shut down. He's taking damage, and John finishes him off. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. We're on Sen's wild ride. One by one, the Thieves fall. Caught outside of the site. Cosmic Divide thrown in here by 100 Thieves, but no great way to make use of it with only 2 players left. And Sentinels strut back up B long to set up for the post plant.
Do Boostio and EU commit to this? Do they try to fight? Or do they save and try to play for OT? It's a 2v4, but second teleport's behind. You've got to be joking. And he wants to take the fight. And he stood up. It took a hell of a lot of rounds, damn near 70 or more, something like that, but he finally stood up. He's finally excited when they're on series point.
When he picked the right time, Wyatt. That is the haymaker that sends the Thieves reeling.
They are ready to bury them for the 12th time. This is not a rivalry. They always kick our ass.
That's the pride of New Jersey getting loud about it. Wouldn't have it any other way.
And here he is in the dimensional drift. Getting that information down Link. The rest of the squad headed down B.
He's got to be feeling himself. A grind of a game here for Sentinels, but they're so close. Second emerges in holes, and there's Arsena slapped down instantly. Razorvine thrown down, but Second is able to play around it beautifully. Flash on Boosty, pushes with the shorty, almost gets him, and just pulls up short. Eventually, though, Bang is the second line, the second wave that washes over the Thieves. And they're down to Xander. And a low health Cryo, who swings into the line. And it all falls to Xander, the newcomer. The hot prospect, out of challenges, the patient. And he goes for the spray. The flag flies high in Sen City tonight.
It felt like this was 100 Thieves game locked up. They were phenomenal on split. They kept the momentum into that first half of Bind. It was the IGL John Cutie winning an eco round there where some level of momentum started to come their way. It was slow, but they kept fighting and clawing for round after round. It was hard fought and an excellent win against the 100 Thieves team that has displayed a seriously high level of play up until this point in kickoff. The Sentinels fans rejoice. They're one step closer to making it to Masters, one step closer to back-to-back kickoff wins.
And they get themselves a date with Loud in that upper semi-final. But finally, we get to see what's been cooking in that Sentinels kitchen in the off-season. Questionable role swaps, not understanding why John was moving over to Initiator, what role Narrate was supposed to have in this team, how he would function, whether Zelsus was still up to the task, whether Zekin could step up when it mattered. And it's yes to all.
And it was John on the new Initiator, Tejo, on all of the maps, and on Pearl especially, finding massive value with the util drop. 22 kills for 10 deaths, top frag the server. to win out the series. Fantastic individual performance from him today.
And this is a team that recovers from two of the most legendary players we have seen touch the game, departing the team. And they look for the new blood. Bang from 100 Thieves, who put him to bed last year. They threw the bag at him. And Narrate finally gets his chance to play, to show what he's made of on home soil. A team that would take a chance on him. And that reputation is only going to grow. Coach Kaplan can breathe deep here. The Sentinels have made their debut on 2025. Look great.
It is mental to have to step onto this stage. Roaring fans, you've just replaced legends of the game. They have written down their tales that will forever be in the Valorant history books. Tens and Saucy, you are filling in for them. Tens was on an unbelievable heater last year. To be able to perform at the level required to keep Sentinels at the top when he was there, when the fantastic cerebral play of Saucy was there, is no easy ask. These are the two players who certainly can do it, though. And today, they showed resilience across the board.
And for 100 Thieves, it's not over for them. They drop down to the lower bracket here in kickoff, and there'll be some questions, I think, about their bind play. Slow, sloth-like at times, and it looked like they really weren't quite sure how to convert on early to mid-round positioning. Definitely a lot to take back to the drawing board if you're 100 Thieves. But we got what we asked for. We wanted a banger, we wanted a barn burner, and we got it. Sen City delivered once more.
Absolutely. A lot of positives to take away from 100 Thieves, no doubt. But yeah, question marks too. It feels like we're watching them unbind exactly where we left off with them last year, which was they were on the top with the map and then slowly declining, and yet they're still picking into it with the same comp. They're split though, where they tried a new comp, brought in the Tejo with the Sage. They were electric, insane on that map. So listen, positives for 100 Thieves, negatives for them as well. It'll be exciting to see what they can do in the lower bracket, but this Senti, man, they are back.
I'm looking forward to seeing what they do in the upper bracket. I want to hear from them too, so let's send it down to Riv at the stage with our Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. I am joined by the pride of New Jersey. It's second after they take down 100 Thieves. Sen City aura is high right now, but game one, we got to go back to game one. Sen City aura was kind of building. What was about that game? Was it cobwebs, jitters? Was the team just feeling it out?
Definitely a little bit of jitters.
Okay.
Always tough to play the first match on the stage, especially with a new roster, but we definitely bounced back really well, but yeah, just had to get the first match jitters out of the way.
And Kaplan mentioned it during the between game. What is it like playing against that split 100T likes to bring all the time? It's a little unnatural. Does that throw you guys for a loop?
Yeah, I mean, it's really fun to play against.
Okay.
But they're super, super aggressive. That obviously caught us off guard. We could have game planned a little bit better and been a little bit more ready for it. But yeah, they definitely had a good game plan and caught us off guard a bit.
And I want to get a quick thought on kind of the format. Are you a team that loves to buy? You like to watch your opponents? Or you do want to get in there and play?
I mean, at least for me, I want to play as much as possible, so I wasn't a big fan of the buy, but I mean, I'll take it. I'm not complaining.
Of course, absolutely. I want to talk about growth a little bit. You know, you've been in the scene for a long time. You always seem to be getting better. For you and kind of your outlook, do you feel like there was any plateaus you've been working to get off of, or do you feel like it's always been growth and you're just getting better and better?
I think with how the game's evolving, there's always new stuff to improve on, whether it be different agents or like opping even, but I definitely feel like I'm improving more and more every year, and I'm always finding new things to work on, so I don't feel like I've plateaued yet.
Hell yeah. What's it like been playing with Narrate and kind of setting up the new squad and getting everything ready?
It's great. Narrate and Bang have been the best additions ever. It's so much fun playing with them, and it brought a real fresh kind of vibe to the team, so it's been a great time.
All right, looking forward for this. You're going to have Loud. How are you feeling about that matchup? They're obviously looking pretty strong right now.
I'm super, super excited. I can't wait to play against Pancata, my old teammate. It's going to be a lot of fun, and they look really, really strong, so I think it's going to be a good match.
And before we get out of here, we're going to throw some stuff, but I want to ask you, as Tejo and Vice are in here, what are kind of your thoughts about those being in the mix? You think it's something we'll see Sen use, or you guys can get around it?
I think both those agents are really strong right now, and I think we're utilizing them well. I can't say for sure if we're going to use them in the future. I guess we'll have to wait and see, but they've been a lot of fun to use.
All right, thank you so much, Zach, for the interview. Let's hear it for Sentinel Sen City taking the win over 100 Thieves. We're going to be throwing stuff out right now. We got Narrate as well as, who do we got? Zelsis on the desk. Don't go anywhere. Let's throw it to the desk and see what they have to say about the game.
Thank you so much for that, Riv. Always a pleasure to hear from Zekin, and we are joined. Whoa! Rogue driver. Yo, what are you doing? No, not my foot. Oh, come on. I just got this fixed. Oh, unbelievable.
That's crazy. I feel like there should be a Sentinels Classic in there somewhere.
Yeah. It just should be. We're joined now by Zelsis and Nary. Welcome to our ridiculous show. How you doing, by the way?
Doing great, obviously. We just won, so it's always got something to smile about now.
Yeah. By the way, really liked your YouTube intro. The video you did with Zekin, where you did the over-under.
Oh, did you guys show that?
We did.
That's good. That's peak
you're
content.
made for the media. Guys, it's a pleasure to have you here. Seriously, congratulations on the victory. Zelsis, talk me through what happened, or how has it been, rather, from the last season to this season, the differences, the changes, you as an individual. Like, what's that journey been like for you?
I mean, it's been a hard one for sure. We've had to change a lot. You know, losing two old vets is never easy. But we got two young guns ready to farm.
Do you feel as prepared coming into this year than as you were last year? Because remember, last year it was all about Sentinels putting in so much work in the offseason.
Yeah.
This time around, you guys were putting in work, but in different ways.
Yeah, I mean, we've been grinding really hard. I think we had like 1 day off, and it was a content day. That was like our day off. So we've been putting in the same amount of work as last year. You know, obviously with Tejo being new on the new patch or whatever, we had to put in some extra work, some extra long hours. Shout out to our coaching staff for making sure we were prepared for that. But yeah.
Nice. I want to ask you, Nary, because we both spent some time in EMEA. Now you're back over here. Which region is freer?
Oh, trust me. EMEA is so free. It's insane.
No way.
And all seriousness, I think like the overall strength of teams in NA are just stronger. Like teams have better players individually, and like they make better like macro decisions. Whereas EMEA, like everyone can be good, but no one has really found that extreme consistency. And obviously, I would say tier 2 in NA, like the best tier 2 teams are miles ahead of like tier 2 EMEA teams. But there's just a lot more EMEA teams and talents, and it's a lot harder to pick like players from to get up into VCT.
Yeah, we even saw that with Turtle Troop yesterday, like taking down 2G. That was wild.
That was wild stuff here. Of course, some highlights from the game. Map 1 didn't go the way you guys wanted. I'm certain of it.
Okay, well, like these guys got so lucky.
Okay,
like,
so tell me about it.
Like the round, Asuna just jumps out heaven in a 2v1 and shoots a guy mid-air, just headshots him. Like,
by the way, he was on rope. He was moving on rope.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like they were,
it's just chill.
To be fair, they won pretty convincingly, but they had a lot of like hero rounds, I feel.
Yeah, a lot of things went their way.
You also didn't see in that clip, so he kills the first guy like falling on the rope, and the last guy he kills, he can't see the player. The rope is in front of his crosshair. He's just shooting the rope in front of him and gets that kill.
Yeah, it's just Valorant.
Yeah, it's Valorant.
It's great. It's great.
I was curious though, because like Austin and 100 Thieves, obviously they're talking a bunch of trash before the games, because with you guys stealing Bang over the other side. So I know you guys were all getting up and getting active, but like, what was that like, sort of looking across the other stage?
Did you feel the need?
I don't know. I won't lie. I've never stood up in my entire life, but I see Lucio stand up. Oh, it was amazing. Every time you went around, you just stand up. It's just like, you just look at everybody, you hear the crowd cheer. It's really insane, especially because obviously Sen has an amazing fan base, so a lot of the fans in the crowd are Sen fans, so it's really cool to see that. And also, like, Jordan is just like, stand up, stand up, stand up. Just,
I need everyone to stand up.
Like,
Oh my
God.
I needed to check in on that, because we heard you asking Zekin to stand up. He's like, no, I got to wait for the clip. Did he actually stand up?
He indeed stood up. On the round, he TP'd back all on Pearl and killed Bustio, I think it was. He stood up,
Money. That was
a nice play.
That play was nasty. How much influence have you had coming into this team from KC? Have you brought anything over?
Well, I wanted to ask, because like you guys were running a bunch of like the Euroaster stuff.
Well, I mean, I think it's just on KC, we just knew like that, like we weren't good. I mean, we were good, but like we fell off. We just weren't good at team-wise and individually. We kind of just like got worse as a team. But like, we kind of knew the meta. Like, we knew what agents were really good. Yours has been overtuned for a billion years. This character has not had a single change for his entire lifespan since he got buffed. And like, he's just been overtuned. And you can just tell by playing people in ranked, like Exter. This guy just runs at you and you have no chance. So obviously yours is super strong, and we know that like Raze is a bit weaker, Neon's a bit weaker. So I think yours is like obviously a really strong duelist. And yeah, I mean, I haven't really brought too much about like the Yoru stuff, but obviously the comps are just strong. So that's what we're just leaning into.
Yeah, well, I mean, congratulations, incredible win, man. 2-1, it was a tough game for sure, but the competition's not done yet, okay? Because, you know, I got to do something stupid, all right? So, look, the matches may be over, but the pressure is still on. It's time. Full stick it. That's right. It's a brand new game that we just invented, like the other day, where it's very simple, okay? You guys are going to play rock, paper, scissors. We're not doing a trivia. Just like video games, we're beta testing as we go along, okay?
But for the record, the last time we played this, Boostio, the spike exploded on him. The goal is you basically try to defuse the spike as close to 0 as possible.
But we're playing rock, paper, scissors.
So you play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins runs over to the station there, and you got to defuse the spike.
Oh, God.
Wait, so
Okay,
like, do we hear like the in-game timer or something?
Yeah, it's already going, I think.
Wait,
No,
hold on.
Whoa.
Is it going? Okay, before you go, real quick, rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Okay.
That is how it goes, okay? All right, Mimi, plant the spike. Okay, once you hear the spike go down, and then we do rock, paper, scissors for it all. Go!
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh!
Another one.
Computer? Wait, what?
Headphones and you'll be able to hear the spike.
He's like running.
As
You have like
close
40
to 0
seconds.
as possible.
By the way, Boostio's probably watching this right now, so
I'm using
mad
Wingman?
that we just gave Zelsa's headphones. Yeah.
Wait.
All right.
Now don't panic.
Kill him.
And
Well, the thing is, I get so much anxiety.
Do not jump over the side of the map.
Whoa. All right, no.
Oh! That's terrible. It wasn't even
Wait,
a
I'm kind of nervous.
Okay.
Narrate, do you think he blows it?
Nah, he's got it.
Okay.
Okay, see how good his timing is. Hey, do you know how many beeps there are in the spike, Narrate?
A lot.
Okay, that's good. That's like a 0.6.
Oh!
Wait,
This isn't even plugged in.
Wait, where does it show?
It
What
doesn't
happens,
show. It's showing 45 seconds.
Yo, chat.
One job, it was to unpause the game button.
Yo, that was like 0.2 seconds.
That was a warm-up.
It's because I killed you. It's my bad.
Yeah.
It's my bad.
Honestly deserved.
It's my bad.
So do we know what the number
I
is?
did turn the timer off. I don't know why that happened.
Get this guy next to Boostio. I'm not gonna lie. It's a great way to end it.
No, that was like.
Is it because I was
It's because
dead?
you were dead, so the game already did the 5 seconds afterwards, so the round was over.
Ah, so
it's my fault. It's my fault.
It's just because pause.
Do we want to try again?
Try again.
But the in-game timer didn't
Try again.
I did unpause it for the record.
I'll give you the grace.
All right.
You could do it.
All right.
I got you.
All right, it's replanted, same spot on me.
This time.
This is you.
I won't kill you this
This is
time.
all you.
I need a vibe merchant to do this.
Bro, I feel like that was like a record run.
Do not kill. Come on, bro.
Don't look at me. I'm nervous.
Okay, I'll go over here.
Creeper on the corner, Mimi.
There's never been so much drama in a defuse.
Oh, it's just creeping.
Oh
Do
my
the
gosh.
creep. Oh, look at her. Just creep. No, why'd you die again? Mimi, you might have messed it up.
I hope I did it.
Wait, Jordan, this is terrible.
Oh, that's way
this is
too
so
early.
bad.
This
This
is
is so early.
No.
It's like 2 seconds.
Wait, it's 45 again.
Come on, Mimi.
Wait, how did dying ruin it?
I don't know.
Just put me number 1, I think.
Number
You know
one.
what?
Just
Well,
put me
at
number
least
1, I
you
think.
defused it. That's better than Boostio.
Yeah, Boostio didn't even defuse.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he exploded on it.
Oh,
Get this guy
wait,
next to
yeah, I'm
Boostio.
like, I'm
Okay.
up there.
I don't know why that didn't work.
Yeah, well, we did it.
Because chat timer was unpaused.
That's the segment.
Listen, there's someone in chat or something that could like get that down to the middle.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
If you're
Someone do the
watching,
math.
if you're watching online, you go ahead, find the thing, and put the time up, and then we'll go ahead. and
Trust me,
put it on
the
the
first one was 0.6. I swear
Come over
to
here,
God.
Zelsis.
All right.
I swear.
I'm coming back.
Yeah, come back, join us. Mimi, you have one job, and unfortunately,
getting fired?
Oh, wait, I actually just got told you're fired. All right, goodbye, Mimi.
Good run.
Thank you so much for your time.
Unbelievable.
Let's take a look at the freaking bracket, see where we are right now in this competition. Because now that Sentinels picked up that victory, they'll be moving forward. Remember, top 2 are going to be moving on to Masters Bangkok. They will have a date with Loud. You guys have played against Loud quite a few times, but this is a different iteration. Have you guys seen Loud at all in any of the games?
Oh, like watching the game?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been
What'd you
watching
make
a little bit, yeah. Honestly, they've been looking unreal to me. Like, they look like they're playing together. They look like alive almost. Like, the past roster, it just kind of looked like they were playing. This roster, actually, they're like yelling on the stage. They're calming to each other. Pankata's yelling. Like, it's just so nice to see them, like, alive, basically. So I think they've been playing well.
Were you expecting to see Loud looking this good off the bat? Because I think a lot of people saw the roster like, you lost like 2 pretty legendary players. It's hard to live up to that.
Who did they play? They played Crew and
EG was the first game.
EG. I mean, they have like I would say easier side of the bracket. I mean, I think Crew's good and EG's like good, but I think like those are like, people can upset those teams.
You feel like you also might be matched up maybe?
Yeah, I think Loud definitely had like a slightly like way to get here, and I think they're good. They're good for sure, and we're definitely going to be prepared for them. They're also shooting well.
Yeah.
Pancada's looking nice. Their Deagle is insane. I don't know how many rounds I see when they're just one-tapping everybody with Deagle.
Yeah.
It's just like...
I mean, I can't lose to someone I replace as a six-man.
This is true.
All right.
You really can't.
That's what's up.
Hey, well, guys, I want to thank you all so much for the time, and congratulations on the victory again. Zelsis, we'll do this again sometime.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. Always fun being here.
And you, always a pleasure. Come back whenever you want, my friend. It'd be a pleasure. Maybe you can go stick in and actually get the number.
It's
you know?
skill issue.
Hey, I mean, it was my fault. You know, it was my fault. You know.
Technically.
That's a leader. That's a leader right there.
A true leader.
Okay.
Okay. Well then, guys.
See how he treats Unk around here?
Sentinels are imploding. What is happening?
Let's go ahead and call it a day, folks.
Bye,
Here's your
Sentinels,
Samsung SSD Fast Replay.
Bye now, Sentinels. Bundle.
Visa, fan favorite squad. They have a great chance to really solidify that they are a threat in this competition. But now in this situation, going up against Crew, they have an opportunity to really stun everyone and push forward in this bracket.
I mean, if he hits that shot, you're down 4v5 again, right?
And him hitting that is not necessarily impossible. Kamalzine gets 2 with the ult. Clear the trip, clear some space, or at least attempt to.
Kamalzine is clearing all of Crew, Doug.
Yeah, how many, is he have 12 kills at this point? GG perched up.
Oh my goodness.
He's just gonna continue.
Cut it out, man.
Tries to hit the third, and he does.
No way.
Teeing off on Crew. Do it for the people. He might get a shot. He will deliver the iBuy Power Ace. 13-7 win for Loud. Split up next. Ult invested, DG down. Oh, they're really investing a lot behind this.
Ult invested?
And they've gotten a couple of kills off of it too. Mazzino's gotten 4. The demands from the crowd. Can he deliver? Kesnet falls.
Wait,
what in the world?
He won. There's just no way. That's how close this map has been.
Will require heroics from Loud to put them away. Off of the flash, Tui's paranoid, looking every single which way. He's able to find Snap out of the first. It's free as Tui's gets a second. And now Kesnet has to be the hero for Crew. He's done it before. Can he do it again? He's found one. Pancada on the other side, and he will fall. Loud walk away on top.
What a battle it was.
It's your 4th place team from Master Shanghai and 100 Thieves. 4th place team from Champions in Sentinels there. They're ready to throw down in the clap game of kickoff. It'll have to be one. Hasana gets in. Has to take the 1v2. Paint shells clear a little bit of space, but John and Zach are going to swing together. What are you doing? How does he find that?
I gotta shoot.
Exchange of util. Oh my god, shots are going awry.
But he's found a little nook to play from, and bam! That is dirty. It's all up to narrate here.
Nice, man.
That one was short-lived. Cryo puts him on ice. And 100 Thieves issue a strong statement to Sen City. Boostio able to upgrade to a rifle, which shows himself, and John is methodical, surgical.
Finally, some life coming back.
Zelsis emerges into the line of fire. Brought down, but Zach and Elise is able to trade it out now. Armageddon for the defenders coming through. Nobody hit by it, but Boostio's caught out in the open. Zekin wants to inch up. EU might get busy, and that's 3 here for Zekin. Sentinels fire back. A win on 100 Thieves map pick. We're going to Pearl. He sees the clone, but he looks the wrong way, and now it's up to Xander. Can he stop this? 1 headshot, 2, and a defuse. Oh, no, it is interrupted. Xander has arrived. Null command here, popped by Arsena, going to be brought down, but damage definitely done. It's Zelsis and EU. Now to the dead zone. Zelsis shuts it down. Go, baby. Sentinels nose out in front. The flag flies high in Sen City tonight.